We're just doing setup, guys. It'll be a few minutes, so just be patient. Promise. So if you're on and ready, it'll be a few minutes. Yes, it's a proton pack. So, a few minutes. Just setting up, guys. I'll be right with you. I promise. No, we got 4 people in here. Howdy, howdy. I'm just setting up. We have a guest, and they'll show up in a couple minutes. I'm just waiting for our regular people to make their appearances, so yay. Okay? We're coming. Yeah, I'm watching you too. Maybe not tonight, because I don't know how long this will go for. We'll see. Hopefully, microphone and everything sounds good on your side, Mick, so you can let me know. Right now, this is set up. And like I said, you don't have to stay. Usually within the first hour, we're pretty good with mods at that point. It's just, up until then, it can become a problem. So, we'll see how it plays out. I'm going to pour myself a drink. So, yay. We're coming. We're just setting up, guys. Oh, that reminds me. So for some reason down below in the links, they block out the SESSO. So apparently SESO is a swear somewhere. I don't know why. So if you see the links, those are my spread shop and my OnlyFans. Just add where the stars are, CESS, S is in Sierra, obviously. So just make sure it spells out Princess of, and you've got it covered. So Princess of Darkness. That's all that's missing in those links. But for some reason, Sony blocks the CESSO. And maybe it's a language barrier on my part. But I don't know. I don't know why they blank that out with stars, but my links are there if you want to support the channel in any way. Again, setting up. We got Madeline Deering coming in tonight and a couple other people. So I'm just waiting for everybody to get their notifications and join. So hopefully it sounds good. Hey Anubis, what's up? I'm going to tell everybody tonight that keep your comments to a minimum. You get a little too spammy, we're going to have to boot you. On top of that, I do recommend that if you have questions, things of that nature, please keep them decent and appropriate, or you'll get a ban as well. Just making it clear. Don't spam me with comments. I mean, I appreciate it because it counts as an interaction on YouTube, even though YouTube strips me of about 90% of my interactions from the PlayStation Network anyways, which sucks because I can have thousands of views just from PlayStation Network alone, but it reaches more eyeballs this way. It's a pain in the butt, but it'll work. Got some cash from the OnlyFans recently, so thank you for those who participate. Very happy and excited about that. It's going to go to enabling me to set a monitor right here, and basically that way you can see who I'm talking to as I talk to them, because I'm going to have the monitor cable go all the way over there and have everything set up. I'm not ignoring you, Maddie. I'm just talking to people. Sorry. Can you hear me okay? Yes?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Cool. So that's Madeline. We're just getting all set up and things of that nature. So you are on Playroom. It won't happen. Well, that's fine. C'est la vie. I got legs. I'll make it happen one way or the other. People will see the video. Anubis, that's your first warning. Mick, you know what to do. So, Anyways, we got live commenters and whatnot. I know you're here. I've got the computer there, so I'm all over the place. My setup is a little Charlie Foxtrot, as we like to say. So, even though very confusing. So I'm just waiting on George, and I'm waiting on Chris. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but George runs along. Oh, you're here, but you're not here. Chris is intangible.
You want me video?
Yeah, you can do video. That way you can see Madeline. You can see me.
I can see Maddie.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Nobody can see you because I don't have the monitor yet, so other than people that are on the chat. So, it's very complex. Welcome to my...
I'm just using my phone for this, so I really don't know.
What's that?
I'm just using my phone, so I don't know.
Okay, well, whenever somebody else talks, you should be able to hear them or see them in theory.
Yeah, kind of like Doom.
Yeah, kind of. Kind of. And now we're just waiting for George. So, yay.
Okay.
And then I'll do my usual show introductions, and I'll let people introduce themselves. You were kind of spur of the moment. I know you worked on Spirit Animal. What else has been going on?
Yeah. I was at Tampa Bay Streams this last weekend, and they screened Spirit Animal, and I have another movie I produced coming out called Beyond Dark Dreams, and doing Bathtub Shark Attack later this year, so...
Oh, Bathtub Shark Attack.
I've been busy.
I would say...
Oh, yeah,
and that's through Tony I'm going to butcher his last name. Watch. Tony Masalo? Maseo?
Maciel.
Okay.
You mean Maciel?
Yeah, it's like my doctor's name. I just have to remind myself it's not Machete like the movie, it's Muschete.
Doctors' names are always hard to pronounce.
Yeah.
I always have to, Google what my doctor's name is, because I never remember.
I don't know, she kind of liked being called Dr. Machete for a while. She was like, I don't want to correct you because it's kind of the coolest way somebody's ever said it. I'm Dr. Machete. What's that?
Wouldn't want to be called that.
Right? Dr. Machete.
Hey, if I had a surgeon, I'd rather have him or her have the name Machete.
Yeah, but it's... Her first name is Candy, so it's Dr. Candy Machete.
That's perfect. That's even better.
I'm just like, well, at least she's cool with it, so... Bonus. George, you in here yet? I know I got Chris. George is on a new computer, so... He went out, and I guess everybody in his house decided to spend money and their STEMI checks on new cameras and equipment and everything else. And here I am, the poor person with the low-budget equipment.
Like I said, I just have a cell phone. That's pretty much it. So,
Sasha, welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah. Oh, we have stories about equipment to talk about today, don't we, Chris?
Heck, I'm still using right now for this. I'm still using the microphone I bought almost 6 years ago.
Oh wow!
I'm using a microphone from Radio Shack until I realized I can just do it on my phone. So I feel you.
Welcome everybody. So we got a few people in here. Looks like they're being behaved for the most part. I've got my admins working overtime, so yay. The downside of streaming through PlayStation Network is you can get a lot of views. The downside is you get a lot of really nasty people, because, it's gamer chat. But it adds to your overall views. Like, I've had videos just on the PlayStation Network alone where I've hit, 10,000 in an hour. But YouTube won't count it because it wasn't on their platform, even though it's streaming to both. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's funny because it'll show that 10,000 for the first couple hours that it's up on YouTube after the stream is done, and then it slowly disappears. And I'm like, well, ain't that cute? That's just special.
Special.
Indeed, every day. How's the mic on your end, Chris?
So far, so good.
Well, I mean, hearing me.
I hear you just fine. Can you hear me just okay?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Can everybody else hear good? Mick, are you still with us? Can you hear Chris? And can you hear, of course, Madeline? Do you want Maddie, Madeline?
Madeline, same thing. Maddie's shorter, so you can just do that.
Okay, so we got Maddie. But you guys can hear. Okay, cool. Before I stream, I've been around for a long time before you stream. Well, I've streamed before Anubis. Basically, when it comes to me streaming, it's been spotty. I took a year off, and so now I'm kind of back at it whenever I can do it. So, yay me. Yeah, with COVID and everything else, it has been a bear. I don't think anybody here can't say that it has not been a challenge in and of itself. But, yeah. So I had to take a year from that, and I was like, I'm not doing anything, even though I've kind of guested on Chris's podcast a good bit, and Chris is with the Long Coat Mafia podcast. We'll get into that once we start doing formal introductions. We're still waiting on George. George is always our Johnny-come-lately. Georgie, are you going to join us? Georgie Porgy Pumpkin Pie.
Georgie, they float down here, Georgie.
We all float, Georgie. Well, anyways, until George pops up, I'm going to do the show intro. This, of course, is my wonderful mess known as Sasha After Dark, even though right now with Daylight Saving Time back in effect, or is it out of effect? I can't remember either or. But now we have sunlight, and it's not really after dark, but it will be soon. And this is, of course, the podcast of darkness. And as a result, welcome to it, and welcome to this wonderful clusterfuck of a show. Tonight, we have one of our usual henchmen with us right now, which is good old Christopher Lumser, also known as Reverend Godfather from the Long Coat Mafia podcast. Reverend, would you like to tell them a little bit about yourself, what you do, and what's going on?
First off, because this is the podcast of darkness, hail the elder gods, but still, on my end, hail the fates. So, that being said, I am the main host and frontman of the Long Coat Mafia podcast, the most hated Mafia-themed geek podcast on the internet, Berkeley County, and soon to be the 4-state area.
We're working on it. We are working on it.
Gotta have goals. So, my show tends to cover a wide variety of geeky topics, no matter what it might be. If someone wants to talk about knitting for an hour and a half, I will be happy to have them on. That's one of the reasons why I am so hated in regards to what I do, because a lot of my peers say, Chris, you just gotta stick to pop culture. Hell no. If somebody wants to talk about whatever is in their field of geek, I'll be more than willing to do so. Though porn might be an awkward conversation for a little while, but I gotta have some sort of safe space.
We'll get there. We can get there. It's possible. We'll get there. Told you about that. Was it you or was it George who was talking about the one roommate I had ages ago? I just would watch that stuff religiously, and not for those purposes, but just to watch it for the comedic value. Like, you'd walk in and this one has a plot. There's a plumber. He's laying pipe. It's like,
Now, I know Maddie doesn't know about the in-joke, and I don't think George knows about the in-joke yet, but I would, if there was a chance, the off-brand chance, Sasha, you know that how much I am an asshole. I will sit my ex down and interview her as she would be a porn star, and I will go through the whole thing laughing my ass off with the mic in front of her.
Oh yeah, the goat, as we lovingly call her. So
the goat.
The goat.
So, how was it kissing that goat for the first time?
Probably won't be the last person to kiss it. Probably anything of that nature. So it is what it is. So Maddie, we
those jokes while I'm drinking.
Yep. We'll come now to Madeline Deering. She is currently getting ready to do a big push for her new film, Spirit Animal, and she's got another movie getting ready to come out. Madeline, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, things of that nature.
Yeah, my name's Maddie, obviously, and I'm a filmmaker. Just released my first movie, Spirit Animal. Came out last year, so still pushing. It's in smell-o-vision, if you didn't know. There's a card with 6 different smells, and it's shot on video. So response has been pretty good. So hoping more people check it out and everything. And later in the summer, it's a movie I co-produced called Beyond Dark Dreams, directed by Joseph Ruscio, who was cinematographer on Spirit Animal, and among many other hats. He did special effects, he acted in it, he did everything.
Awesome.
So that's his first character. Yeah, and it's incredible. So, Bathtub Shark Attack we're going to be shooting hopefully in September. I'm very excited. It's based on a short film I wrote before Spirit Animal, of course. We never shot it. My cast dropped out, and now we're ready to turn it into a feature. So,
oh yeah.
I also do the Shark Show podcast and SOBs Who Love SOB with Rebecca Reinhardt, Tony Masiello, and Slade Shepard. So, busy person, just like you guys.
Hey, we're always busy. We're always chaotic here.
Gotta keep in these times. Plus, working 2 jobs here. Oh man.
I hear you. Sorry, just got some timeouts that need to be done. Because we all like timeout, Teddy, because people are in the chats being rude, so it's time for Mama Sasha to put her boot down and squish. So yes, you two have been given timeout, Teddy. So, a couple of the topics tonight we want to touch on. One of the first big ones, since we got a lot of haters here in chat right now, is local racism. I don't know what all you've seen so far. Hopefully George pops on here in a second. But with local racism, we recently had here in town a kind of like a impromptu memorial for what had happened with the recent shooting. And we have a website, well, not even a website, but it's like a Facebook group, and I'm quite sure a lot of small towns have a Facebook group for such things. It's called What's Going On in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. The thing of it is that Chambersburg, PA is a very small town. It comes with a lot of small minds and a lot of small hearts. So people are laughing at this memorial for dead people. Now, me being me, I screen grab everything, because that's just how I roll. I'm like, oh, this person works for Volvo, and this person works for Beistel Paper Company, and oh, by the way, this person works, and made sure that they were put on blast, because I don't tolerate that. I'm sorry, I will speak out. And it was so funny, because one of our wannabe local wrestling celebrities, if you want to call them actual celebrities, wanted to claim that I was slandering these people. And I'm like, you guys are laughing and negatively commenting with your own words. If anybody's slandering, you're slandering yourself. I'm just bringing those words to light. I don't think you understand what the word slander actually means. And what tripped me out is because I screen grabbed it and made sure it was publicly put on blast, I am now officially banned from that group for calling out the hate in the area. Like, no, I'm not going to let this set. Because you all had the option not to laugh. You also all had the option not to put where you work out there on your profile. Could have been slick, had an empty profile. But y'all didn't. And me, I'm going to go, ooh, you work here. Ooh, you work there. And look what this nasty hate that you guys... Is this representative of your company? You know what I mean? And so, yeah, it has been interesting and enlightening to see... little does what's going on in Chambersburg know I have 20-plus accounts and I can still see what's going on because that's just how I roll. But again, it's one of the reasons why I tell people like that are into marketing or business or locally, stay off the groups. Because the groups in like Chambersburg or Waynesboro, we'll get to Waynesboro later, Chris. I know you're chomping at the bit, but we'll get to that. Stay off of those groups. Don't do your marketing that way. Do not, please. I get it that you want to try to get your word out there, but I think you're kind of reaching the wrong knuckleheads. Just my saying.
Sasha, you know my main focus has always been Martinsburg.
Yep. I can only imagine what Martinsburg has had to say in there, because I know there's a what's going on in Martinsburg. I haven't even looked. I'm kind of curious, but I can imagine the hate there.
Let me put it like this. What's going on in Martinsburg is very easygoing. The one that seems to be what can be remotely considered either right-wing or otherwise, it's what's going it's called Berkeley County in the Know, and I've tried pushing a couple of things into that particular group personally that are not any way, shape, or form political, and none of the stuff has shown up. I don't know if it's just not showing my posts, or the admins there are not approving any of my posts in that particular group, yet in regards to what's going on in Martinsburg, mine show up. So, more on that a little bit later, and I'll expand on that statement when we get into something else.
Okay. Okay. So, Maddie, like, I don't know, like, where you're from exactly, roughly. I know you got to be around the area, because I've seen Tony's post, and I assume he's somewhere in, as we call it, the four state, which is Pennsylvania, Maryland, West V, and Virginia. So, in that big clump.
I'm in Pittsburgh. Actually, my best friend lives in Martinsburg, West Virginia, if that's what you're talking about. I don't know the area that well, other than I visit, and everything's always been okay, but I'm sure, like, you don't know, you know. But, I mean, I'm in Pittsburgh, so there's a lot of...
Most of my beef is with the council.
Yeah.
That's it. The Main Street Martinsburg folk and the council and the what I tend to call, or the person I tend to call, is the bully mayor herself. And again, for the folks that might be watching or listening to this later, I'm the type of person, Sasha could probably back me up, I have no qualms with any woman in a political power. It's just that I would not vote for her. I do not like her. And it's just her personally. It's not me being any way, shape, or form sexist or anything like that. I just don't like her. She's been a bully to me. She's been bullied to other people before she even became mayor, and I have no idea how and why she got into that particular position.
To summarize, and this is how I see it, you don't hate her for what she is, you hate her for who she is and what she represents.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's okay. It's just when you start nitpicking because this person is brown, yellow, what have you, that's when it becomes a problem. You know what I mean? Like when, I'm trying to think of her name, just became like a head of health here in the United States, but was like for the state of PA. Like, she got tons of hate for being, who? Huh? Yeah, got tons of hate here in Pennsylvania for being trans and also in charge of health here in PA. And me, I was like, look, you can hate her for her politics and what she thinks, but don't hate her for this. You're going for that low-hanging fruit, and I'm going to call you out every time you do it. And there's people who do that crap all the time. But what I'm getting at is that these groups, about 99.9% of the time, are always like, no politics, no da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But what trips me out is that here's an event which is a memorial. It's a memorial to say, hey, you know, we've got people in our community, of the Asian community, that are struggling with this now. And it's not only to mourn the dead, but an act of solidarity. And the fact that the hateful pricks in my town can waste their time on the internet and saying hateful shit like that makes no sense. It has nothing to do with anything political. We're trying to honor the dead and stand with our brothers and sisters. And to me, it's personal because, again, I have a lot of Asian friends. I wish George was able to pop in. You know, but once he does, he'll add his 2 cents to it. But for them to crap on an event like that, just because it exists, is just wrong. It's part of the problem. I mean, because look at the shooter. If you would have told me he came from Franklin County, Chambersburg, PA, I'd believe it. Maybe that's why y'all are upset. You think it's funny. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't know. But it is what it is, you know. So I don't know.
Before we continue, I know he's. I'm trying to look at the chat every now and again. I'm going to give a special shout out to Mick Manhattan himself for being on the ball tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're only about 16, 17 minutes into it, but still.
He's been here for a half hour. He's been here for a half hour. So. And I told him because he wanted to participate. He wanted to participate tonight, and I'm like, well, just monitor our chat for like an hour or two. Go do what you need to do. You know, you're welcome to join us if you don't have another podcast going on. Because Mick Manhattan runs the Scene Snobs channel. He's got a podcast going off pretty much once it's like 5 o'clock. He's got one going off every hour on the hour of somebody else. And it's his channel, but it's different people helping him. They kind of created their own network, so to speak, all on that one channel, which is kind of cool. And for somebody that's a self-made man, kudos. You know, that's brilliant.
So I'm just giving him a special shout out. He deserves it. You know.
Yep, and he's in here kicking ass. So
you know, got to give credit where credit is due. So and I'm one of the folks that tend to do that. So as you were, what were we talking about? Damn my podcast ADD kicking in again, babe.
It happens.
It's okay. Like, when I do these type of podcasts, nothing scripted. We just hop on, we have fun, we talk. So, since we got an open floor, because George is having dinner, even though George told me yesterday he wanted to participate, much like George saying, hey, I want to do the Leprechaun in the Hood review, and now I still have an empty review without his parts of it. Which is okay, because I really want to fix the audio in it, because the music levels are a little too high. Which I thought was funny, because I had my physical the other day, and the doctors were like, everything is great, like, you have the best hearing in the world. However, your seeing is for shit. And I'm sitting there kicking myself, because I can't apparently get this sound just right. And maybe it's just the way my sound mixer is, but I want the music low enough where it still can be heard, but I don't want it over top of the speakers. And I literally have it on 2 clicks of the dial, and it's still not perfect. But one more click or a half a click is too much, and the music just is gone. You know what I mean? So it's just like, my limited technology and low budgetness. So it's like,
You know what? I'm going to do it right now, even though I've got a half a bottle of that flavored water thing from Walmart. I'm going to go full YouTube tool and open up my can of G Fuel that I got from Sheets.
G Fuel.
That's right, folks. I'm going to be that YouTube tool, and you know.
So Maddie,
drinking G Fuel.
You know about low budget. You know about low budget filmmaking. You know about a lot of low budget stuff like podcasting. Doing my web show is as low budget as it gets. Yes, I haven't made my bed yet. Get over it, folks. It's getting there. I was in the midst of setup, then I realized, oh crap, it's 6 o'clock. Let me start. It'll get there. I'll do it while we're chatting. I don't care. You get to see some butt and legs. You'll be all right. You'll live. You'll deal. But anyways, man.
Is it really worth it to make 22?
What's that?
Is it worth it to make your bed now when you're just going to be going to bed in a few hours? I don't know how late you stay up.
Oh, I am the Princess of Darkness, so I can stay up for a while.
In a way, she's like me 10 years ago, up until like 4 o'clock in the freaking morning.
Ugh, I can't do that anymore. By midnight, I'm usually out.
Yep. And it's funny because, like, it seems like the nights that I go to bed early, everybody pests me after I'm out. It's like, look, I just had a medication change. I want to sleep. Let me sleep. I feel like Khan getting woke up, you know. You should have left me sleep. You know?
Oh, that's me on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays when I have YouTube up playing like a white noise station. I get ding, 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 like, can we chat? I want to party chat. Like, you realize it's Thursday and I gotta be up in a few hours on YouTube only for background noise so I can sleep deeper? Leave me alone. You know I gotta work tomorrow morning. But
it is what it is. But, like, so what's going on, like, with your filmmaking right now? You mentioned that new one. Is that already shot and done? Or are you guys working on editing? And I know that, like, with Tony, a lot of his stuff is shot on video. Is it really shot on video? Because it sounds quite quaint, and on top of that, it sounds like something I'd be totally interested in, because I remember editing stuff on VHS and beta, as terrible as it was. So give us the spiel on all of that, because that kind of has me excited. I've seen it pop up on my feed more than once. I wanna hear about that, and I'm gonna listen while I make the bit.
Spirit Animal was absolutely shot on VHS, shot on video.
Oh yeah?
The camera, it was a Magnavox camera, and then you put the whole VHS tape in there. I mean, when you press the button on the side, it says 1992. So it's a pretty old camera, but we shot the entire movie on that. So, and the software we used to upload it, I got off Amazon. And it was pretty easy, because you can just hook up a VCR to your laptop or, you know, whatever, and then program upload it. So that's how we uploaded footage. Because we didn't have to, like, do it like the Polonia brothers did, you know, working all night in a, whatever, TV station to edit it on ancient technology. Like, we edited it on Premiere. So, yeah, it was shot on video. We're going to shoot Bathtub Shark Attack on video as well, but the one coming out this summer, Beyond Dark Dreams, is the first movie we have in HD, because that was shot on a good camera. So, but so many people told me, like, oh, why not just shoot in HD and use filters to make it look VHS? I'm like, I don't want it to look VHS, I'm just going to shoot VHS. Why
Authenticity.
bother with filters? Yeah, exactly, authenticity. So, yeah. Because I love a lot of, you know, SOV shot on video movies, like you were saying, like Tony releases, like, you know, a lot of video violence, Killer Nerd, Toby Radloff provides a voice in our movie, Cannibal Campout, all that stuff. Like, I love it. And it's kind of like, when I saw Killer Nerd with my friends, we were like, oh, this is something we couldn't make. Anyone could do this. So it was very inspiring to me. So SOV definitely has a special place in my heart.
So what was, like, some of your early, and forgive me for calling it this, but this is what we called it back in the old VHS head days, but what was your favorite OG shot on Shittio video?
Well, yeah, Killer Nerd, for sure. That was the first one I ever saw. So I rented that from a video store called That Tape Place, and hilarious, a lot of fun. I think it was before I even knew it was, like, shot on video, but video violence would probably be a close second.
Ooh, I actually saw a DVD of that recently, which is kind of weird, because I'm watching it on a better format than what it was ever shot, and it's like, why am I watching it on a better format than what it was ever shot on? I got a hold of, what's it called? The Tales of the Video something, where it's got the weird skull.
Tales from the Quad Dead Zone?
Yeah, Quad Dead Zone. Yeah, I got a copy of that now. So that's on my.
God, it's so good.
That's on my bucket list. It's so bad, it's good. I got a copy of, what was it? It's a Canadian thing. I think it's just called Things, and it's from Canada, and it's shot on street.
Yeah. I won that in a contest way back. Things is awesome.
Yep. And I even have, and granted, it wasn't shot on Shittio, but it was shot very low budget. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's got the big old weird tentacly monster on the cover, and, like, the mountain becomes one of the creatures at the end. But it was so low budget, they made it for next to nothing. And one of the Metamorphosis movies was meant to be a sequel to it.
Oh, wait.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
I have a movie called Metamorphosis, The Alien Factor. That's the only one I can think of.
Yeah, that was supposed to be, like, The Alien Factor was going to be the sequel to that, even though in reality that was its own thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's got, like, these weird tentacle creatures with, like, mouths, and, like, the opening scene is this guy just getting killed in a tent. And the Hildebrandt brothers helped with artwork and posters for it, even though it was so low budget. Yeah. And it's going to occur to me after this video is done. Watch. It's going to happen that way, because that's just how it works.
Deadly Spawn, is it?
Yes, it's Deadly Spawn. That's it. Yes.
I haven't in a while, but Deadly Spawn's awesome.
Deadly Spawn, because, the budget and the limitations, like, these guys made a movie. Like, they made a movie that you can watch, and that's worth watching. Do not try to watch it on any better quality formats like Blu-ray or DVD, because it's going to look like crap. Find yourself a VHS, something with some grain to it, and watch it, and you're going to be like, wow, this is brilliant. Because the only thing I hate about current conversions, sometimes you clean it up so much, it looks like it was shot for TV. Like the original Star Wars movies. If you get a really good, print of those, good luck outside of fandom. But if you get the original ones, it looks like it was a TV movie that was shot for TV back in the late 70s. And it's like, oh. But back then it looked awesome because we had graining and all kinds of stuff. Oh well, I have crap eyesight now, so it all looks good to me at some point.
Yeah, sometimes when you clean up stuff too much, that's why I like VHS, because I like the grittiness to it. And I watch stuff on Blu-ray a lot too, but certain movies just look better, gritty, and the way that those do. When it's cleaned up too much, you can see all the mistakes too, which can be funny, but
Not to plug them, but Rad VCR has brand new VCRs that just came out. Maybe they'll hook a girl up. I don't know. I'm just giving a shout out. I'm not going to say no. You send me one.
That's the VHS, VCR, or DVD combos I saw.
Yeah. All new parts, all new everything. I just want to open it up and play with it. And if you guys happen to accidentally have it on regioned one, I'm not going to complain if it just shows up at the door. Pretty pleased with sugar on top. Not sponsored, but could be. Oh, such is life. But yeah, you've seen those too, huh? The VCRs?
Really?
Yeah, you.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. I've seen people talking about them. They're like, $200 though.
Yep, and considering it's brand new components and brand new parts, I just want to know what parts and components they used, because there's some old VCRs I could salvage depending on what they used, so it's hard to say.
I already have 2 VCRs, but I wouldn't mind getting one eventually or something, since it's new and everything. It might last a while, because they don't make VCRs too often. I used to find them at Goodwill and stuff, and they're starting to get hard to find in even thrift shops and stuff. I think they just throw them out.
Same with CRTs. One of the big things right now with CRT TVs is that a lot of retro gamers are like, hey, we want to play this on how it was intended to be played, and kudos to them. I'd want to play it on my big giant TV personally, and it's a pain to kind of hook all of that up. But these are people buying actual little tiny tubes to play it. And I get it, because the light guns work and whatnot, which is awesome, even though you can cheat and just point it up to a light bulb and shoot and win the game anyway, so that's all it's really looking for. But, yeah, because a lot of the modern, retro gamers have found out that TVs have such a refresh rate, light guns won't work, because that quickness just is too quick for, a new TV. It's just gone. Whereas with an old TV, it'll pick it up, so you get that flash showing you that you hit or missed the target. And so as a result, CRTs are flying off the shelves. It's rare to find a Goodwill.
Yeah. I still have my old, it's a flat screen, but it's a CRT screen. It still works. I haven't gotten rid of it. So, even though it interests me, part of me wants to pick up that VHS DVD combo thing. I think I had one many years ago. Just thinking that I could rent DVDs from the local video store and just copy them on VHS on that's set on EP, but
it works both ways.
Didn't work.
You can copy from the VCR to the DVD drive, because the DVD drive is a recording DVD drive. It'll actually store the VHS, the feed, as long as it ain't one of the ones that are copy protected. And yes, there are VHSs that are copy protected. If you didn't know that, they do exist. But as long as it's not copy protected, it'll rip the video file, create an electronic digital file, and then allow you to copy it to a DVD. So you can do both, which is kind of cool. So you can play the DVD, put it on VHS, which, hey, by all means. Or better yet, you can take the VHS and put it on DVD.
That's how I made my VHS copies of Spirit Animal. I played the DVD and recorded it on VHS.
Oh, wow.
Very easy.
Yeah. And that gave you the same graining? You didn't have any sort of, like, that you shot it that way, or no?
Sorry, what was that?
Okay, never mind. I had it backwards. You shot it on VHS and then you put it on DVD that way. Okay. I think, right?
Well, yeah, we edited it on Premiere, so...
Okay.
Burned the DVD, then we had to record the, VHS from the DVD, because we have DVD copies in VHS.
Okay.
But since we edited it on the computer, we had to burn it on DVD. It wasn't like originally a VHS. We have all the raw footage on VHS.
Okay, all right. I was just curious as to what you were doing and how it worked, but that's brilliant. That's one way around. I hate to say that's what the Angry Video Game Nerd did with his early videos. He literally had one of those DVD recorders, and he was running the game signals into the DVD player, so there was a channel, and then taping it, and then taking the tape and processing that to a DVD through a DVD burner, and then taking the DVD, and just like, oh my god, I remember how complicated that used to be, making videos back in the day. And he got some primo footage.
Part of me wants to do that process. I think in my... I don't know if it's still hiding in my storage unit or not. Back in high school, I did my own personal video yearbook sort of thing. I want to put it to DVD so I could put it on my computer, burn it, and just recut everything, put new music to it, and put it on Facebook, TikTok, something.
That sounds like
really what you do is whatever program, I forget the name of it, we used to upload our footage from the VCR, you can easily get that and upload the footage right to your computer from a VCR.
Yeah, you can get one of those cards that do the, what's it called, component cable. Well, it's not really components, RCA, it's red, yellow, and white. And then you can run that...
As the wires to hook up certain through.
Yep, you can plug it in, though, like, because they made cards. They're not hard to find. Because, like, believe it or not, computer components, especially older ones, are super dirt cheap. I'm surprised there's not a collector's market for really old computers. I mean, it's got to be something that stands out to have a market. But you can get components for super dirt cheap, and they do make a card where you can literally hook in RCA. You can even hook in coaxial to your computer, and then rip whatever's coming in from that coaxial or RCA to a digital file, which is kind of awesome because it's a card that does that, I think they even make modern ones now. I'm not looking forward to trying to copy from a HDMI source. That kind of scares me a little. But yeah, that's definitely neat. So I know you said Bathtub Shark. You're in the process of any other projects or anything else out there that you got your thumbprint on that you want to talk about?
Just mainly those three. So, I mean, I have my dream movie, which is titled Alan, which is like a, I guess, psychosexual horror movie.
Okay.
I mean, I hope to film that in a couple of years. I've been planning that one for a while. I have the script done, so
I've been
hoping to do that.
I've been playing with the Princess of Darkness movie now for the last 5 years. I have a script. It's just a matter of funding and getting it shot the way I want to shoot it. Cause
it's hard.
It's hard that I play well with others, and it's my baby. I want the Princess of Darkness to...
That's how Alan...
Yeah. It's like I want it to be shot a certain way. I know exactly how I want it to be done. If you've ever seen the movie Wild Zero, I have a few punk bands lined up in mind that I want involved with it that I think would be awesome fit. Basically, the whole premise is it's my horror hosting ass stuck in the middle of a siege film, and I'm the only person to help these assholes, and I really don't want to. And basically, it's mutants created by an energy drink.
And Sasha, to address your "I don't play well with others" remark, you are not acid burn, or you are not, depending on which one you want to go with, you are not acid burn, or you're not crash override. So take that,
hackers. Yay, we're people of a certain age group where you won't get our references. Haha. Oh, when Angelina Jolie was a good actress. Kinda.
God, I haven't seen her in anything in forever, it feels.
Does she still look Billy Bob Thornton?
No.
Because, like, if I ever want to stay awake, I just imagined him doing the Sling Billy voice while they're at it. Mm-hmm.
She was with Billy Bob Thornton, then they broke up, and she went with Brad Pitt for a little while.
I didn't even know she dated Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh, she did for a while. It was really, really interesting. So I'm just like, and you watch Bad Santa, and you're like, okay, I can kind of understand why now.
The fact that the stories I heard about when Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were dating, that they used to wear vials of each other's blood around their each other's neck. Like, it was just this weird, twisted shit, that you'd hear stories like, really? Whoa.
Vampires confirmed.
Yeah, vampires confirmed. It's like, I'm lucky my celebrity crush is Lucy Liu. Shut up.
Okay, Bender.
Quiet, meatbag.
You do know that was a whole thing in Futurama, right? Him and Lucy Liu?
Yep. Twice. I'm more of a Fry than I am Bender.
Oh, well, it's good that you're from a different cultural background there, Nella. Awesome. Kudos to you. We love different cultures. So, yay. Very open, very understanding here, so it's kind of a given all this, so. Responding to comments, because we do have commenters live, so if that gets confusing.
That was out from left field, Sasha. It's like, cultural background, what the
Look at Nella's comment. It just should have popped up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Or she's not on YouTube.
Now.
Yep.
Yeah, she's on YouTube.
Okay. Well, some of it, like I said, it carries over from the PlayStation Network, so she might be on the PlayStation Network. She might not be on the PlayStation Network. I don't know. It came from somewhere. It came out from the ethers into our eyes and ears.
Well, Nella, we welcome you here to chat and everything else. I hope you could stay a while.
Yep. And don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to interact, but please try to limit them. I do have, Chris with me, and I do have Maddie with me, and at some point when George is done eating, we'll have George. Need to take off for a few. Go prep your show, man. You did enough. We're good from here. I got my phone beside me, and you're good. Go do your thing, Mick. Go do it. Go do it now. Do it now. Get to the chopper.
Do it now. Get to the chopper. It's not a puma.
I need a friend named Dylan, just so I can do the Dylan. Dylan.
Happy to have you part of the whole aspect, Mick. And Nella is from PSN, so welcome to the PSN network.
Yep, and I get a lot of views from PlayStation Network. It's weird, and that's why I do what I do, because it's visibility, and we get rid of some chuckleheads, and then we actually have some honest conversations. I don't know, were you here, Chris, when Fry was on? Or not Fry, Fire. My brain reversed some things. We flipped it and reversed it. Let me work it.
I don't know. No, don't worry about what you missed, because either we'll circle back around or we'll dive head first to some other piece of weirdness, so don't worry.
So one of the big things I wanted to discuss, and I don't know if this is up your alley or not, Maddie, but it has been 25 years since we have been graced from the heavens with a creation known as Biohazard. But, of course, that's not what it's called stateside. It's known as Resident Evil. And that just, came out like 25 years ago. So if you don't feel old, welcome to feeling old. But yes.
Now, are you talking about the game or the movie?
The game. It has been 25 years since the game. 1996, 25 years.
The movie came out in what, like 2000 something?
Yeah, it's still 21. They can both drink. And even if they can't, even if the one can't drink, it is close enough. It's at that nuclear hand grenade stage, you know? It's close enough. But, yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but Resident Evil, aka Biohazard, was meant to be a remake itself of another game that had a movie known as Sweet Home, which had special effects by Dick Smith, and we've never gotten it officially stateside. And I love me some Sweet Home, because it was a haunted house movie that dealt with this artist whose wife and child had died, and you find out the mysterious circumstances as to why when people go to check out his house, they look at all the beautiful fresco paintings, because the house is haunted. Of course, the house is haunted because they do some screwed up things while investigating the house that awaken the spirits there. And it's such a sad, sad story, but it's beautiful and it's tragic because Toho owns the right. Yes, the same Toho that does the big Godzilla films. They made movies other than Godzilla. And a lot of people don't realize that. But the movie and the original game, which came out on the Famicom, which is the Japanese NES, which Famicom came first, it was a real-time strategy inventory management game on the Nintendo. Resident Evil was hard to believe, but imagine that on the Nintendo. That is a big leap forward. So it was part RPG, part survival horror. Really great game, but also really great movie. And the way they synergized it, people still debate what came first, the movie or the game, because they were released on the same day. And it's such a good movie. Like, the director has gone on to do other things, but he kind of hates that cut of the movie. But there are apparently at least 5 or 6 different known cuts of the film just sitting in Toho's vaults. And because the producer and one of the actors that was involved with it, same guy, had killed himself due to Yakuza problems, like literally the Yakuza made him jump off a building. It was like either be killed to death or jump off this building. And so, yeah, it's kind of just set in Japan, and I'm just forever been writing contacts I know at Mill Creek. Mill Creek's kind of my last of the line, as well as contacts I know at Shout, and saying, this movie needs love. Somebody needs to really reach out to Toho and get all of those cuts. Because I've seen the Laserdisc, and it's okay, but to know that there's 5 other versions, one that the director honestly liked, that didn't hit theaters, and even the version that got on Laserdisc is not the actual theatrical cut, has me so frustrated because I want to see what everybody else saw. And it's my holy grail.
Understandably.
Like some...
I gotta figure. Go ahead, Maddie.
All I said is one day maybe, because they are like unearthing a lot of lost films and stuff, and now is the time for something like this to get discovered again.
But the sad part of it is it's not lost. It's in Toho's vaults. All the versions that exist.
In general, lost to people who didn't know about it, not actually lost, I suppose.
But, like, I have such fond memories of finding out about that, but I loved Resident Evil the game. Not a big fan of the movies. I love Paul W.S. Anderson for different reasons, Event Horizon all day long. But when he started making video game movies, I kind of shut down. But, like, what, if any, memories do you have of Resident Evil? I know you've got to have a few.
Who, me?
Oh, yeah, you, Maddie. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
I mean, I was never a huge gamer. I never had, PlayStation or whatever, so I don't have that many memories of the game. I played one of them at my friend's house years ago, and I did better than I thought. I remember the movies.
Okay, well, we can talk about the movies. Because it's getting a reboot.
They were okay.
The films are officially getting a reboot. And that has me excited, because the plan is they're going to make them... Granted, yes, I hate the idea that they're going to take the first game and the second game, even though there's, supposedly, 6 or 7 months in between the 2 games, and make them into one cohesive movie. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, the Mansion incident can be one movie, and then Raccoon City can be its own movie, because investigating the murders in the mountains... and exploring a mansion is one type of horror movie versus accidentally coming to a zombie-ridden town that nobody knew about until you decide to show up looking for your brother is its own kind of movie. You know what I mean? But how to mesh them, I have no idea, and it's just I don't know how I feel. I'm excited that we're getting away from the Anderson films, but I'm scared because it could be fucked up.
I never saw the last Anderson movie that came out.
Monster Hunter?
No, I meant the final chapter, Resident Evil, the final chapter. If he even directed, I don't even know.
He wrote
That's really a Resident Evil movie I didn't see.
Okay, here's where my spiel comes in. I'm big on canonicity, canonicity when it comes to being canon in your films, you know? And they've had the same writer and director for each and every one since the first one, except for the third one, which was done by one of those Australia writers and directors. That was the one that was kind of like in the desert, and like everything was dead, and it was kind of like Mad Max meets Resident Evil. But Anderson was still involved as like on a producer level and a writing level. But the very last film, it's like he completely forgot everything that was canon up to this point. You have been dedicated at least a good 15 years of your life making these movies. How do you forget your own canon? And there are so many canon flubs and everything else where you're just like, it's great that the Red Queen are back, but I have questions as to what the hell's going on. How did you lose track of this? This is your movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like its baby. I mean, again, like you said, he's been doing it for so long.
How do you lose track of that? You know, I get that you got this beautiful, gorgeous wife. Let's give it to Mia Jovovich. She's wonderful. I've loved her since Fifth Element. You know? But it's gotten to the point where I just feel like he makes movies so his wife can be in said movie. And he's just forgotten what the movies are about. Rob Zombie's a different topic. We may have to circle back on that one because I'm not going to lie, I'm excited for the monsters, and I kind of want to see Sherry Moon's take as Lily. I really honestly do. Because it's got to be better than the Mockingbird Lane that we got, what was that, about 9 years ago?
See that.
Oh, you didn't see Mockingbird Lane? It had...
should I?
Just for, and again, I know Eddie is new to her transition, so I don't think Eddie has chosen a former female name yet, but Eddie plays Grandpa.
Okay.
And he does, she does Grandpa Monster quite well, but makes Grandpa Monster more evil, more sinister, more dark, but older, and I just like how Eddie Izzard portrayed that character, and it was very, very different. Everything else, trash.
I didn't even know they made a Monsters movie.
It was a TV movie. It was supposed to meant to start a whole new TV series in 2012, but it just didn't take off.
I always preferred Monsters over Addams Family, but I know many don't agree. But not to change the subject, we can go back to this later.
I mean, I like the Addams Family, but the Monsters to me, because there's this one episode, and I love it to death, where I think little Eddie Munster's getting picked on, and Herman just sits him down and talks to him, and he's like, look, there's different people out there, da-da-da-da-da-da. All that matters is the caliber of your character and the size of your heart. And to me, it's like, oh, beautiful. Especially his whole laugh, and not everybody's as handsome as your father. And there was something that actor could only do, and to me it was, what was his name? Gwyn something. First name something, and then Gwyn, but he was brilliant. Fred Gwynn. Brilliant actor for the time, and I'm curious who they'll get to play Herman. I'm curious, of things of that nature. So Rob has me kind of excited, because I'm like, Rob Zombie could definitely add something new to the Monsters than what anybody has done before. And I'm not saying that they should cross into this line, but maybe bring in some of those elements from the Addams Family that was out at the same time and make them a more cohesive family instead of sleeping in two separate beds. Because, come on, I want to know how a vampire and a Frankenstein have a werewolf. I'm assuming werewolf penis.
I want to know, but I don't want to know. I'm sure there's a porn parody somewhere.
Oh, there has to be. There has to be. There's a porn parody of everything.
There's got to be a porn. Well, have you seen pictures of Lily? Have you seen pictures of Lily just outside of the Monsters TV show? She was a very attractive young lady for the time. And people don't realize that.
I haven't.
I was more of a, even though I watched the Monsters for a while, I was more into Addams Family than I was Monsters.
Same.
I feel like I'm in the minority when I was like posting about the Monsters movie. Everyone, and Addams Family seems to get a lot more love. Like Monsters that just don't get talked about as much.
And I do love the Monsters. Don't get me wrong. Like I say, it was unique for the time, and I loved the gag of the niece being complete normal and her being the one that the family was like, oh yeah, that's our ugly niece. You know? To me, it's like, why didn't they play that up in Addams Family? That would have been hilarious. That would have been a great character to add. It's been subplots in other movies, like, for example, the baby suddenly becoming normal and Addams Family values, and then one of the TV movies with Tim Curry as Fester, there was the older Addams are slowly starting to normalize. You know, it's, instead of becoming senile, they become normal.
Oh, with the Addams Family, have you seen one of the fan theories that was floating around Facebook for a while?
No,
Basically, it was one of these fan theories like, okay, what if Pugsley and Wednesday, left for college or someplace, and due to kind of an empty nest syndrome, even though they didn't really need the money, it was more so company in the house. Both Gomez and Morticia decided to rent out the rooms of the mansion to college students.
I'd watch
and
that.
And it was like you'd have like all these college students, like artists and writers in the upper towers, so they could get inspiration and see the view. And it went on. It's like Thing would be the editor for all the English majors, writing, just writing stuff and crossing out. It went in. It's like Lurch just listening to all the music majors playing on the harpsichord and doing music and just nodding approvingly. Like the way Gomez, is and how hyper in your face he is. He, jumping out, doing people, challenging people's duels and those in the medical profession or becoming nurses and doctors, going for their training in the ER, and everybody's like, "How are you so calm? Oh, you don't know where I'm being holed up right now. This is nothing."
Right.
And the bitch, because everything's, the business majors keep getting funded by Gomez. Like, that's an awesome idea. Here you go. Here's some money. Go for it. The botany majors are enjoying Morticia because of her weird plants and all that. And
Oh yes,
the
and that is a
chemistry
skull.
majors really love Fester because of what he does and all the poisons and it sounds like it could be an interesting TV show in and upon itself. After the fact that these folks are still weird.
I loved what's his name as Gomez from back in the day. He was in a lot of stuff.
Raul Julia?
No, the original Gomez. Because he was on Step by Step as like the grandfather. I don't know if you remember the TV show Step by Step. Came on the same time. Family Matters and everything else did.
We're talking about the same person that early on Night Court played Harry's dad.
Yes. You're absolutely right. I found out recently, like, whenever he would do the whole cigar thing, like, during the show, and he put it in his pocket to smoke later, he literally had an asbestos-lined pocket, so he could do that for real, and it didn't catch fire. And I'm just like, that is such a great gag. I've often wondered if there was any accidents, but I never heard anything. But I'm like, that's just perfect. But I loved him. But Raul was the best Gomez, and I think that's why a lot of people talk about Addams Family in such a way now. Isn't so much the original representation, even though it's the more modern take.
From what I hear, Raul, when people would, when he was still alive, and especially kids that knew that he was Gomez, he'd play it up and he'd be the nicest guy ever in regards to it, and just to continue the magic. And he enjoyed that, even though he chewed scenery big time. I'm not knocking his career, but at all. Heck, he did Street Fighter for his kids, and he just chewed. It's played it so well. He chewed scenery. He just raised the bar. It's like no one. You hear folks like Johnny Depp should take over the role as Gomez. No, the bar is set too damn high now.
You could have Johnny Depp be somebody who kind of becomes the new matriarch, but not Gomez.
Not Gomez, yeah.
Like, we could do, like, a sequel. Like, this is how I would pitch it. And this would be me in a whole pitch meeting doing a sequel to the 90s Addams Family. Would be, number one, Morticia's still mourning Gomez, because Gomez has passed. So she kind of has mourned and has kept around with the family, be it Pugsley and Wednesday. And Wednesday's at that age where she's starting her own family. You can introduce Depp's character later on, things of that nature, and have him be like the new matriarch. Pugsley kind of takes in the role of the new Uncle Fester, which you kind of see happening, and build from that. And you can have Morticia kind of like still as a matriarch, but as your new grandmama. And I think, to me, that would be the best way to honor the series, is to continue it with the new family. And you could have, because Christopher Lloyd's still kicking it, I don't know how well he'd look in the makeup, but I could see him pop up for Fester on occasion and go, hey, what's up, just to check in, because maybe he's gone on with his life, come on, because in the movies, he was portrayed as an adventurer. And I would see that. And you could have, maybe, in her searching with a career. I know they've been talking about making her solve murder mysteries while she's in college with the new Netflix series. Why not have her become a detective? Because she's interested in murderers and things of that nature. Maybe you could introduce Johnny Depp's character as a Dexter-esque serial killer, somebody who only kills the spiders to save the butterflies. And
I want to see a live-action crossover with Scooby-Doo, just to see Matthew Lillard approach Wednesday Addams. I want to see this. Somebody make it happen.
So I know a lot of the stuff we've touched on. You seem to really have a love for monsters, and that excites me because I love monsters. Like I said, I love the fact that, during Halloween you can watch all of the monster episodes on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. And
that excited me. It disappointed me when I ran out of episodes. But I'm quite sure you've probably seen other monster TV shows, because there was like a revival in the 80s, if I recall, and a couple of the other ones as well. Not as good, but they did exist. They tried to bring it back in the 80s. I want to say they tried to do a revival in the early 90s. If you do your research, there has been several attempts to revamp the monsters, up to and including the one I mentioned about with Eddie Izzard in 2012.
Yeah.
And
I know they tried to do Addams Family in the late 80s, early 90s-ish. And I think the original Gomez person who played Gomez Addams popped in every now and again as like the grandpa, but I think it was like on USA Network for a little while.
You remember?
They were, so.
Yeah, you're spot on. It was on USA. I think it was before Up All Night with Rhonda Shear. And then Up All Night with Gilbert Godfrey, and I'm not doing his voice because that's going to hurt everybody's ears.
Oh, yeah, good luck with that. His voice is...
that's a money voice.
Yeah.
And
whenever I see him in that thing, I'm like, oh, man, hard to miss.
He's definitely known. So... I know you said you have a lot of different fandoms, and you love Shadow and Shidio, but what other type of fandoms are you into, Maddie?
I don't know. I'm like big fan of shark movies, obviously, and
Okay.
I like. I mean, I play some video games and stuff like Crash Bandicoot's my favorite. I like some of the older ones, Sonic the Hedgehog and all that. And,
Did you try the remake?
Like original PlayStation.
Did you try the remake
What?
of Crash? The latest remake of Crash?
My friend had the remastered ones, so I played it a bit. I thought it was awesome. I wouldn't mind getting, because like I don't have any new PlayStations. I have a PS2 and a Sega Genesis and all that. I just don't have anything new. Well, I wouldn't mind getting one to play. I think they came out with a new Crash Bandicoot, right?
Made in the same style as the remasters.
Have you guys played it?
I have. I'm not.
Awesome?
I prefer the remasters. I don't know if it's just me,
Uh-huh.
but it feels like they tried to stretch out and do their own thing, and without.
Yeah.
I want to say, is it Insomniac? No, is it Sucker Punch or Insomniac? It's one of those two. Maybe it's Insomniac. Same studios that does Drake's Fort Uncharted, and because the guys who did Crash Bandicoot did the more cinematic movies like Uncharted and The Last of Us, which we'll get into because it is part of the thing. It's part of my little thumbnail I made. But like they had made those games originally and have gone on to do very cinematic video games. And cinematic video games are fun. If you love movies and you've got somewhat of a background of gaming, you'll love cinematic gaming. I really recommend those. But when it comes to Crash 4, it just didn't feel right. You know, it felt like somebody trying to be the game's creator, but not be the creator, you know. It kind of felt like RoboCop 3 without Paul Verhoeven or Peter Weller. It wanted to be a RoboCop movie, but it's not a RoboCop movie.
No, RoboCop 3 is. Ooh.
It's still better than the RoboCop reboot, which completely lost the mark.
I didn't hate the RoboCop remake, so I did.
All right.
Actually,
Let me weigh in here.
Yes.
I would rather watch RoboCop 3, the reboot, than the 2 Sci-Fi Channel miniseries they put out.
I got that
They
beat.
were
I got that beat. I would rather watch the Canadian TV live-action series than I would RoboCop 3 and the reboot. Any day of the week.
Wait,
I
the TV show was...
I see your TV show, and because I enjoyed that TV show, I would rather watch 3, the reboot, the TV show, before watching the 2 Sci-Fi Channel pathetic miniseries.
Yeah, they're bad. They're bad. But the TV show was made in Canada, Maddie.
I like the series because technically it was chronologically it was like set between 2 and 3, but I liked it.
Like, wasn't there a cartoon?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Cartoon.
I never really watched the cartoon. I remember seeing bits and pieces when I was a kid. I don't remember that. I just know
the toy line by Kenner, based on the R movie, which was very popular to do back then. A lot of people like to deny it, but they would do R-rated toy lines constantly.
Oh, yeah.
It took forever to...
Terminator.
Well, that didn't happen until like the 90s when things started to loosen up a little bit, like late 80s, early 90s. But RoboCop was like the very first one that they did. And I loved it because like all of the toys had cap firing actions. And you have to be of a certain age to understand the joy of having a toy that actually had the cap. Because you had that smell of phosphorus when you were done, and it was just fun to play with stuff like that. And the Ed 209 toy was just awesome from that series. It's another one of my holy grails. I want the Ed 209. I want it in a box. And it was by Kenner. Kenner, of all places. Because Kenner was the crap back in the day. Now everything's owned by Hasbro. Oh, hell mighty Hasbro, yay.
I love the cat toys. Smell those little caps going off.
So wait, Maddie, you brought up cartoons. You brought up 80s
What?
cartoons.
I did.
You're in trouble now. What's your favorite 80s cartoon?
Oh boy.
If you had to pick one based on a toy line, what's your favorite 80s one?
I mean, I always loved Scooby-Doo, but I guess that doesn't count, so
No
I
toy
really
line.
don't know.
Not until later.
You know what I loved when I was a kid?
Huh.
Captain Fuck Planet.
That had a toy line. That counts.
Dude, I had Captain Planet toys.
And Captain Planet, he's our hero. Gonna take pollution down to 0.
Also, Toxic Crusaders, if you want to bring that up, is awesome. But I didn't watch it till I was older and got into Toxic Avengers. So.
I love Trauma. Now, I'm not gonna lie. Uncle Lloyd is an awesome dude. Bit of a pervert, but that's okay. That's who I usually hang out with, right, Chris?
Yeah. Well, I met Lloyd Kaufman in 2006. I'll remember to this day, he was a fucking trip. And I mean that in the kindest sense of the word. And here's my impression of him and seeing him operate is he was, all right, we're setting up, we're getting he was getting his booth ready. It was pure business. And when it was time to address the fans and everybody else, it was the Lloyd Kaufman, this goofy, energetic person.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah. Everything you see in the Time to Be Uncle Lloyd, that really weird person. So, and he was real nice too.
Lloyd's always very nice, especially, obviously, to fans.
Well, I just always thought it funny because, anytime I've ran into him at a convention, he's been, really sweet to me. Why aren't we working on something together? And I'm like, You're a pervert, and this person is a big, massive transphobe, so I'm not dealing with them. And he's literally gotten rid of people because I've pointed that out. And I'm like, okay, Uncle Lloyd, I get what you're saying. We need to work together. Thank you for getting rid of these people. But for me to go, that person and that person and that person. And Chris, if you followed long enough, you can imagine who one of those persons has caused me issues for a while. Bye, Renee. Well, something disconnected.
One of these days, if I get a chance to meet him again, I'm going to get my poster signed. For those of you who don't know, a good many years ago at a kind of an antique thrift store type of thing, I picked up for $40 a actual authentic Final Countdown movie poster, and because he directed it, I want to get it signed. I will have it signed one of these days.
It'll happen. It will happen.
Oh yeah, I mean he's around different conventions whenever conventions start kind of happening again.
So there's that.
What's your guys' favorite cartoon from the 80s? Because we just talked about me. And then we got
for me, I watched way too many as a kid. For me, it was always a toss-up between Transformers, Thundercats, and G.I. Joe.
If you had to pick one, if you had to pick only one.
Pick one? You're asking a 80s child to pick
You have to pick
How
one.
dare you?
And you only get that one. And you have to pick it. It's your Jacob's Ladder. It's your Sophie's Choice. Come on. Pick one.
Fine. Then I'll go with the classic Thundercats. These are my crush of Chitara.
Thundercats. You got what?
I never watched.
So you go with the space kitty porn. I see.
Right.
Spits out the pad. Out of all the series you could have picked, see, if you would have said Transformers, do you know how many different series are involved with Transformers? And then you have all the messed up translations that continued G1. I mean, you have not lived or enjoyed life until you hear a really bad dub of the Japanese continuation of G1, where Soundwave is known as Sound Billy, and Blaster is known as Billy the whole way through the episode. for whatever reason, you die laughing. The planet of Cybertron and Energon, as well as Cybertronians, are all known as Energon. So it gets very confusing that the Energon needs Energon from Energon. And you're like, what Energon? Because the translations are just that bad. But it's fun to watch. And then you have Beast Wars with David Kaye. Come on. Yes. Because David Kaye is the shit when it comes to Megatron. He is the best Megatron, and I swear, if Kingdom comes on Netflix and it is not David Kaye doing the fucking voice, I'm going to be pissed and protest. I will throw my TV out the window, because David Kaye is awesome with the fans. He's actually followed me and commented on stuff on Twitter, and I'm sitting there like, oh, he stole my heart. It's my Megatron.
I feel like this. Sasha, if you do it, video or it didn't happen.
Yeah, I know.
I'll say that right now, video or it didn't happen.
If Jobby can get David Kaye, I can get David Kaye. I will get David Kaye. Yes. Just me. But when it comes to me, like, yes, I just mentioned Transformers. I love Transformers. That has been a big thing for me right now because my son is 15 and he's still into Transformers. In fact, he literally asked me when he turned, he's like, is it okay if I still like Transformers? I'm like, I don't care. There's worse things at 15 you could be doing. If you want robots, if you want robots in disguise, I will be your supplier.
Never too old for that.
But when it comes to favorite, like, animated series, don't get me wrong, when Transformers is on that pedestal, I gotta get weird on you, because it's me. And because it involves...
Tell us your favorite was Snorks.
No, I gotta get weird because good old, what is it, J. Michael Straczynski was involved. I gotta say Jason the Wheeled Warriors.
I've never even heard of it.
Really, really terrible, like, toy line. Had nothing to do with the cartoon. Like, the cartoon had nothing to really do with the toy line except the toys were featured. But the characters, the cast, and everything else was its own fantasy thing going on. You had rings, weird plant monsters trying to take over the universe, wizards flying fish. None of it was part of the toy line. Not a damn thing was part of the toy line. Because the toy line was just basically these vehicles that could basically cross-component with each other. You'd buy one set of vehicles, you could take different parts from another and build them up. And one set had like these weird brains inside of them known as the Masterminds, and the other set was known as the Lightning Force, which was the good guys and the bad guys. But basically, the good guys were these little tiny figures in orange jumpsuits that really didn't look like anything, and the bad guys were these little lumps of plastic that looked like brains that went inside the bad guy cars. But the cartoon show had nothing to do with any of that, and it was just so utterly perfect. And then you have J. Michael frickin' Straczynski writing whatever he wants to write for the series with an epic theme song that's got like a metal riff to it. And it's just, if you haven't seen it, watch it. It has nothing to do with, the toys are featured, but the toys are more in the background than it is the story. And it's like, oh my god, did Straczynski do all of the drugs to make this series? And if so, wow. You know? You had this psychic girl that could talk to plants and rode around on a flying fish. There was never an action figure of that.
That's what's up.
If you, seriously, the whole series on YouTube, I'm not saying pirating is okay. I'm saying pirating is okay. But I'm saying it's there. Go watch it. By all means.
Hey. As the person of a mafia-themed podcast, I'll say pirating is okay. I'll say this: pirating is okay until they put out an official release.
Pretty much.
Yep, and that's how I am when it comes to movies. Like, we were talking the other week, Maddie, about everybody throwing a fit about cancel culture. Oh, this publisher ain't publishing anymore. Seuss books. It's 6 books that nobody really sold, and you can still get them on other websites. Go down to my local bookseller, they probably have copies. Oh my god, they're trying to get rid of Pepe Le Pew. Nobody is. We want to put a warning that he's a big rapist before you watch the episode. Nobody's getting rid of him. He still exists.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
I'll be right back. Keep talking.
But, like, when it comes...
to be right back. No.
Alright, well, I will entertain people and go on my tangent while you guys use the facility. Pee for me while you're up, please, Maddie. Maddie will be right back.
Yeah, I'll be.
I'll be back. I've got to use potty. It's potty time. And Fraggle Rock and Care Bears. Alright, so let me look at this commercial. You like the Snorks? The Snorks was okay. The Snorks was kind of a low-rent version of the Smurfs. Basically, they were capitalizing on it. Fraggle Rock was the shit. I've always wanted to see more about the Doozers than I did the Fraggles. Because Doos are Doos, and Fraggles can't. You know, I've always wanted to see their lifestyle. Because I remember a kid's book that I had about the Fraggles that involved Doozers evolving into Fraggles because they were lazy. It was weird. Hey, Fire, I saw you in the comments a second ago. Are you with us? Are you hanging out? Are you here? Just please try to limit your comments. I'm trying to keep it efficient and effective and things of that nature. So sorry if I missed anything. We've been watching stuff, but limit your comments. If you have questions, especially right now with it being a potty break, feel free to ask. Well, Smurfs is good, but the Smurf is a very foreign material with a lot of negative themes, things of that nature. You know, it's definitely very, very difficult. You know, there's some problems with the Smurfs because you had the other Smurfs, and the other Smurfs in the original comics were, speaking of cancel culture and things of that nature, they were very much a racist stereotype. So, yeah, things that you can consider. And I'm just trying to figure out what the heck's binging and bopping and booming because we've got all kinds of things going on here.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yes, I can.
Awesome. This new microphone must be working pretty well. I can dig it. I actually have it sitting right beside of me. The boy toy picked it up this past weekend, so yay. He saw it, was like, it's on sale. I'm getting it for you. Deal with it. And I'm, of course, not going to say no to a microphone I can podcast with and YouTube with, so yay. And then, of course, the Ein shirt I'm wearing. I don't know how well you can see it from the camera or not, but it's got Ein, and I'm so excited. I love corgis, especially Ein.
Awesome.
I can't wait for the Netflix series, but I've been fielding questions from people on the chat. And basically, they were talking about cartoons as well. Smurfs was brought up, and I said it being based on a foreign comic, it has its own issues, especially with like racial stereotypes, because that was something we kind of touched on earlier, like in a previous episode as well as this episode, which is just not okay. It's not so much people are trying to take those media away, we're trying to say, hey, there's better examples of it that are out there. You know what I mean? So
stuff's very dated now.
Oh yeah. And to me, it's like nobody's trying to take that stuff away from you. I know several films that are honestly banned, you know, and yeah, it is just what it is. You know. Hold on. Gotta put someone on report. Done. And put in timeout. Anubis, you're right back in timeout. Sucks to be you. Sorry, not sorry. Awesome name, though, but don't come at the Stargate at me, because you're going to have a bad day. Okay? I'm just saying.
And for everybody concerned, to quote Bender, I'm back, baby.
Did I have to go, Maddie?
What?
I told you, when you get up to go for me while you're at it. Did I have to go? Because that was quick.
I don't know.
Maybe just a little. But yeah, it's interesting to finally chat with some people, because like when it came to like the SOV group, I mean, because I've put some stuff out there saying, hey, I will talk with people. I will da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, come on out. Let's talk. Let's chat. Let's work together. Hell, you want to do a review together? I'm down. I'm glad to finally get at least you. I know you've been following me for a while. I don't know if in relation to that, but It could be a relation to many other things, because I'm a very loud, angry trans person, because yay me. You know?
Not a bad thing.
We need more of it. It's like the other day, and I'm not talking about what you think I'm talking about, Chris, but unrelated. I was described as overly sensitive and aggressive. And I'm like, to me, if I'm overly sensitive, why do these people feel I'm overly sensitive? Well, you always talk about these issues. Okay, but why are they being brought up around these people, or the real question? Well, they might have said something offensive to you. Oh, so I'm overly sensitive because I called it out. Okay. Why do I seem...
Exactly.
Most
Most people are afraid to call out stuff.
And I said, so they say I'm aggressive. Is it because I called out the stuff and pointed it out and said that it was wrong? Well, I never thought of it that way. I said, yeah. I said, that's what's interesting about people. They'll describe me in such a way that makes me sound vilified, but when you ask them why, they're going to have a hard time explaining it. And I said, because the reality of the situation of it is if you vilify me, there's probably a reason. Because like one of my posts today says, hey, how I am perceived and how we act today is solely determined on your actions, because I give back what I'm given. So it's up to you how it's going to be. You can come at me right, or you can come at me way wrong. And I just found it so interesting, because I've always tell people, I'm like, yeah, there's some people that'll say Sasha is as loving as any mother, and there's other people who say Sasha is as deadly as any plague, and I say believe them both. I treat people accordingly. And then I had someone go, there's some people that say, well, don't talk to you. And I said, that says more about them than they do about me. And if you're afraid to approach me, such as
one of the reasons, like, some of the people might claim that, that might not like me. It's like, well, don't come if you don't want to come at me, you don't like me coming after you or at you or getting back into your face. It's like, wait a minute, I'm protective of my show. I'm protective of those that are part of my show. And I know Sasha could take care of herself. I know there are other folks that could take care of themselves.
A girl likes reinforcements on occasion.
But, yeah. But it's the aspect of, Sasha, I'm talking to you. You and I had this conversation the last time you were on in regards to the trolls and everything else. And like that same mother, in regards to the one that was in the Facebook group and all that. Here's like the one that in essence called me an ist and a phobe. I'm like, wait a minute. You haven't even touched my content. You don't know who's on my show.
Yep.
And you're telling me this shit? It's like, really? I'm just waiting for that one person that's claiming my 2-bit little rinky-dink West Virginian show is alt-right. Like, wait a minute, have you seen who's been on my show before?
And let me just explain, Chris is not tokenizing me here. I want to just make that clear, because a lot of people get confused with that. But you're not. You're just saying, hey, you're not really listening to who I am. You need to look and listen to who I am. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm only pointing this out because I understand the philosophy of tokenization. Because there's a lot of people who the very first thing that they want to say is, well, I'm not racist because I have a black friend. That's tokenization. I'm not transphobic because I have a trans friend. That's tokenization. You know what I mean? Chris is not being tokenizing here. He's being genuine. Because trust me, I would have smelled his bullshit from a mile away.
That's one of the things I tell people. It's like, I want my show to be
doing great, thank you.
Diverse, honestly diverse, not forced diverse. Meaning, I want someone like Tasha on my show for her viewpoint. I want someone on for their viewpoint. I want to be as equal as I can within limits. And if they take things to extreme, I'll be the first to be, say, you're not welcome back. No. Or if they come into my stuff, I'll be the first person to go, Sasha, sick 'em. And just stand back with, in a not really stand back, but sit in a virtual lawn chair, drinking a beer and eating chips while Sasha does her thing. But Sasha knows what I'm talking about, honestly.
Sorry, I'm just taking care of
Sasha,
chat. I'm just taking care of chat. I'm already on it.
Are you seeing the same person I am?
Oh yeah, I'm already way ahead of you. 20 steps.
Okay, just checking. I look down and I see it is. So.
I already got it. I got it, boo. I got it.
You got it. You got it. Got it.
I'm Sasha, the laughing chaos bringer, and the destroyer of hate mongers.
Oh, yep, you got the person I was looking at. And who is EPB 1983? Who are you? Hello.
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 Yeah, I'm doing all right, Dave. How are you doing?
I get snapped. Okay.
Yeah, you're good. We got him. We slapped. We're good. We slapped him. Don't worry, Maddie. We're slapping people on the chat. And next time,
I can't see the chat, so.
Well, we got YouTube pulled up. So if we ever pause and you see us clicking on our phones, we're not ignoring people. We're slamming down haters. And somebody decided to drop basically a slur, and Mama doesn't play that. And Anubis, you're next. Anubis, we've had this run. Bye.
And folks at home, the reason why I'm not just looking at chat, for those who are new to this live stream and Sasha's channel and might not know who I am, I will say this: I'm going to sound like a vegan. I am a diabetic, so I am in the process of checking stuff. So that's why I was pausing for a moment. I'm just jotting down.
No, Dave, I delete and report. It's so much better because then they lose their YouTube account. And I'm all about that.
3, 23.
I'm diabetic too, since I was 10, type 1.
I became type 2 August last year.
Oh, sorry to hear that. It's tough. I mean, I get used to it since I've been doing it so long, but man, it's tough.
I have friends that have been diabetics for a while, and they look at me and it's like, how are you able to keep your stuff under 200? I'm like, I manage it right. I keep track of everything, and I only splurge when my numbers allow me to splurge. I don't just do what y'all do willy-nilly. I keep track.
Yep. I take insulin, so I assume that you take pills or something for it. It's called.
Right now I'm on the twice a day metformin and twice a day the L1, the injection pen needles.
Lancet.
The Lancet. And right now, the way my numbers are, both my regular physician and my endocrinologist have stated that they might transfer me to a once-a-week medication because my numbers are awesome, apparently.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm on Lancet and Humalog, so check my sugar like 4 or 5 times a day, whatever.
I try to check mine 3 times a day.
Dave says he takes metformin. He's in the chat, just so you know. I think metformin's a pill.
Yeah, metformin's a pill.
Oh, speaking of, since we're talking about diabetics, the reason why I know a little bit is because my mom's diabetic. It's her birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday to the Queen of Darkness. So.
Happy birthday.
Yay, it's your birthday.
It's your birthday. Doing anything special?
I don't know. I've kind of encouraged her to go out, visit her sister, things of that nature, you know?
No.
Right now, I'm between jobs, so this, OnlyFans, and what I can make on my Spreadshirt. Links are below. Just make sure the things that are blacked out fully spell out Princess of Darkness, because that's the only thing that's missing. But yeah. So you can go to my Spreadshirt or my OnlyFans. Help me out. Maybe throw me some tips, and I'll buy my mom some flowers. Granted, it takes a little while to show up, so. I got a new job lined up. I'm excited for it. It's just everything with the physicals, and it's... I don't want to get into too much detail because, again, we got haters that like to pop up. But it involves, the local county, and it's a county/state job. And benefits are 100%, and I'm excited. So... But yeah, next time, Maddie, when I do this, because some of the stuff that I have done are going to allow me to have a monitor here so you guys can be seen as I'm chatting while we're on YouTube and on the PlayStation Network.
Yeah.
But until then, audio is perfectly fine. It saves on my computer, binging at me every so often. Oh, your modem's slowing down. Well, too bad. I had thought about dual streaming to both... because I'm already doing YouTube and PlayStation Networks. Through my PlayStation, I can do that. I could run on my computer OBS and hit Facebook as well as Twitch at the same time. But it really lags and eats cycles, and it's like, oh, I don't want to do that right now. You know what I mean? It's just like, eh.
Nor do you want to use a bucket of ice again, do you?
Oh, that was...
A bucket of ice?
Yeah, I actually had my wireless router hanging out on top of a bucket of ice just to stay cold so it didn't overheat. It was almost to the point that it was super hot.
That's ingenious.
What's that?
That's ingenious.
It worked, though.
All that matters.
Again, when I say we're no budget to low budget here, I am not lying. Throw it in a Ziploc bag, throw it in some ice, and then change the ice out every so often.
I mean, that's the ways to... That's the easy ways to get around that type of stuff. You got to be smart to figure out the cheap ways to do it when other people spend all this money to do it. But,
Yeah, again, that's why I'm hating amongst some of my peers because, wait a minute, you spent $450? I spent $50.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Well, that's what I think is so funny about this mic. I don't know if you guys can still see my camera or not since y'all went audio, but this mic was $15 at Walmart. $15 for a USB mini mic. You know what I mean?
That sounds good.
Well, we saw that it was an open package, and so it had the yellow label on it, so I guess somebody was like, oh, well, I'll buy the $100 blue version. And to me, it's I'll take the $15 open package box because it works, and like I said, the boy toy picked it up and was like, hey, you need this. I'm getting it because we were already getting extension cords for my mic, one of my cameras and whatnot for around the room. He's like, so we'll just go ahead and grab that too. And I'm like, oh, well, that's sweet, thank you. And of course, bought me the Iron shirt. So yeah, it was a good fun weekend with the boy toy. I needed an escape. It's been a trying week.
I'll buy new if and when I can, but other times it's where'd you get that camera? Pawn shop. I didn't have to pay $300. I paid $150, and I used layaway.
That's the way to do it.
Nope. I already got him.
Knows the pawn shop I use because I trust them more than I trust the other one in town.
Hey, Chris, I know you're watching as I'm watching. Keep an eye out for Anubis. Anytime he pops up, just swat him. Do a report and then put in timeout.
Looks like he's back up.
I already got him.
So. See here. Yeah. Dude, Anubis, this time it's going to be me. you're getting dude. And yep, you got the other one.
Yep.
Well, you got it before I did.
Yep. He's getting slammed. Yeah, I've got several people doing basically the whole reports, admins, banhammers. So it's hitting hard. I saw Fire for a second, and where'd you disappear to, Fire? Are you still with us? Did you just disappear? You being quiet? You okay, girl? And I bet you like Zombie. I see the Symbol Monkey. Well, the Symbol Monkey is actually something that I had gotten from my dad way back in the day. One of the only coolest things he ever did on the auctions. He saw that I really wanted it. And it's an all-metal, all-original cymbal clacking monkey. I always liked the Stephen King short story. And Maddie, I know you've probably seen this when I shot the Shitio adaptation, but there was a Stephen King short story that was adapted to a shot on video horror movie that involved kind of like a wizard's like pawn shop, more or less, where the monkey granted wishes, and it did evil things as well, where it would bang its hammer, clang its little like cymbals together, and somebody would die.
I don't think I've seen that.
Yep, somebody took the Stephen King short story about the monkey, which was actually Monkey Shines. They did something completely different with Monkey Shines for a movie, but the short story was about a cymbal clacking monkey, and it would kill people. Clanging, clanging, clanging. It's for you. And I wanted it so bad, so we got it.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
But yeah, it was like one of the few things he did. It actually has an original battery metal case to it. EM does show up on shows on occasion. He's just not very talkative tonight. That, and I don't feel like whipping out the Romanian tonight. I'm good. The Romanian does not need to come out of the bottle. Yeah, I get my really heavy Romanian accent out, which is kind of fun to do on occasion, but hell on the throat.
Oh, I can imagine.
Family origins. Woo, yay. Well, you have to understand, like, with the Princess of Darkness title, it's kind of an in-joke, because I do have descendants that came from the Carpathian Mountains, which ruled with an iron fist and put people on wooden pikes, if you catch what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, Princess of Darkness, fitting. You know, there's a little bit of Hun in there as well, and just a smidge drunken writer who didn't really get noticed until recently. But he was a racist and deserved everything he got. And thank goodness his stuff is now in public domain and people are doing far better things with it, such as Stuart Gordon, whom I love dearly.
Yes.
Did you see that they're making a From Beyond remake, or have already done so there at Full Moon Studios? I about ripped my hair out when I saw that.
Oh, God. No, I really do that.
Yeah.
They did Tectonic University something.
Yeah.
Walter directed it.
Yeah,
I didn't know anything about it from.
It's a From Beyond remake.
Oh, fuck that. Did you see the Castle Freak remake?
I didn't. I love Jeffrey Combs, so kind of like, eh.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't watched it all. I think I started watching it and I was too tired, and it's still on my list of movies to actually watch. I've heard a lot of good and bad.
But yeah, like, to me, Stuart Gordon did the best adaptations of, H.P. Lovecraft writing. Really did.
Oh my God.
Next to, don't let me discount, Lovecraft Country. That's beautiful for what it is. I'm glad that people are reclaiming it.
I haven't watched.
It's really good. I've seen a couple episodes. It's worth it. I'm on a Resident Alien kick, but that is worth it. So, it is what it is. Tomato, tomato. Potato, potato.
Yeah.
But I did like the most recent Nicolas Cage starring the color of outer space, out from space. That was beautiful. You haven't seen it?
No.
Things.
All right, so later tonight, I want you both to message me, not like immediately after the show, but at some point, saying, Sasha, put this up on your Google Cloud. I need a link. I will rip a copy, and you guys can grab it from the link. Because you must see it.
I have Shudder. It's been on my list. I'll watch it sometime this week.
I won't touch Shudder with a 10-foot pole, Maddie.
Why is that?
I grew up with Joe Bob Briggs. He's still one of my role models.
Yeah.
But I can hate a person for their politics and views.
See, I don't even know his politics and views, to be honest. I never really got that into Joe Bob Briggs, so...
Yeah, you might want to read up on them. You're going to be greatly disappointed.
I'm sure I will.
I'm just throwing it out there in case you decide to go to Mahoning.
Yeah, I believe you, so... Unfortunate, I believe you.
That was a kick in the pants for me. But even I have to reassess on occasion. You know what I mean? Even I have to go. This is somebody, yes, I have nostalgia for, but I have definitely outgrown.
Yeah. Well, I know Colorado Space was called out for terrible behavior for a bunch of the actresses and stuff, Richard Stanley. I'm sure you've read about that.
With Richard Stanley?
Yeah. Look that up, too.
See, that sucks even more because, like one of my favorite Richard Stanley films, I love to talk about Hardware. Oh, wait, that's not Richard Stanley. What am I thinking of that's Richard Stanley and involves a killer robot?
Was that Hardware? I can't remember which it was. I think it was one I'd never seen. I looked at the filmography.
Okay, I'll have to check it.
Sasha, I know you don't want to go to Mahoney and meet up with Joe Bob. But for me, if I get a chance to go, I'm going to go because one of the main reasons is a close buddy of mine lives up that way, and therefore it'll give me a chance to meet up with him and go up there for a little while. So it's like killing two birds with one stone. Quickly,
No. They've got some good stuff playing that weekend. I'm not against the idea. I'm just personally not going because of Joe Bob.
They do VHS Fest every year at that drive-in, and I really hope I can maybe make it this year, because they play movies off of VHS on the drive-in screen. They always have a kick-ass lineup, a lot of SOV stuff. I'd like to go to that, but I've never been to that drive-in. I always wanted to go.
Hey, man, Puff. Sorry, just saying hey to somebody.
If you... Maddie, if I see you up there, I'll be sure to say hi.
Oh, yeah, of course. Same, but I don't know what you look like, so I may not say hi.
Well, you two may want to change information, because I think being on Lumser's show, Maddie, might suit you. Because, working as a director and a producer on films, Lumser will have you in a heartbeat. Yeah. And, he'll probably even be a little bit more professional than I am.
You're fine.
Wait a minute, I'm a professional? When did this happen?
You're more professional than me.
Oh, okay.
I ain't gonna try to do that, but it just is what it is. All I know is that Maddie hit me up, middle of last night, saying I wouldn't mind being on the show, and I'm just like, I'm gonna throw you in.
Last night.
Yep.
I was drunk last night.
I was like, shit, I'll throw you in. I don't care. It's like double dutch. You want to join, you wait for your turn and hop in. You know what I mean?
You said you would look people at a show or something. I was like, oh yeah, I got nothing going on.
Okay, well, we do this for however long you want. You can bounce whenever you need to bounce. I stay on until I'm tired of it, or until the trolls figure out how best to take advantage of the system. And usually, right now, we've been running at 5 hours, so prepare accordingly.
Right.
I actually am proud of it.
2 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
I remember when I first started doing on PlayStation Network as well as YouTube, I could barely make it past the 2-hour mark. I'm making it 5 hours. And it's awesome. So I challenge it. Bring the haters. Bring your hate. Good. 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 Give in to your anger.
That reminds me. I haven't asked recently. Sasha, how the hell do you put up with my smart ass?
I just do. You and I are cut from the same cloth. I think there might be some shared chromosome somewhere. I think somehow we're related. I don't know. If not in a past life, this life, we'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah.
And folks, the reason why I say that is because there's been a few times I've challenged Sasha on what she has said, and like Sasha's going to kick my, boot me off, unfriend me, report me to somebody. 5 days later, or a couple hours later, I see a message, one of her posts come across my feed. I'm like, wait a minute, she doesn't block me, put me on blast or anything like that.
No, because you know how to approach me. You're literally asking a question. I can deal with that. It's when you don't want to be educated and you want to be an asshole that I have a problem. Where that this is the way it is.
So you don't know by now I am an asshole?
Yeah, but we're more the what's his name we were talking about him the other day. We're leery assholes. I'm just a regular Joe, the regular job. You're white, average American slob. I like football, porno, books on tape.
That be the case, I gotta add a layer to your care package.
That's how we just roll. You know the song I'm talking about.
Yep. Folks, by the end of the 10th, I'm sure Sasha's going to be April 10th, Sasha's going to be calling me a fucking cunt.
Later, Dave. Thank you for joining us in the UK. God and country. Or is that what they say over there? I don't know. If I offended you, I'm sorry. Save the Queen.
Save the Queen.
And she has the corgis. So definitely save the Queen, because we love corgis here.
At least the corgis.
We love corgis. Woo! Corgis. Hey.
Dave hasn't left yet, and if Dave hasn't left yet, I enjoy vaccine. Dude's awesome.
Oh God, EPB has gone into the song. I'm an asshole. Oh, oh. Maddie, do you know what we're talking about with Dennis Leary?
I do. My friend used to play that song all the time.
Yeah, it's my favorite. You know, to me, it's like there are people who just want to be that, and that's fine, and it can be almost humorous to a point. But there are people who try to do that to a fault, and there's a clear difference. Chris does it to be humorous. And there's other people who do to a fault.
And Sasha, I told you, if there's times I'll do stuff that I think funny to you, and I'll do it. It's like, if I haven't done it to somebody first, I'll do it to you.
Damn.
If I pull the same prank, if I pull the same pranks on my friends, I'm going to do it with you.
So you try it on me first. I get to be the cherry popper. Awesome.
No, I try it on them first, then I try it on you.
Oh, okay. So I'm just the whore.
If I pick on them, I gotta pick on you.
We're being equal here.
Right. Folks, expect a video sometime after April the 10th. You'll understand why.
Oh boy.
You are close to that mic, Maddie. My goodness. I just got a comment. You're real close to that mic, Maddie. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. My Skype is going in and out, but I guess it's working now. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, you were real close for the mic for a second, so it was bad.
Sasha, let me put it like gods have mercy on your soul when it comes to your care package.
Did you see that comment to Brian when we were talking about Ghostbusters stuff?
No. Might have missed it.
We were doing Ghostbusters quotes to each other. And of course, I do the whole Cthulhu of the old ones. Question mark. My name is Sasha Constantine Monroe. As a duly designated representative of the town of Chambersburg, Franklin County, and state of Pennsylvania, I must ask you to please exit this universe and proceed to your own realm or the nearest convenient parallel universe while ceasing and desisting all paranormal activity. Thank you. You know, more or less a riff on the whole race dance going up to Gozer. Gozer the Gozerian? So yes, EPB, this is a proton pack, since you've asked me a bunch of times. There's also a trap, and I think there's a PKE meter in here somewhere, which I fixed, Chris, which you would be rather proud. I don't know if you remember the problems I had at the last con or not, but yes, it is functioning.
For now.
Oh, I got it working. I know what was wrong. I figured it out. It's garbage spirit gear, but I've been slowly upgrading it and perfecting it and making it my own, just like my flight suit and everything else. I've got a decent pair of combat boots now. I'm ecstatic. My gear is slowly upgraded. You know, the Franklin County and other regions Ghostbusters is coming very soon, even though I keep getting my arm twisted to move. So, we'll see.
Are you excited for Afterlife? Whenever the fuck that comes out?
Oh my god, yes. Yes. Considering that I know several people involved, oh my god, yes. Because it is exactly how I would do a movie such as that. You know, take it outside, keep it within universe. Obviously, don't pull a 2016. Keep it in universe. Say nobody's seen a ghost for 30 plus years, since at least 1991. Because they're making Ghostbusters the video game canon, which has me beyond excited. My little fangirl is screaming like, ee! But nobody's seen a ghost in 30 plus years. And now you've got this town out in Oklahoma, which is near the Shandor mine, I might add. That suddenly, all of a sudden, this town is starting to see spiritual activity. And this new family moves in with the last name of Spangler into the family farm. That was left by their grandfather. And I am stoked to find the little girl who finds her granddad's old gear.
Oh, I'm so excited. It's going to be an awesome thing.
Especially since the old cast show up to add assistants. And yes, it has been confirmed Rick is in it. He's just been holding off up until this point.
Really? I didn't realize he was in it.
Yep,
actually.
Rick Moranis, 100% confirmed. Sadly, not in the way that I would have wanted.
See that? I don't know how I missed that, but that's very exciting.
Girl,
It's from what I've heard, it sounds like it's the way it should have went. Kind of a continuation and the respects to everything instead of whatever, you know, as I've been on record as I did not like the 2016 version at all. It is a clusterfuck of a movie. And, you know,
here's the thing, and this is, I'm just going to be frank about 2016. And this is just me being frank and earnest. I'm all for new interpretations. But once that dude wanted to just show up all the fandom, that's where you shot yourself in the foot. Be less like him and more like Sonic the movie. Listen to your fans. Give them a reason to want to see that movie. Yes, I get you want to draw in new fans and create a new generation and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But don't forsake your old fans. Don't forget it. And that's one of the things that I loved about what happened with the whole Sonic the Hedgehog movie. And I don't know if you're familiar with this, and you're not, Maddie, But you had fans that saw the original trailer and like, yo, whoa, wait, this is not Sonic. And instead of not listening, Paramount actually listened and worked with fans to make sure that Sonic the movie is great. You know what I mean? And that's what should have happened with him.
I'll put it like this. You have two issues when it comes with fans. Especially listening to fans. One, you get, on the positive side, you get Sonic the Hedgehog. The movie that came out, which was great. It was, I enjoyed it.
I was so surprised how much fun Sonic was. I was not expecting it at all.
You get the complete reversal, Punisher Warzone.
Oh.
The reason why I say that is because the producers and everybody else worked with the fans. And as soon as it came out, the same people that they worked with was like, what the hell is this? We listened to everything, this is what you guys liked and, approved of. Well, no. Like, it was the same people. It's like, you all liked the effect, you all liked the script, this is what it was, now you don't like it? We didn't do any changes. And so it was the same diehard fans that, I'm just saying, you have either A or B, but it's a coin flip. But it all depends on the level of changes and where they went with it. But when it came to Ghostbusters 2016, it's like the people behind it just, lashed at the fans, and, or if you hated the movie, you were, it didn't matter who you were. It's like you were problematic, or, you were, they just lashed into you for some strange reason.
I think I was one of the few who actually enjoyed the 2016 version, but I could definitely understand why. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I just had to throw it on. I got it working. I'm like, yay! I need to fix the back, but it is what it is. With me, with a cosplayer, like a cosplay is not a, how can I put it best, like a one and done. It's a slow evolution because of budget. You start with a good base and you work on it. Like, I got a Spirit Proton Pack. Like, my next step is to get the little either magnetic clip or the little L clip so it just slides up and out. And things of that nature, and slowly painting and modifying, not something I just sit and do in 1 hour. Because it shouldn't be one and done. It should be a constant improvement on that cosplay. Which is how I see it.
Yeah.
Man, where's Georgie?
I know, he said dinner. I mean, you're welcome to message him.
He's not coming. If he's not done with dinner yet.
Well,
what was dinner anyway? Was it a 3-course meal?
I have no idea. It's
I'm just being a jerk.
So. It's definitely an Asian-inspired meal.
I'm staying out of it.
Let me put it this way: he's got to eat a lot because he's only going to be hungry an hour later.
Again, I'm pleading the fifth.
That's okay. I'm drinking it. Yeah, I went there, but it's funny because you get to make these jokes. Like when me, George, and our friend Pony, aka Gosway, hang out, we all have a running joke. I'm the token trans girl. George is the token gay, furry Asian guy, and Gosway is our short, little, tiny, Latino guy. And it's so funny. We call ourselves Super Diversity Friends Powers Activate. Form of. But yeah, like, we had a comic convention, and we were talking about this the other night, and, like, I had gotten a costume. And I think I was either a Hooters girl that year, or I was still working on the Ghostbusters setup. Maybe just Hooters, I can't remember. George was Uncle from Jackie Chan Adventures. I don't know if you've ever seen that cartoon or not.
I don't think I've actually seen that episode.
Yeah, well, just your Asian grandpa, uncle-y kind of character. If you ever watch Jackie Chan Adventures, you'll crack up laughing because George did that pretty spot on. And then Sway did not have a costume. I'm like, well, it's close to Halloween, so it was a fall convention. I'm like, let's go see if we can find something for you. And they were several different options that Josue could have picked. And Josue was like, nah, I'm grabbing the little taco costume because that's friggin' hilarious. God, I'm just like, I love my friends because we just don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's just running around. I'm a little Mexican taco. And it's just like, oh, God. That's like, Josue, I love you to death. Because that's how we roll.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, let's see, we got another one. Bye, Tay. You gone.
I didn't see that. My bad.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I got it. I'm just glad I haven't figured out how to do comments to speech, because otherwise that would be annoying really fast. I mean, I can report and put people in timeout all night long. I've got zero problem with it. You want to be ignorant, that's fine. If you want to learn and be educated, I'm all for that. But that's not what my podcast is about. We're here to have fun. We're here to talk about horror movies and video games and our own racial comedy.
At one point, toss people under buses.
Yep. Oh, okay. I know. Chris has been wanting to toss people under buses, so let me bring this to you, Maddie.
Probably doing it in my show too.
Maddie, how many local conventions have you worked or tried to help with in your time promoting your films and whatnot? Like conventions, like be it a film convention, Comic-Con, what have you?
Well, Rose Fest was like the first convention I ever really did, and that was run by Tim Gross, Tom Gross, and Terrence Main. They're, known in Pittsburgh. I don't know if you know it. Tim Gross. He reviews movies and stuff. Great people, and I like the smaller cons with, like really focus on independent film. So I was a vendor at those. Like I said, I was a vendor at Tampa Bay Screams this past weekend with Sean Donahue and Joel Weinkoop. And they were awesome. Very nice people. And I was also that wasn't local, though. That was in Florida, obviously.
No.
The other local one I was a part of was Horror Realm last year, which was a fairly good experience. So I would have wanted to do more cons, but, hopefully next year I'll be able to travel a little more. I'd like to go to Cinema Wasteland and such. I've heard good things.
Let me talk to my boy Dr. Lobo and Mr. Lobo. Sorry, I'm giving him an upgrade. Dr. Lobo. He'll enjoy that one. Let me talk to my boy Mr. Lobo.
I'm gonna recommend Ocala Comic-Con. They seem to be doing good things. I used to live down there, so I say many years ago I used to live down in Ocala, and they seem to be doing some good things at their convention. So at least give them a shot.
Where is Ocala? I have no idea.
About 20-30 minutes south of Gainesville.
How far is it from Pittsburgh?
If you drive right, about 2 days.
Oh, okay.
You could overnight. Overnight at south of the border.
Okay, because I'm not familiar with areas at all. And I also don't drive, so I bought some plane. I planed to Florida and everything.
Then it's about 2 hours north of Tampa.
Oh, okay. So, I gotcha. I know that they have, I think it was Spooky Empire down there, too, a lot of people were talking about. I think that's in Orlando.
And if you do that, Maddie, if you do Spooky Empire, let me know. I'll ask a few people, see if they're working that event, and see if they will meet up with you in regards to it, and probably speak with you. So, no, I offer no guarantees. Okay?
Yeah, of course.
I'm just reading comments. Sorry, guys. I was hearing the chat one ear and reading the comments through the other. Because, like, on my screen, since I'm on YouTube, well, granted, it's my right, but technically your left, or technically your right, which is my left, because I reversed the screen.
Yeah.
The comments are showing up on that one side. And so I'm reading them as they go through and just making sure everybody's decent, and everybody has been. But no, cons can be fun, but cons come with their own drama, especially people who don't know how to freaking do them. And I think just because they had one in a shop and one last year, that magically they just happen. You get the right people together, and then 4 weeks out, you hope everything's planned together. And you don't do cons, events, or marketing that way. So hit some of my posts today about how to properly market and promote events. So yeah, and Chris, I know you're biting that chomp, so just go right ahead. Go into it. I give 0 fucks at this point.
You know I don't give that many fucks either, so...
I'm spiking the ball to you, so go for it.
Spiking the ball. Let me put it like this. I find it interesting, the fact that I know Sasha brings up a lot of times in chats and all that in regards to trying to bring out valid points. And it's just that the fact that I was booted out of... I didn't leave voluntarily. I was booted out of the convention chat due to the fact of, quote, unquote, I talked too much.
Oh my god. That's what your message or statuses were about today about group chats and stuff?
Right. But here's the thing with this, Madeline. You got to figure that this is a con that is less than barely 3 weeks out, almost 2 at this point, and they really didn't start planning when the panels are going to be, things of that nature, until about a week ago. And then they were wondering why people had a problem with the time frames and everything, because people were just making decisions willy-nilly. And me, since they talked about this con since fall of last year, I've been trying to engage them since then, and only now are they talking about it because they've been busy with this event or that event or da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Instead of focused on one event, it's like assign a person.
The only reason why Sasha tried to get the times and everything else for the panels down and what they were and seeing what kind of activities were going to be going on was because of me. And I'm not knocking Sasha. As I've told people, it's like there are times that me and Sasha, Sasha put it best in a chat that there are times that we act like, if Sasha don't mind, we act like Professor X and Magneto. There are times we're at each other's throats, but there are times we are on the same side.
Yeah.
But this time, I went into chat about a week ago, or give or take, saying, I'm having issues. My issues are thus. I am trying to, as a podcaster, even though I have a small-time podcast, I am a form of a influencer. If you want me to promote this, I can't do it because I'm getting sick and tired of telling people I don't know. That's number one. Number two, I'm getting triggered when they say I don't know because of my upbringing. My folks, I lived in a not overly restrictive household, but every time I said I don't know, I got the response from my folks, why don't you know? It's a cop-out. It's an excuse. You should know this. And it could be stupid shit. And that's the responses I'm getting from folks because they're telling me, it's like, if I'm part of this event, why don't I know? I should know.
Yeah.
It's an excuse. And these are folks that kind of congoers themselves. They're used to people events, either big or small, putting out information weeks, if not months in advance. And they're looking at me like, why don't I know this information? Why don't I know X, Y, and Z? Well, I don't know. As much as I am part of the group in regards to what's going on, that the information is not being filtered down to me. And I bring this up in chat, and a lot of folks understood, even Sasha.
Yep.
And things, it got the ball rolling in regards to the types of panels, the when, where, hows, and whys. And we got, at one point, I went to bed, after all that was hammered out, I went to bed, woke up the next day, because I have a 9 to 5. And,
yeah.
The fact that, and I see all this stuff in chat, and Sasha, bless her, the elder gods, bless her heart, one of the vendors who had, when you compare his business page on Facebook to mine, only has about 150 likes more than me.
Yep.
Lacing it to Sasha, saying all this stuff should have been brought up to the person, the organizer, in private. This, that, the other thing, and just being an utter dick, an utter asshole, the wrong type of asshole. And just lacing it in, and I'm like, I know Sasha didn't need the help because she was handling herself very well.
Yeah.
I was like, no, the reason why all this crap got done is because I brought it up. I have to start pushing this. If y'all want me to push this as a small influencer in, number one. Number two, you're all saying, and the person behind it is saying that, they're doing Facebook ads and this and that. And I was like, it's an area-based. I don't live in that area. If you want me to, promote it, I'm outside the area. Meaning, if this is happening in City X, and you're doing Facebook ads, radio ads, newspaper ads, and et cetera, it's going to be focused in that area, not my area. So if you want me promoting it and, doing what I do, it's, going to be in this area. And my co-host, if he decides to promote it, it's going to be another, between the three of us, it's going to be about 60 miles, if not 100 miles away from this location.
Yep.
So you're getting even more people. And obviously the person behind this didn't get it, and the person that was being a dick, Sasha prefers the name Unicron. I prefer Kevin.
Well, hold up. Maddie, you understand about Unicron, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Then
So
use Kevin.
let me explain. Like, about white knighting and being a satellite, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Unicron is the chaos bringer in the in basically the Transformers universe, who consumes planets whole, kind of like think the Death Star meets what's his name, Galactus from comic books. So those two combined into one big shmoo. But he's more concerned about profits and making money. He's not on a panel. He's not doing any of that stuff. He's just trying to focus on stuff about making him money. Fuck everybody else. I'm just here to set up and do a show.
Now, and I bring it up to this guy's attention, saying, listen, if you read the chat, which it was a point that he didn't, he just didn't care, just want to, as Sasha said, be a white knight and a possible simp. But he's like, I said, if you read it, you'll understand why, me having problems telling I don't know. And he said, I don't care if you're triggered, I don't care this, that, and the other thing. He said, now this is the same person that attended the same events I had over the past 5 years of my show. And then, it's like, wait a minute, how do you not notice me wandering around, recording stuff, promoting my show, and everything else, and now just noticed me. I was like, that pissed me off. That triggered me even more. And he was like, I was like, well, I shared in this particular page which has twice your following.
Oh my god.
I'm like, you know what? Screw this, that, and the other thing. And this past weekend, he brings up the issue of is there a flyer to be printed up, or is there a flyer to pick up and share, hand out or share? And I turned to Sasha in our one-on-one chat, saying, "Oh, I wish I could just tell this person, maybe you should have messaged this person in private." And she beats me to the punch. She sends me a message back saying, "Oh, check the convention chat." And sure enough, Sasha says it, and I nearly spit out my drink. So, because I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, I had it already typed up.
It's like, how dare you, this, that, and the other thing. And over the past, when Monday hit, we'll get into everything. Before I was kicked out of this chat, I decided, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to, one-up this motherfucker. What I did for my podcast, I created a meme post, meme, M-E-M-E.
Yeah.
For saying, I'm going to create this post with this photo in the purpose of sharing it out to several groups. And that's what I did. And since I had the money, I said, I'm going to not just share it out, I'm going to boost it too, just to piss this motherfucker off.
Oh, yeah.
And what I did was I created the post, and I'm willing to, let me a chance to bring it up so I could.
I'm still here. I'm just doing nails.
Seen it, but that way I could get the exact wording of what I said, for the sake of everything else, because I'm going to need the numbers off of it as well. The post read, as you know, on Facebook you could do mentions. I mentioned the city I live in, the county I lived in, the event, my show, the shop, one of the main shops in the part of it, and I provided all my my YouTube link, my show link, my main site link. But the post says, "Have you ever wanted to meet the person who's behind the most hated Mafia-themed geek podcast? Not just in Martinsburg, but Berkeley County and the internet. Well, now is your chance. Now is your chance." And it goes on, kind of telling about the event, that it's free and outside.
Mm-hmm.
It said, "Well, until then, check us out on these fine locations." And the picture pretty much says, "Come meet the internet's and Berkeley County's most hated Mafia-themed geek podcast, Lone Coat Mafia Podcast, April 10th at this location from 10 to 4. And I shared it out to What's Happening in Martinsburg, which that post got approved. I shared it out into a lot of podcasting groups saying, "Hey, if you're in the four-state area, come meet me." I posted up in some of the geeky groups. I posted up in the Baltimore Comic Con group, all of which, when you total up the total the X number of people like this post, 60 times 60 times my total count, 47 times his count. And the reason why I did it all that is the aspect of getting actual metrics.
Yep.
And right now, with the for it, I have, because I only did a $12 boost on it, 526 organic boosts and 871 paid reach. That's the between the two.
Yeah.
26 organic, 871 reach. 11. Unfortunately, 11 reactions and 11 shares. And for the clicks, 6 link clicks, 85 photo views, and 25 other clicks. Which means just to probably expand the post to read everything. But still, I did that. It's like, you know what? And the total reach being, over 1,300 and growing, and I still have it ends tomorrow, so it's going to probably end up being close to 1,500 total.
Nice.
But still, it's like, and over the past couple of days, what ticked me off over this past weekend is that the person behind it posted up, okay, this is the final official panel stuff. It's going to be outside. I was just like, wait, what? Outside?
Yep.
Now, Sasha knows I've been working events for the past 5.5 years. So I might not be, when I first started this, I was an audio guy. I became an audio guy. I have experience doing
more than 6 years plus.
Stuff. At least 6 years, almost 6 years. And I know a thing or two about a thing or two. And I mentioned the person in the post, which she has said, I don't see it, which means one of the admins either removed it or
It got buried.
She didn't want to look. And in that post, it was like, I just woke up. Can you clarify that these stuff is outside? I've had my issues with this. Is there going to be a PA system? Because I would still like to record the panels if I could. This was all the issues I brought up. It's like, but the thing is, it being outside, sound will not travel that far. Panelists will not speak to the person in the back of whatever it is. Meaning they only speak to the first 2 rows. They're not going to speak to the person that's in the back row or behind that person, like an entertainer would be, or a politician, or a salesman would on a stage. They don't do that. Or if they're going to ignore the PA system altogether. These were my issues and valid concerns. And my posts were ignored. So, again, credit to Sasha, tried to organize everything. And one of the people brought up the aspect of, well, I just, people I represent, they just got new equipment. I'm not getting paid for this event.
They are getting paid. At least she is.
At the time.
No, at the time she was getting paid. She wanted extra for equipment.
But the aspect of things were, she goes, well, the band wasn't getting paid. If I remember correctly, the band wasn't getting paid for their time and the aspect, this, that, and other thing. Therefore, I feel bad loaning out the equipment. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever.
It's her husband's band.
But so I just say, okay, whatever. I'm not concerned about it. And all these posts came up in regards to one of the other people said, well, I podcast. I'm like, well, number one, are you on them or do you actually do them? Meaning, I'm sure, Maddie, because you do films, there's a difference between being in a film and an actor saying, oh, I make movies, and someone actually making movies.
Yeah.
I think the reference could be, I'm sure Maddie could, there can be made saying, Keanu Reeves, yes, he makes movies, but he doesn't make movies when you compare it to someone like John Carpenter or Josh Whedon. He doesn't. He does, but he doesn't. And that was the point I was trying to make. It's like, I do all this myself. And then everything was, well, I'm getting, the one person brings up, I'm getting paid now, this, that, and other thing. Do you want to do this, that, and other thing? I'm like, listen, I still have to hook up my equipment up to the equipment that's there. It's like, I've been doing this for 5.5 years. I know what's up. I know what's going on. That's not going to work. Well, we're going to have this, that, and the other thing. It's like, you don't understand. I still need to hook up to the system, or do this, do X, Y, and Z. If you're not working the boards, then everything on my end is going to be FUBAR. I'm going to have issues. And they weren't obviously getting, well, no, if I put my camera on your screen, it's going to look like shit. I don't want to do that.
Yep.
That's not how you film something. It's like I could film it by plugging into the TV, but you're telling me I can't do that. I actually have to film the TV. Then why do it? Yeah. I hope I'm making the proper analogies here.
But I get what you're saying.
And I'm like, no, you're not getting it. And me and Sasha were told that we're being negative, we're being, we're gaslighting, I think Sasha's the one.
No, I'm the one who said gaslighting, because they basically wanted to say that we're negative and that we're bad for bringing up basically these issues, and it's like, no, because me being me, I'm like, no, technically you're gaslighting us because you don't want to address the issues. And let's be honest, what's the definition of gaslighting? Exactly that.
Like, I'm not, it's like, that's one, I didn't mean to attack, at that point I didn't mean to attack Sasha in regards to it. It's just like, I'm not saying anything in regards to this. I'm not being negative. I'm not being X, Y, and Z. I'm bringing up valid concerns on my end. I've been doing all this. I have all this experience doing this, and you guys seemingly are not getting it. And and they're like, well, can you be put closer to the event? Where everything, like, if no one's going down to that event, or very few people are going down to that event, I'm losing out on promoting, and this is one thing I brought up with the person behind the event. If you put me by, where the band's being set up, I can't, due to how everything's being set up, I have to walk away from my booth. I can't promote. And one of the things that they brought up is like, well, can we move you closer to where everything is? Then how am I supposed to promote when there's a band being played, playing their stuff? How am I supposed to talk to somebody with, these loud decibels and all that, or no one's showing up? No, I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that. And again, the person behind is like, maybe we should walk, I can show you around what the best place is. And I told Sasha, if things come to head, it's like, I will give the person that, I'll give Sasha my, care package, we'll do stuff and everything else, but heck, I will call an audible.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'll go somewhere else and do promotion. It's like, he might not like, my ride might not like it, and folks might not like it, but it's like, dude, y'all just decided that I'm the bad guy here for bringing up valid concerns. You want me to be a part of this. And other things that have come up is like, well, I'm getting paid now to do X, Y, and Z. Like, wait a minute, you're getting paid? I'm doing what I'm doing, not just for content for my show, but as a courtesy. And I'm not seeing diddly. I had to pay for a booth there, a spot. And they're like, well, this, that, and the other thing. But for the moment, I'm going to back off because nature is calling, and I have to answer that call because nature is a bitch.
Well,
so I'll be back.
Well, go ahead. I can fill in some side notes on this. I had initially saw that the event, Maddie, was basically a month out. And I knew about, this event was coming, let's say, since fall of last year. Because they said, we're going to do a spring event next year. Here it is, beginning of March, early February. There are no posts, no updates, not even an event page yet. And to me, I'm like, that's odd, because the event's April 10th. April 10th, and you've got a month out. So me being me, I got into the group chat, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? I know you got vendors galore, and that's great, but what's going on event-wise? What panels do you have? Who's your activities? Oh, well, we just need you to talk about it and get the word out. Well, that's great, but we're a month out. I can't really get the word out on that there is an event without knowing what the event entails. Because I just look like a dumbass. Oh, there's something on April 10th. What it is, I don't know. I just know it's in Waynesboro and it's here. Meh. You know, vendors had no idea where they're setting up, other than there might be a costume contest, there might be a video game contest, and there might be panels, but as to what those panels, events, and da-da-da-da-da were, nobody had anything involved. Me, being the stupid trans chick that I am, I'm like, well, okay, well, what do you guys want to have happen? Let me see what I can do to help you out. We'll try to set up a tentative schedule. Because people really want to know what this is. I want to help you get the information out because I like small businesses and events. Let me help you. And so I help try to start to set up panels and events and things of that nature. And at first, the biggest problem I had is that they have stuff going on Friday and Saturday. They were only telling me about what was going on Saturday. And I'm like, well, that doesn't help out Friday. Well, why are you guys keeping them separated? Oh, well, Friday's our kids' event. And I'm like, well, that's great, but it's still good to have what's going on Friday scheduled. This is happening at this time. This is happening at this time. From X to Z. And I said it also helps to have that for Saturday as well. So what's going on? Can you all tell me? No responses. A week later, of course, me being me, who's got a poke a bull. I'm like, hey, it's been a week. What's going on? I'll get back to us next week. And I'm like, by then we've only got like 2 or 3 weeks until go date. I'm like, nobody does a con or event that way. And they had gotten to me and said, well, hey, you know, help us try to arrange these events and the panels and, you know, the bands and whatnot. And what made me really upset was, at first it was just one band. And so I got together a rough idea of the schedule. Then all of a sudden, oh, there's another band. Okay, well, let me rearrange stuff, figure out where we're going to stick them, because I don't want to have them on top of each other. You know, and of course the bands wanted to squabble with each other. Somebody wants to open, another person doesn't want to open, another person wants to be the closeout band. You know, fucking penis showing contest. Pardon to go that way, but that's exactly what it is.
By the way, I'm back.
So I basically try to help sort that out. You know, and try to get it all sorted. And what makes me mad is they come back with 20 other schedules after everything's submitted, and you've got people who were set to go at X time, like, well, what's going on? Why has this changed 10 times? And it's like, look, I'm just trying to help. What's going on? And I get offered by the person who's running the event to try to have a paid position with them to sort it out. And I'm like, yeah, I'm all for it, but we really need to talk turkey here. And then have the person who complains about wanting to get paid for equipment getting that job, but still wanting to be paid for equipment. And I'm like, oh, so you did me dirty. I see. Okay, let's keep trucking. And then on top of it, I had a friend who basically got offered to do some artwork, set up an itinerary and schedule, along with me to get this done and complete and looking decent. They're able to finally submit something on Monday. Dude puts in effort in artwork. I'm not speaking for them. They might pop one later tonight. I don't know. We'll see. But offered to do all this, and then for them to hand that in, and then them not to use it. And they used their own thing anyways, which was completely wrong, and people complained about the schedule. And this is why people were so pissed, because we've got 2 or 3 weeks until go date, and the people running the event just kind of hopes that it snaps together instantly, and they ain't got anything to worry about until the event. And I'm like, it doesn't work that way. At all.
And one of the things that I brought up is, in regards to not just, this was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, when I initially brought it up, is that in regards to promoting it, it's like, well, you could do it, the consensus was like, well, it could be done, the paper wants to promote it a few days, a day, if not a week prior. I'm like, not even a week prior. I'm like, that's bad form. You know, that's not how big events like the one you're doing, trying to pull off, do things. George, come on in. Hit the join button. I should be typing that in. But the aspect is, like...
I just did nails. Like, it's not happening for me.
But the aspect of, you know, I tried to tell them, it's like, the paper's going to promote it if the event's on a Friday. The or a Saturday, the paper's going to put it out on a Thursday. That's bad. That's the paper. They're being morons. Because if I asked somebody on a date, it's got to be by Tuesday, the latest, for this event. If I want to take somebody on a date, or if I was married and had kids, I have to plan this a week in advance.
Yep.
Especially if I just want to be just the person I'm with, and going to this event. I need to plan it, at least a week in advance. Not 24, not 48, not 72 hours. At least a week. And I hear nothing, and I get complaints. So.
Yep. And I hopped in and was telling people, like, I have an email from, I want to say, Thursday of this week that they haven't even read, addressing a lot of these concerns, saying, hey, we need to talk about this, and now it's just being completely ignored.
Well, what convention is this? I guess you can't say, but I'm sure some digging.
Yeah, well, it's not a big one, but it's new and it's out of Waynesboro, Pennsylvania.
Okay. So they just don't know what they're doing, and they're, wow.
Well, let's just
I couldn't imagine.
No, Maddie, let me put it like this.
Yeah.
With me dealing with Martinsburg and how they deal with shit, a lot of this is mostly the city's influence.
Yep.
It's a two-part aspect. One, the people behind it not knowing diddly shit what to do. Number two, the city more than likely saying, hey, we know how to handle events, so therefore this is what we're going to do. And they're doing it, they're botching things even more. Instead of, there's a hole in the ground, and they pretty much said, let's dig the hole deeper.
Well, let me give some insight into this, and I think it'll help vastly. And keep in mind, I've tried to do events in my town, such as like Chambersburg. I tried to get Pride started up here. I got it started. Other people are doing it for profit now, which I think is kind of screwed up. Me, that was not my goal. But besides the point, I got it started.
Everyone does shit for profit.
But I got it started, at the very least. So what had happened here, and I'm just going to use an example. So the owner of the business in question that's doing the con wants to have a 1-year anniversary in June. And not even weeks, but months before that 1-year anniversary, she goes to the borough and says, hey, I have this anniversary. I want this day set aside so we can celebrate the anniversary, right? To say, hey, we're going to do this, and this is what we're going to do to celebrate our 1 year. Town council.
George is in chat. Hi, George.
Okay, but the borough literally tells this person that that's okay and that is good. 100% paperwork is signed and ready to go. So the person that runs the business starts advertising that this event's going to be about inclusivity and diversity and acceptance. And of course the borough, being a small town and of a small mind, can't stand for that. So they get wind of a car show and they decide to stick it right on the same day.
Oh, man.
That's okay, because me being me, had I not been pissed off, I gave them a solution. Oh, there's ways around that. We just have a pinup show that day that celebrates diversity and inclusivity. And I said, I can help you with it. I've got zero problems with that. Just don't fuck me over.
Yeah.
Which they kind of already have. But that's the problem with the town and the borough, is basically they take control and they think they know what they're doing, but heaven forbid if you step outside of their boundaries. It's like when it came to questions about food trucks showing up for this convention. Like, that's a 100% borough question. Where the borough would handle that. Same way with sound and PA and anything of that nature. If the borough is involved, they should be able to say, we have XYZ equipment available, we'll be able to help with XYZ since we're doing this in conjunction with the borough. Same way with food trucks. We're shutting down the streets so we can let food trucks in. But they had none of that set up and planned, and again, we've got like 2 or 3 weeks until it pops off. And I'm bringing up these concerns, and this person is in chat, and I know him personally, and he's a bit of an asshole. I've got zero zero issue tagging him. Hey, Bill, what's going on with this? Hey, Bill, what's going on with that? If you know what I mean.
And good night, Noah. Looking at chat. Good night, Noah. Sleep well, and everything else. So, if we have another podcast, you're more than welcome to come in and chat. Happy to have you here. So.
But when it comes to, like, conventions, that's not how you do things. Like, stuff needs to be set in stone to some degree months out, not weeks out.
It takes a lot of planning.
Yeah.
A lot of planning. And, of course, problems come up here and there, but you just kind of deal with it, but you don't, like, wait till the last minute for everything to let people know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. And
no, you don't.
And you can't advertise something if you don't have the information to advertise. As a podcaster and YouTuber, I can't really talk about the event and other than there is an event. As to what's going on, maybe this. And, like, there would be no panels
that
if...
was my point.
Yeah, and there would be no panels if I didn't set them up. And I'm just to the point now where it's like, I could care less what panels they do. They do them, they do them. They don't, they don't.
It's like, when I spoke to her, it's like, listen, she's like insisting, oh, they have to be outside. And I'm like, it's like, if that's the case, I'm not going to do recording.
Yeah.
I refuse to do it. Because it's, it's going to be a nightmare. And if I have to be anywhere a remote distance away from everything being recorded, I have to promote my show. I'm not going to do it. No. I don't know how far away this location is from where my booth is, or this location from the actual event as it is.
Yeah.
And, again, that was my aspects to her. She's like, well, it's going to bring in more people and more eyes on the event. No, because as I was trying to tell her, the person behind the event, one of the events again, the Martinsburg Roundhouse are a great bunch of people. I know the people that are part of the council and running it. I got carte blanche, in regards to events if I'm off on the weekend and they have an event. So I just want to say mad props to them. But they had a Paracon a few years ago. And they let me, they pretty much told me the same thing that Ford State usually says to me when I want to record panels. Ask the people doing it first.
Yep.
And if they say yes, go ahead. If they say no, you have to deal with it. And me being me, I'm the person like, yeah, that sounds fair to me. And I approached each of the people. They said yes. But the thing is, where they had the stage where they had the panels was, in essence, the building was so large, or is so large. It's a wonderful old building, but it's so large, it might as well be outside. That's how large it is, number one. Number two, it was the way the stage is for the panels was about 100 yards, if not more, away from where the entrance to the dealer room was. People would pop their head in, barely see anything going on, or see one or two people, and they just went right back instead of walking to where the panels were. And not to mention, the panelists weren't using the PA system, so nobody heard anything. So any potential people wanting to go to the panel didn't know what was going on, number one. Number two, didn't hear anything. So three, they didn't give a rat's ass. And they went back inside.
But here's the thing that aggravates me the most about this. And I have done a number of events. I've done pinup shows where I help pinup shows down in West Virginia. I have done and helped organize like little concerts and flea markets and whatnot. In the early days of Forest State, before they grew and now Comics World was involved, I helped with those. I've helped with, horror punk rock shows and things of that nature. I am familiar with events. And to me, if I go, let's say, Maddie, I went to you and said, hey, I need you to create XYZ itinerary with artwork, and you deliver it, but I don't say word one to you, not even word one, and don't even use that artwork and that itinerary and then produce a different one the same day, that's going to put you in a bad mood.
Yeah, you see, that's what happened with me. I basically offered my help as a graphic designer.
No, this is George, by the way.
I'm Rocky, George, yeah, Indie Studios. But I offered my help as a designer, and she was really enamored. She was excited. It's like, oh well, thank you. I'm so overworked, and I don't know what to do. And it's just like, yeah, I would definitely help. Now I'm going back to my Facebook because I want to find that conversation I have with her. To kind of give you this idea, but it's I'm not going to mention names, but it's more of, let's see here. It's more of Sasha has a lot going on right now, so I don't want to bother her. I want to be another thing on her plate. Do you think you could have it to me by Monday? That way I can get them printed and distributed. So in other words, the person in question is basically saying, oh yeah, I don't want to put any more on Sasha's plate because she's already helping me a lot. Could you have this done for me by Monday?
No, hold on, George. Stop and pause for a second. Now, I'm the person that's super aggressive, and I'm the reason why people were leaving messages and dropping out of the event. But yet I was the one that went and got, you could go to go help.
Sasha, let me address that. Again, as I told Sasha in a chat, and I'll tell George too, I know one of the vendors is going to be there. He owns a shop here in Martinsburg. The reason why he dropped out of the chat was not because of negativity, not because of anything else. The reason why he dropped out of chat was simple. His phone was getting blown the F.
Exactly. And that's why you don't do this in a chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, George. Go ahead.
That's why I agree. That's why you don't do it in the chat. But I'm reading here from earlier. She says, "Wow, that's super. Thank you, George. I also don't think to add some basic info. It's a problem. Could you design an itinerary based on what was decided in the chat?" And I said, "Sure." And she sent me all the information. I gave it to her. "Hi, George. Can you send that over? I'm heading to the printers now. Thank you." So I sent it over. She gave me a heart, a thumbs up, and I said, in the future, I have the original PSD file, so things need to be changed, times, etc. We can just reuse it and just change the colors. She gave me a thumbs up. And then that was the end of conversation. Then we go into the chat, and here comes this beautiful new art that's not mine, and I'm here questioning whether mine's ever going to be used, which I spent hours working on.
Yeah, and
here's an aside to that, and I want to put an aside to that. So George, you know for a fact I've been working on some logos for the Podcast of Darkness. You know for a fact I'm getting ready to drop logos for Army of Darkness. But I'm doing it myself, number one. So kudos to me, baby steps to the door, baby steps out the hall. What about Bob reference, in case you didn't catch that. But anyways, I'm doing it on my own. I came to George just as consultation. Hey, what do you think? Am I missing something here? I know it's not perfect. I'm still learning and doing this on my own. At no point was I asking George to do this for me, because I would never do that. I would ask for his advice where I could improve, and maybe George might give me an idea as to how to fix it or turn it into a PNG or what have you. But I would never have George do the whole thing and then not use his idea. And
I'll say this.
That's just me.
Before George turned it in, George showed me in essence, the pre-approved, in essence, what he created.
Yeah.
And I said to George, I told George he could probably back up that I liked it, and like, can I use this? It's like, can I use this? And his words were pretty much to me, it hasn't been approved by the person behind the event. And I just pretty much said, okay, can I use it privately then? Meaning, if I have people that, were inquiring about the event, something to give to them. And he was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And because he's the one that created it. In essence, he's giving me permission, at least privately, to share this out. And I didn't want to do it without his approval. And to see what the person behind the event did out, I'm like, I was confused. And now that I know the actual story behind it, I'm like, I think I told Sasha, that's fucked up. It literally is.
Well, you see, I listened to Sasha. I took her suggestions. She said the number one thing is Comic-Con. That name, Comic-Con, is copyrighted by San Diego. And in order to use it, I looked it up. They want $500 to $1,000 to get permission to use it.
Per
and
usage.
They will, per use. And they will make you a per-use friendly version of that logo that you can attach to whatever you're using it for that per use. And you have to get approval from them, and they're okay that, oh yeah, you can use it for that event. That's perfectly fine. So that is issue number one, because it's a Main Street Comic-Con. And I said, you can't use Comic-Con. So, I took all of the issues I had with the first one that I saw, because I'm going to be honest with you, that's kind of rubbish, just the way it looks as a designer. I mean, bastardized text, the color, everything on it, it just didn't scream Comic-Con, because I was confused. I looked at it and said, oh, it's in the wild. It's like, oh, that's a Comic-Con, but there was no times, there was no dates, there was no web address on there where people can go to look up more information. All talked about was the 2 movies that were playing at the movie theater, and didn't mention anything about podcasters, didn't mention anything about cosplay contests. And I was just very, very, very confused. And he called that an official poster. And I said, you know what, when I make the second one, which is itinerary, I'll make it better. I'll make it how it should look. Because she basically gave me free roam to do whatever I wanted. So
Hey, George, Cornstalk is back.
Really?
Not in a bad way. He was pretty cool last time, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Comstock. I think I remember you from last time.
Anyways, so Maddie, based on everything that you're hearing, is anybody here being unreasonable and just saying, hey, there's something going on with the event? We've reached out to ask, to say, hey, we'll help you. Let us help you. And yet here we are with not real answers, being told to do stuff, and then that stuff being retracted. I mean, how would you feel in this situation? Do you agree with us, or are we just, all three of us, just completely out of our gourds?
Well, to kind of back you up on that real quick,
Hold on.
Their answer was, the chat's getting too noisy. We're going to first off mute Chris because he talks a lot, but we'll talk in private.
I removed myself, FYI.
And then we're going to remake the chat from scratch and only invite certain people in here. And this will be politics free. We're not going to talk about any issues. If you have any issues, you private message.
So, Maddie, what do you think? Are we being completely unreasonable here, the assholes? Or I don't want to put you on the spot, but...
It sounds like a lot of people who don't know what they're doing and are in way over their heads. And you guys who want or, know what you're doing or know what should be going on, and they don't know what to do, so they just block you, and that causes more stress for you guys who are just trying to help. Like, they're obviously poor at communicating. They don't know what they're doing. I could only imagine putting on a Comic-Con or something, but you have to communicate.
And like 3 weeks before, not months.
It's a huge act.
Yeah. And 3 weeks before the event's supposed to go live, only now are we making concrete.
If you literally just don't know what you're doing, just cancel it and postpone it. Putting on an event during the pandemic is hard enough, but oh my god, all the problems they've had, and just...
You brought up a really good point. Oh my goodness, George, I brought up about masks and safety precautions and everything else. What was I told about masks and safety precautions when I brought that up?
Oh god.
What was I told, George? You know this better than I do.
Vaguely. Basically, they were saying that this is 2021. There are people out there that, there's this Waynesboro that want to move on and get on with their lives.
Oh.
And, yeah, I mean, yes, we'll have safety precautions in place, 6 feet distance between vendors.
But
we'll be wearing masks, but it's their choice.
It's their choice, and we don't want to bring attention to it.
See, here's the good thing about the convention I was at last weekend, Tampa Bay Screams. They took people's temperatures when they entered. They had the booths 6 feet apart. They made sure everyone wore masks. They were very safe. And if they weren't safe, I wouldn't have went there. But it's you're like, oh, it's people's choices. Fuck that. Who the hell's going to want to go anyway?
They said,
Here's
and
the
I
thing.
quote, "We don't want to be political, and we don't want to address it directly."
They sound like the goddamn breakfast place near me. That got shut down because they weren't following protocols. Because, we don't want to get political, but, okay, well, it's not political, it's being fucking safe.
Well,
That's the
another
thing.
one.
Here's the thing. Sasha, if you remember correctly, when you were organizing that whole aspect, you brought that aspect of you were able to get like boxes of masks.
Box of
I was one of
masks,
the
hand
first people-
sanitizer.
I was the first person to say I'd be more than happy to have a box on my table of masks for whomever wanted one.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Exactly. But you have to kind of get the idea it's Waynesboro, who they are. They're basically saying, we want to be on good terms with the borough, so if people don't want to wear masks, we're not going to try to enforce it, because if we do, then the borough will be breathing on our backs, and we may not be able to have this con again in the future.
Oh, God, that just put it on hold till things are quote-unquote normal.
Yeah, or until the borough or the people in charge of it are gone, including Bill, that we mentioned earlier, because I've had dealings with Bill, and I'll keep saying his name because I give zero fucks, because fuck Bill.
I don't want to fuck Bill. I don't swing that way. I'm sorry.
I'll get you placated enough, let you watch some of the videos that my roommate used to have. You might reconsider. We'll blindfold you. We'll let you have him squeal like a piggy.
I respect everybody's sexuality. Me personally, nah. I don't want to swing that way.
Fucking Bill.
But
Him and Joe.
What
Joe and Bill. Yeah, I'm dropping names. I give zero fucks. Joe is our Unicron, by the way.
Let me put it like this. If you want to, even though in regards to everything, I needed to update my flyers, I needed to update my business cards, and everything else, I dropped, I don't want to say serious coin, but for sort of my budget range, it is a serious coin that I dropped in order to get, new flyers, new business cards, at least a limited supply of stickers to hand out, and other stuff to hand out as to bring people to my table, and to have this bullshit, thrown in my face because I'm being negative and bringing political stuff up, and I talk too much, is bullshit.
Yep.
yeah,
It is. It is.
Yeah, it is. But you see, I agree with you. You paid all this stuff to get stuff done. And at this point, I'm thinking, I'm looking, it's like, I was talking with Sasha the other night. I was like, do I really still want to do this? But then Shane brought up a good point. And I know about his band and all that issue, but he did make a good point. And then I had to think now, I had to get out of my head a pansy land and go back into my con business mind, which is basically saying you're in here to make a profit, you're here to sell.
Business
Regardless
aside,
of running it, you do your job, and you just make your money, and that's it.
I would also say your stuff's not going to expire. You could always
Exactly.
have it on, and you just want to spend money next time. That's how I always feel when I miss out on something. I'm like,
here's my
I'll
thing
have it for next time.
with Shane and Ashley. And I'm just gonna name names. They both have bands, okay? And what I thought was funny is I was told about Ashley's band first. So I'm like, okay, well, let's schedule Ashley's band for last. To close out the con, have a live band, that's brilliant. Shane, who wants to talk about vendors and making money and everybody try to get along, wants to bring his big dick energy into, well, I need to be the closeout band. I need to be the headliner. And it's like, what? And I was only told about Shane last minute to add him into the schedule. But yet he wants to pull that big dick energy and go, I should be the headliner, blah, blah, blah. Well, here to find out, he only has like 30 minutes of material to play. And it's like, dude, if you only have 30 minutes to play and this person's willing to play an hour, you are not our closeout band. You are the opening act for the closeout band.
Yeah, yes.
But for him to go into a chat and have the nerve, we all need to get along and focus on selling. Yeah, fuck you. And secondly, since they're both punk bands, not very punk of you, Shane.
Wow.
And if you didn't know that before, George, now you do.
I still do, but it's not going to change my opinion of Shane because, I've had a lot of dealings with Shane, and Shane's still pretty cool,
He may be cool, but he's not punk.
But regardless, it's still not going to change my opinion.
And I hate to put it this way, and I hate to be blunt, but I was punk when it was still called Hey Faggot, Hey Tranny. And I am still that punk.
Well said. I am going to let you guys go because it is 9:05 and I have some stuff I want to do, but thank you so much for having me. And
we'll do a one-on-one at some point, Madeline, and stay tuned for that. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll review a movie together if you're interested.
Awesome, yeah.
So check out her film, Spirit Animal. Anything you want to plug before you go?
No, just Spirit Animal. Find me on Facebook, Spirit Animal Movie on Facebook.
Right on. You take it easy, Madeline. But thank you for coming.
Take care.
Thank you guys for having me.
Anytime.
Nice talking to you. All right. Have fun. Bye.
Yep. And now it's just the three troublemakers. My three favorite. George, we didn't get like a formal intro before you came on. I'm kind of disappointed.
No, you're talking and it's like, I gotta talk about this because it's just like...
George is like, I want a double dutch, I want a double dutch, I want a double dutch. So, George, give us your formal intro. You're Rocky Red Panda from Live with Rocky Red Panda.
Well, essentially, yeah, I am Rocky Red Panda from This Week Live with Rocky Red Panda. Yeah, a weekly talk show. So, that's what I do. I actually enjoy it now. I think it's great. Before, it was more like, I got tired of it. Please let me stop. That took a long break to came back and like, now I'm enjoying it because I get to make fun of people in politics and it's great.
So George.
But I do talk about inclusively, like the last episode, I did talk all about what's happening within the Asian community, especially with all of this hate that's happening and the shootings and the people. Yeah, so, I'm just like, it's all fun and play until something bad happens and you gotta talk about it.
Going back to the beginning of the show, because we talked about the racism there.
Correct.
And you've seen my posts about what's going on in Chambersburg. Number one, all those people laughing when they wanted to have had a memorial. Me calling them out, then somebody, a local wannabe wrestler, saying, well, that's slander. How am I slandering someone if I'm using their own words? You know what I mean? That's not slander. And then secondly, getting banned and removed for the group from pointing out all of the racism that's in it. What are your feelings and thoughts on that?
I mean, it's not slander. You're not slandering people because I literally found that post and it's locked. So no one can comment. All they can do is like. So I literally read through that. It's not slander. I'm reading through that post, and I shouldn't say my blood's boiling, but some of those quotes, I'm like, are you serious? And the first people that came to mind out of Chambersburg, I have yet to go there, but let's see.
Well,
but it's all on the list.
I screen grabbed them all.
The Korean bulgogi house in Chambersburg. It's the base. They're Korean. I've heard of the place. I actually know one person that works there. Somehow, somewhere down the line, I forget how long ago, but I know them. And they've always said the best Korean food in Franklin County. I said, well, that's great. I mean, how's it compared to, say, when the Germantown? But that's just like, you're supporting people like them. You're supporting people like the Sapporo, Japanese place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the little place looks like a little western town. You're supporting people like that. People go in. I see people just like the guy you're talking about walk in and say, and it's like, hey, how you doing? And it's like, oh, I'm doing pretty good, Mama. How have you been? Oh, I've been pretty good. And it's like, you still working at the same job? Yep. You know, that you see the interaction, but then you hear that same person speak out against it and say, well, and I'm thinking, wait, hold on a minute. You eat there, you're friends with them, you're a regular, but yet you refuse to support, and you think this is biased? It's like, no, it's not biased. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
You
And what made me mad, George, is that most of these people, and I'm quite sure you're familiar with the Chambersburg area, they work at Volvo, which is just up the road from me. They work at Manitowoc, which is a crane company, again, just down the road from me. They work at Beistel, again, up the road from me. Like, every last one of them shows their work, or where they work. They want to say racist things. They want to make such comments. They want to laugh, react at a true memorial, trying to show not only support, but solidarity with their neighbors. And I don't know, and I feel bad, because I don't know if it's because they feel the same way as the shooter, or because they relate to the shooter, because he looks so much like a good majority of Franklin County, let's be honest. Or because they're just ignorant and bigoted and just want to laugh at people trying to do positive things. And it bugs me, because here are these big companies. Volvo isn't small. Beistel's isn't small. They print a lot of Halloween, New Year's, Christmas goods. You know, a lot of these companies locally are not small. Manitowoc does Grove cranes. You know, these are not small industries, and these are the people that work for them. And just because I point out, hey, here's this person laughing their ass off, and they work for that place. Because when you're online and you show that on your profile, you are a representative of that company, and is that the message you really want to point out?
Yeah, and it just baffles me, you know, because this is my community, and there's a lot of Asian people in this area. Let's talk about Waynesboro. There's the Japanese place downtown, and then there's the Korean lady on the edge of town that makes the best homemade.
And then you have, on the exact polar opposite, Christine's Cafe. And what did they say about our new director of health here in PA, as well as of the United States now? And they're right across the street from where?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got to say about that.
You're still alive there, Chris.
You might have went to the bathroom.
I'm here.
Okay. It just got quiet on your side.
No, it's just, you know, Sasha tends to know how it is when there's a bunch of people talking. I tend to clam up, you know. It's like, I don't want to step over anybody unless it's need to.
Yeah, I completely understand.
But, George, I'm so mad that you weren't here earlier, because I'm like, you know, these are things that you can really answer. You know, because you're of that community. Like, when I heard about the issue, what was the first thing that I did concerning you?
You were worried.
I reached out and checked in with you.
And I told that to my mother. My mother says, you know, she basically says, well, that's sweet. You know, there's not many people out there that would really do that. And I was like, I understand. And, you know, the first thing, you know, I worry about specifically is my dad. My dad is 85, 86 now. He is from Taiwan. He is a first generation here in America. Came here in the 60s. You know, I'm more worried about him because when you hear the tax, it's the elderly or it's the seniors. You know, it's just, you know, something were to happen. I don't know That's just scary. I don't even want to
And
think about that.
here's the whole thing. When COVID happened, and again, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but like when people start calling it as terrible as it sounds, the Kung flu and the China virus, the first thing I did was check on you.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it's kind of funny. Like
we're family.
On Facebook, and one person mentioned that, and it says, "Well, what exactly were they saying to you?" I repeated what they said to me, and immediately after I said that, I get a little pop from Facebook saying, "Oh, your post has been reported." And guess who reported? The person who asked me that question.
Yep. But me, I checked in on you.
Laugh. Because they thought that was funny.
It's like, I can't even count on my one hand how many people reach out to me every time there is a murder within the transgender community.
Yeah.
I have one or two people that hit me up. Like, when I heard about what happened in Philadelphia over the weekend, I only had like 3 people hit me up.
Wait, what happened in Philadelphia?
A trans woman was attacked.
I know the news. Because all I know about what happened in Colorado.
A trans woman was attacked in her own home by somebody who basically was upset because she refused to date them.
Oh, boy.
Fortunately, her mom called. She's still alive, but that's Philly. That's pretty damn close.
That's the city I lived in for 2.5 years.
And to me, that hits home. Because if for those who don't know, I do help with the Lifeline on occasion, be it either online support through chat, because a lot of people always like to give me shit for being on my phone. Well, sometimes I'm on the phone having really serious, in-depth conversations with people, not trying to harm themselves because they're in a bad situation. But the thing of it is that I'm involved with that, and that hits really close.
Well, if you want to talk something pop culture related to racism in a way, I guess you want to call it, someone was talking about John Favreau reportedly wants more control over Mandalorian universe, and Lucasfilm to back off. And I literally commented, what was it? I basically commented, he's done a great job. I mean, give him control. I mean, if George Lucas gave him his blessing, which he did, then his ex-company should back off. That's good enough for me. And that's just fun. And everyone's like, Kennedy doesn't want to lose control, followed by, he knows what it's like to have a perfect near franchise and have the studio immediately canceled because of the Holocaust. And they're saying that she didn't say anything wrong. I'm like, excuse me, she said a lot wrong.
And here's the thing, and granted, I might be in the minority here, but at the end of the day, when you work for a private company, if they're not okay with it, and you're still going to post about it, that's your ass.
I completely agree, because here's the thing. This is Disney we're talking about. And Disney basically says that this is a family-friendly company, and we have to respect that. Anyone that does not meet the Disney criteria will be let go. And she was let go because of that very reason. Because her views and what she posted did not follow the views of what Disney wants.
And what is so sad is that so many people will focus on Disney's horrible, horrible past, be it Song of the South or Walt working with the Nazis. They are clearly trying to move away from that. And people don't want to see that or accept that. Mm-hmm. They still want to accept the 2-finger salute as just something Walt did, when in reality it's airbrushed cigarettes.
Yeah. It just makes no sense.
It doesn't. It's.
I'll say if I might be the minority, a little bit of a minority here, but I'll bring it as a devil's advocate aspect because of some of the sources I follow. in regards to the Gina situation, one of the things I posted up, George might have seen it, Sasha might have seen it because of when that stuff aspects,
Right.
meaning that one person that they were pointing out was not from Mandalorian. This person was a author for the Star Wars universe, and on this person's Twitter feed was all these what can be described as racist remarks against white people and other people, and there was no cancel her in regards to it, and so a lot of folks were like, well, I guess the Force is female and power to women unless you have a different opinion than what Disney wants you to say.
Yeah.
But it's one of the things that I've tried to tell someone like Sasha is that Hollywood, unless you say X, Y, and Z, if the prevailing aspect is, I don't mean to use Sasha as an example. It's like if for whatever reason, now Sasha's trans. If I support trans people, but for some reason Hollywood doesn't want to support trans people, I'm canceled. I'm canceled because of that. If I speak out, hey, I'm going to be on Sasha's live stream this week. Oh, you can't do that. We don't want you to do that. It's because it's a lot of folks in Hollywood will say that, hey, I'm actually a Republican, but I can't say I'm a Republican. I have to say all these pro-democratic or things that go this way if I want my job tomorrow, if I want to keep my acting gig tomorrow, if I want to keep my radio gig tomorrow. If I go against that grain, I'm canceled. And it's a problem. And a lot of times in a lot of circles that the goalpost keeps getting moved. And as Sasha said early in this broadcast, I'm the person that's like, okay, what about this? What about X? What about Y? What about this compelling argument? And it's yes, it might be a pushback, but it's like, okay, I want to be able to be the person that puts that, at least that aspect out there. That way, so someone like Sasha, someone like George is able to say, okay, this is why we think like this. So, and it helps them explain things better. So that's why I tend to be devil's advocate a lot of times. So
well, that's perfectly fine. I accept that. That's the way it should be.
I completely accept that too. You actually did a good job of explaining things better than I did. So kudos.
But here is a fact I want to point out. We're dealing not with the government. We're not dealing with the law of the land. We're dealing with private companies. And when you're dealing with private companies, they have final say. Like, many states are hire at will. They may have a reason for wanting to fire you, but they're not going to disclose that. And it's the same with any job. If you know that your workplace is not okay with something, and yet you're going to continue doing it despite warning after warning after warning, and trust me, from what I understand, certain people have had warnings repeatedly. I mean, there comes a point where it's like, alright, you fucked around, you found out. And that's my whole point. This isn't the government or people. This is a private business saying, this is bad for the bottom line. We're not comfortable with it. Bye.
Yeah. As what Sasha says, is kind of a valid point. Well, there are states where companies could follow you for whatever stinking reason. It doesn't have to be a valid reason like missing too many days or you're a bad worker. For example, I know it's going to be a bad example, but it's granted it's a point I'm trying to make, and it is an example overall. Meaning, if the corporation owns a sports team, and a national sports team, whatever it is, and you're a fan of the opposing team and wear that opposing team's merchandise to work, they have the right to, in essence, fire you for that reason.
Yes, they do.
And is it right? No, they'll make up a reason saying, "Oh, he missed too many, or she missed too many days."
Yeah, but the point is why would you challenge that system? I mean, why work with them if you're okay with that system?
I again, I could be wrong. I'll preference it with that. If I have to put a roof over my head, or if I have a child I need to feed, then I might have to, as much as I don't like it, I have to deal with it.
Yep.
And there are times where I know this is where I push back against someone like Sasha sometimes. It's like you can't go after somebody for being, if you know that a company, you use the same thing. If you know the company owns X team, you can't go after and say, hey, I found out one of your employees is a fan for the opposing team. Why do you condone this? You should fire them because of this. That's a bad reason to do it. It has to be a little bit more. You have to take in a little bit of consideration. They might actually have to feed their children. They might be this. Yes. Do I condone it? No. They're condoning what they're doing. But to go after somebody's livelihood in regards to they might actually want to feed their children. They have children that they would like to support. But to go that way, it might be a bad idea. So, and there might be other routes around that. Therefore, as stated before, I tend to be the Xavier to Sasha's Magneto. It's like there could be better, nicer ways of doing things. So,
Oh yeah.
am I right all the time? Probably not.
And I agree.
No, you're probably not, but. So I kind of agree with you on what you were saying, and it was just, yeah, I agree with you.
Well, it's definitely, a difficult situation in and of itself.
It is very difficult, and it's kind of like, was it? It's like which buttons do you push? It's you just someone's going to be irked, and as Brian Bismuth Comstock is saying, opinions and thoughts, racism, Hitler. We no longer call it coronavirus; we call it China. Ancient Godzilla, Earth confirmed in GVK. Okay. Can you react to the Godzilla vs. Kong trailer Salvation? What do you think, Sasha?
With Godzilla vs. Kong, I'm definitely interested in watching. I'm not 100% on it. I just want to see where it goes and what they do with it as a franchise as a whole.
I'm curious. Here. I mean, am I the only one that thinks King Kong's a little bit bigger than he should be?
Yeah.
Considering the film was set in the 70s, the original one with, Kong, what was it called, Skull Island?
Skull Island, yeah.
But it was set in the 70s, so that's 50 years removed from the current movie. That's a lot of time to grow.
Like this. Either way, I'm still Team Godzilla.
Yep, same.
I love Godzilla, and I will always love Godzilla. You can't take away my kaiju films. I'm sorry, kaiju films are like godsend.
I mean, Kong may have an axe made out of Zilla's descendant, but regardless, it's still King Kong. Or it's still Godzilla, you know what I mean? So I see Zilla walking away from that one.
Yeah.
I'll always be Team Godzilla. Unsurprised. I won't say I'm surprised, but I'm still expecting flack from Sasha in regards to why I don't have the original Kong film in my Voodoo collection, as well as the modern Kong, or at least the Jack Black version of Kong in my Voodoo collection.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm excited to see when the movie comes out what it's going to look like. because I'm a very special visual effects person, and I just want to see how the visual effects were done. And of course, is it going to be perfect? Probably not. It's not going to be perfect.
What happened?
Hmm?
Sasha, are you trying to figure out what's going on with the live stream?
No, dealing with something else in the background.
Apparently, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna turn on my camera, real quick and show you what's coming up on my phone. This is what's coming up on my phone. Can you see it? Oh, there you go.
Yep, it happens.
It finally came back. It clicked back up.
Yeah, because it said a chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successfully reconnected. So, but we're good.
It's a lag.
Okay.
It's typical YouTube.
Don't say I wasn't trying to help out. But said Sasha gives me flack if I step out of line. She yells at me, and I yell back. But as Sasha says that even before everything, Sasha would probably still say, "No, we always will have a drink afterwards. It's helpful."
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yep, indeed.
Let's do this. Back that off. There we go. Did we lose somebody? Did we lose Maggie?
I think.
Maddie?
Yep. Maddie backed out because she had something to do now. We'll probably only go for about another hour here now. We touched on, of course. Let's see. We did Resident Evil. We didn't touch on Snyder Cut. What's everybody's thoughts on Snyder Cut?
I have to watch it. I don't have HBO Max.
George, I know.
You could. There's someone in here that has it, and you could ask for information, and you could watch it, because I'm willing to share said information with said person.
Sure. Somebody. So, in essence, I have to speak to Uncle Tony after everything in regards to
Yeah, I mean...
to get something that has fallen off the back of a virtual truck.
Indeed.
It's perfectly fine, but the way that I explain, the simplest way to explain, by me trying to watch a Snyder Cut without falling asleep, was basically you're taking the movie that was in the theaters, and you're having that same issues that was in the theatric version, but you're now extending it to 4 hours.
Yep.
That's the simplest way of putting it.
And here's my big takeaway. Like, when it comes to that film, if this version would have been released instead of the version that we got, would it have been a more positive review? And I hate to say it, I don't think so.
Because 4 hours, that's way too long. The last time a movie that was relatively that long was Gone with the Wind. And even Gone with the Wind had an intermission in between.
And not to mention anything recently that would be close to that would be Endgame.
Yep.
3 hours and change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that was a hard one to sit through, too.
What was it that Deadpool said? That's just bad writing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at the end of the day, like, when it comes to the Snyder Cut, it's great that, this is finally being released and people can see it. But my problem with the Snyder Cut, straight up and up, is, number one, Zack was replaced. Are you telling me that there was no issues with the second director that wasn't already existent with the first?
Yeah.
I know a lot of
What
stuff
is-
has came out about Justice League and a lot of problems and a lot of social injustices. But I hate to say it, Zack Snyder has some interesting bedfellows of his own. And if he's not problematic, there's something wrong there. Because sometimes we're judged by the company we keep.
The way he puts it is Snyder wanted a superhero film with the epic sweep of something like Lord of the Rings trilogy. But, of course, the Snyder Cut's compulsive references to obscure comic book characters can't substitute for Tolkien's world building. And he's trying to say, I want this to be like Lord of the Rings. I want this to be like the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Well, you gave us 4 hours, yeah. But, you had, in between those 4 hours, let's see, you had a lot of special effects, but you had so many slow motion moments. I was like, please stop. And then you had too much cinematic music. And then you're having introductions to characters that really don't need any more introductions, that he just like, I'm just going to toss it in here. Because, sure, why not? And how many times is Aquaman going to rip his shirt off? And then magically come back, and he has a perfect white shirt.
Yep.
I mean, of course, you're going to get people that want to see Jason Momoa shirtless. I mean, I'm okay with that, but how many times do you seriously need to have that in a movie?
I mean, I'm okay with it too, but he is the male Christina Aguilera, and ew, no, he looks like he's covered in garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Bryson, we already talked about GVK, just very briefly. You're welcome to watch the feedback after it uploads within 24 hours.
Cool.
So yeah, we're done with GVK, we're done with Justice League. WandaVision. Anybody's thoughts on that? Chris, I don't know if you've seen WandaVision or not. Chris. He might have used the latrine. So what are your thoughts on WandaVision, like, now that it's done?
Well, I'm going to put it like my mother. My mother said it blatantly, but after the first 3 or 4 episodes, she felt like this has already been done. I've seen this before. And she's correct. So the idea of WandaVision is you're taking all of these old sitcoms from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, and you're turning this into a Marvel masterpiece. And of course, you're getting all of these fans, these people that probably never grew up with shows like Leave It to Beaver, Bewitched, or Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. They're finally saying, oh, this is amazing. I didn't know you could make shows like this.
Yep.
And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so you've never seen Full House? You've never seen Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? What about Bewitched with Samantha? Yeah, have you seen that? And then he's like, what's Bewitched? Exactly. For the older generation, the millennials and older, we've seen stuff like this happen already, but it's a great idea. I mean, Marvel is actually doing something with their television line, and I think that if they continue in the direction that they're currently going, I think they got something. They got something.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I missed out. I learned a lesson due to the fact that do not drink 3 liters worth of flavored water, sparkling water, and expect not having to pee a lot.
So yeah, we're talking about WandaVision.
Okay.
Have you seen it yet?
Yes, I have. And I've seen the first episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier, or whatever it's called.
So what do you think of WandaVision?
I'd say it was tough for me to get past the first episode or 2. I mean, it was real hard because I think it was a lot of it fell on the pace. I understand what they were trying to do, just that the pacing, kind of hurt it, and I think that's why a lot of people were like turned off. It was because of the pacing. They expected something along the lines of Winter Soldier, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. That's what they expected. Something action packed, something completely through to keep them entertained. This was something completely different and new to a lot of folks. And once I'd say the writers kind of decided, once they found out, because I think they were listening to, I won't say they were listening to the fans, but they were listening to what the fans were saying in regards to theories and all that. And so they decided, let's do it with this and let's mess with the fans. And I think that might have pissed off some fans. I like what they did, but they could have, instead of going right, they went left.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, like I was telling Sasha, I like what they're doing, but this is not completely original. This is not something completely new. As I was telling Sasha, my mother said that I've seen this before. Basically, they're using all the old sitcoms in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s and making it into a Marvel version, but keeping the same aspects of what some of the sitcoms were, like Bewitched. There's a Bewitched intro, and it's like...
I heard that, and I would say this, George, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
You're good.
in essence, your mom's right. Your mom's right. It's not just she's right. She might be wrong, but she's also right, meaning that this isn't the first time. I'm sure other sitcoms, whether it be Step by Step, Bosom Buddies, or other shows in the past, have done their versions of Brady Bunch, Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie, etc., etc., etc. They've done their own versions of this, and complete with intro. And so they're not. So that's where I say your mom's right, and where and also how she's wrong. It's not the first time it's been done before. So she does have a valid point, and I could agree with that. There's other people that other shows have done that in past. I'm sure Step by Step and others have done all the way down the line.
Yep.
Especially in the 80s and 90s. I can't put my finger on it, but I'm sure there's been an episode or two. I think Dinosaur, even the now it's Disney, but I'm sure the show back in the late 80s, early 90s, Dinosaurs probably parodied stuff like that. So it's not the first time.
Yeah, it won't be the last.
And it won't be the last.
No, it won't.
And I liked what the story tried to give. Somebody dealing with grief, going into their favorite things, because I hate to quote the show, but what is grief but love enduring? And that was poignant, having gone through grief, having seen people go through grief. It's, to me, at least from that mental health aspect, that made sense, but I've seen it before.
Yeah.
I didn't see the mental health take, but I have seen that type of show before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen it.
So, Captain America, well, not Captain America yet, but Falcon and Winter Soldier. What did you think, George?
I've watched, but I'm just not really hooked on to it, because you're talking to someone who grew up with the first, with Captain America, the original Captain America, the first one when it came out, and it was set in World War II, and it was my eyes were like, I love this, and then you got to actually see Senior Tony Stark, and he's making all these. I was like, it was great. I thought it was fantastic. It's like you can't mess with the original Steve Rogers, and then of course, and then that was Chris Evans, and of course then this comes out because they're saying, well, and it's like, this is not Chris Evans. It's just not the same. It's like I don't know what to say. And here in the background, they're saying, well, they want to bring Chris Evans back and make a Captain America series for Disney Plus with Chris Evans. And I'm thinking, actually, I would watch that more than I would watch The Winter Soldier,
Well, with me, I read the whole comics series that led up to this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's based on an actual comic series where
Correct.
Cap retires and he passes the shield on to Red Falcon saying, hey, you're in charge.
Yes.
And of course, a lot of people don't want to see Red Falcon be the new Captain America for various civil and social reasons, as you can imagine. And so the government appoints their own Captain America, but he has ties with Hydra and everything else, as you find out on down the pipe. And it becomes its whole own conflict where here's the person appointed by OG Cap to be Cap versus the one that the government and the public would prefer, but in reality is a sleeper Hydra agent. And it becomes a whole thing, and eventually Old Man Cap gets involved and somehow manages to become Young Cap again. And I think that's what the show's building up to. We just have to wait for it to make it poignant. But it's going to be a poignant story about who the true heirs of the Shield should be. It's not so much that it's a super soldier, it's the meaning and the definition behind the symbol, not the symbol itself.
Now, to get off with this, well, what do you think, Chris?
Well, I understand. Me personally, I'm pretty much in the same boat as Sasha. I'm not familiar with the comics, but I am familiar with a little bit of the history behind of what happened. That Cap pretty much, I think it was in the 90s that it happened, late 90s.
Yeah.
Cap, handed over the shield to Falcon for a little while, and there was that handoff. And I think now it's like, okay, I get it. To me, there's no issue with that. It's like, hey, it was originally what happened. Whereas, I have no issue with it. I want to see it happen. But I think they're trying to issue like two different storylines because I'm kind of familiar with. I didn't read it myself, but what happened recently within the past few years, in essence, Steve Rogers' Hell Hydra moment in the comics, which turned out to be just a mind control thing because fans didn't really like that, so Marvel had to kind of back their asses up in regards to that. But I want to see how it goes. I'll give it a little bit, but again, it's a little bit of it's action-packed, but it's a slow start. I'll say this: it does touch up on a lot of issues, whereas or it brings it up as like with the people behind it showing what might happen in the lives of some superheroes. For those of you out there, Sasha, how much do you want me to spoil this? Oh, heck, I'll say it like this: possible spoilers if you haven't seen it already. There's Falcon brings his sister to a bank to help consolidate things, and we kind of see like the hero worship. It's like, hey, you're the Falcon, but we're not going to approve you for long because even though you have a job, we don't, you don't really have the income we're looking for. But you mind if I take a selfie? Doing a wing thing, this, that, and other thing. It's that aspect. It's like, even he brings up, I'm a soldier. I have an income here, but it's not the income they're looking for.
Yep.
You can look at it as much as you want to, and however you want to look into it. Was it because of the color of their skin or the aspect? But it's you can look at it various ways and take it with what you will. But I saw it as not so much a race issue, but the aspect of, yeah, you're a hero. Everybody knows you're a hero. So what kind of income you bringing in? That sort of aspect. Or despite the fact that here's my business, I'm a military. I have an income coming in. I'm just want to make sure I'm moving the business into a new direction. I needed more income, consolidate everything, and bring it in. There's this issue, which is great. It's a great aspect.
Yep.
And a great dynamic to go through because it just affects everybody. everybody understands it, and they're taking the aspect of, okay, what kind of income have you earned in the past 5 years? Because this show takes place after the blip, after everybody got I want to say a few months after everybody got reassembled, if you will, a few months after Endgame.
Yep.
And therefore, that's what the bank says. What have you been doing? I got in essence blipped back in. I just got reformed. What do you mean 5 years? I haven't. Well, that's an issue. Things change. Like, he has a valid response. Like, what about the other people that just got phased back in? They have to rebuild their lives. You're telling me that you're going to be denying them too? That it's a valid point and something that no matter who the character was, it would be a valid thing to bring up and a curious. It's an interesting dynamic to go through too. It's because I'm sure many people have thought about that little bit of details. Like, okay, what happens to people that want to, start up their businesses again? They've been gone for 5 years, and here's a perfect, way of introducing more than one dynamic all in one scene. So I liked how they did that. So.
Well, now that we're on the topic of Marvel, have you seen the upcoming list of what they're trying to bring out for 2021? I mean, you have Black Widow, Shang-Chi, Eternals, Spider-Man: No Way Home. And that's just a list. You have Loki. You have a Loki series coming out to Disney Plus coming sometime this year. You have another series, which is What If series coming out this year. Eternals. There's just so much. And then, in all of this, we're talking about a Agent Woo televised series for Disney Plus. And I would watch Agent Woo. A whole series about Agent Woo.
Same here. I'd be interested to see what the series about Agent Woo would be.
I mean, it's if you've seen him in Ant-Man, it's just hilarious. It's like,
especially his little role in WandaVision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
it's like, I need to see your dad. Oh, my dad's very sick. Well, how sick is he? Well, he's throwing up buckets. Is it really that bad? Yes. I don't care. I need to see him right now.
And in regards to, I think it came out today, or as of us streaming today, that Disney saying, something like the Black Widow is going to be on Disney Plus.
With a premium
Folks
package.
Folks at home, let me inform you in regards to this, as somebody who has Disney Plus subscription. They have Disney. I'm going to bring it up right now, even though I'll come back to it and pick it up, because I do want to. I will pick up Men in Black 2 for $7.99. That way I could complete the movie collection. But there was a new movie that came out, and it's called Raya.
Mm-hmm.
Raya. Yep.
Raya. Then I am pronouncing it correctly. The Last Dragon. I want to see it, but I do not want to pay Disney Plus another $30 plus tax just to see it, because I'm a subscriber. It's like, wait a minute, you're making this available for Disney Plus, exclusively for Disney Plus subscribers. I paid you money for it, and I have to pay you another $30 on top of everything just to see this movie?
Allow me to interject, because they did the same thing with, on top of my tongue, they did the same thing with Mulan.
1984?
No, they did the same thing with Mulan. And I get it, because they're still pushing for a theatrical release. In fact, it's in theaters, the ones that are open, the precious few that are open, many of which are mom, pop, drive-in type situations, which are just now opening up. Raya right now, you can go down to the Alamo in Winchester and see, just for the ticket alone, is less than a tenner. And I say support your local mom and pop theaters. And even if you don't want to go to a mom and pop, go to the Alamo. It's a tenner. Go watch it. Eventually, it will be on Disney Plus for free. We just have to wait a couple of months. But they want to try to recoup their losses in making the movie because they're so used to a theatrical release bolstering most of their income. And so are the mom and pop movie theaters. So are the Alamos. Like, even the Alamo, if you go online right now, a lot of the locations, because they're not a franchisee, are facing bankruptcy issues. I don't want to lose movie theaters. I love movie theaters. So if you have the availability to do it, go do it. If not, wait until it's free on Disney Plus. Because last I checked, Mulan is now. So is a bunch of other movies. You just have to wait. As far as HBO Max goes with other stuff, I imagine eventually it'll be there. But at least Disney is saying, hey, for the first 3 or 4 months, if you want to invite your buddies over for $30 and watch Raya or Black Widow, you guys can and consider it like pay-per-view. Or you guys can go to the local theater and see it for a tenner a head. Either way, we're still making money. But at least when you pay that tenner a head, it's going to a mom and pop theater that probably after a year of really not showing movies needs it more than Disney.
Right.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason. I know we kind of touched on it earlier, Sasha, is that, and then, again, we have a little bit of different reviews in regards to Joe Bob Briggs. Part of me is like, not just on, despite everything. It's like, wait a minute, it's an event being put on by a mom and pop drive-in theater. In a way, part of that, if there's an admission, I'm supporting a drive-in theater. If I don't look at it like that. I'm going to see a buddy, I'm supporting a drive-in theater at the same time.
Watch it at home by yourself. But a lot of the restrictions have changed. If you and your buddies have gotten both COVID shots and you guys want to follow precautions, why don't you all spend that $30 and watch it at home together?
Mm-hmm.
Or go to the Alamo and make an evening of it. Again, just my 10 cents. I used to work in cinemas. I know how hard it can be even during heavy times. I can only imagine how hard it is during lean times, especially after many theaters had to fully complete their conversion or lose business by, 3 or 4 years ago. And so to have spent for those costly conversions, and then suddenly COVID happens and you're kind of stuck. Disney is asking $30. HBO is probably asking $30. I don't know. I don't touch the stuff unless I ask my Uncle Tony. Or as I say, the boy toy to let me borrow his. But you get what I'm saying. It's
right.
You got to feed the beast one way or the other.
That's why I understood back a few years ago when Berkeley Theater here in Martinsburg upped their prices. I think it was by $2 for it was like $3 for matinee, $5 for everything past 4 p.m. Now it's for matinee $5 matinee. Everything past 4 is like $7, which is still relatively cheap. But I understand because they redid all their seats, and they upgraded their viewing, to whatever the current things are. So I get that. And prior to everything starting to come back, when theaters were allowed to open up, we don't have anything right now, but we're able to get X, Y, and Z. And if you want to come down and watch X, Y, and Z until we get new content in, come on down. We're more than happy to see these movies that you might have missed out on the big screen.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, that's a hustle. I get that. Fortunately, during this time, I had my problems in regards to being holed up and not having an income. It's like I would have, definitely if I had still was working and didn't have to be at home bandaged up, I would have walked down. Here's my $5. I'll sit my ass in the seat for a little while, give me a bucket of popcorn. I'll be more than happy to support you. Your mom and pop theater.
Yep. And that's the thing. Like, a lot of mom and pops were open through all of this. There's a place up toward Carlisle that has been open the whole time. That's where I saw Unhinged and a couple other movies. Alamo has been open throughout COVID. Because a lot of people's like, oh, well, that's the end of movies. No, it's not. I mean, there were still movies coming out. Places like Alamo and the place up in Carlisle do revivals all the time. I'll pay, or the boy toy will pay a couple of bucks to go watch a revival of something he's never seen. Like this past weekend, he's never seen Little Shop of Horrors with Rick Moranis, the original musical. And somebody was showing not only the extended cut, but the original cut, or the theatrical cut. And so we watched both. And it was $5 for both ways, He's like, wow, I'm really glad we went to see that, and we helped a small business out. And yes, there was arranged seating. Like, him and I could sit side by side, but there was still at least 3 or 4 seats between us and the next person, or those behind us. You know what I mean? It was arranged. Everybody had to wear masks unless you were eating food. You had to wear a mask if you were getting up to use the latrine. It still can be done, but they have limited seating,
Yeah, even back in, this was before everything went down last year, and the local theater, I wouldn't say theater, the local Apollo Theater here in town had, for one Halloween, they were airing the original Night of the Living Dead on the big, granted it was just like a DVD being played onto the big screen. It's like, well, I've never seen it. I've seen Night of the Living Dead, 15 different times, if not more. But I've never seen it on the big screen. So, you know what? I'm going to spend, $5-10 for admission, donation, and watch it on the big screen. Because I've never seen it on the big screen. I want to see it on the big screen.
And you want to hear something interesting about Night of the Living Dead? That was all profit for them. Because when George Romero made the movie, he goofed on the copyright. So that technically is something free, copyright free, it's free domain. Anybody can play it, show it, display it, make copies of it, and make a profit on it without express written consent from the rights holder because of a small screw-up when George made the pressing back in the day. Not our George, but George Romero, of course. It's in the public domain. So whoever did that, Chris,
which is,
sucks for George Romero and his estate, but great for that movie theater because that's 100% profit. All he needed was a copy and a way to play it. Whereas now, like for example, let's say I wanted to run a screening of Alien, I'm going to have to pay Disney for the rights if they'll even let it out of the vault right now. And then I have to have the theater to show it, and it's all cost. But if I want to show Night of the Living Dead or Night of the Leeches, which again also in the public domain, I think the original Blob with Steve McQueen is in public domain. I'll have to double check. But unless I'm showing something that's in public domain, theaters are barely making a profit. And that's why a lot of revivals are really, really cool, because a lot of the films that you'll find that they're doing revival of are in the public domain. So it's 100% profit for the theater.
Which is always good. I'm always down for that, because it gives a chance. I know that despite everything, let's take Toho. I'm sure they got offices here in the States.
Oh yeah.
For the sake of distribution, but if a theater like Berkeley Theater was like, I want to do they said, all right, on this particular Sunday between 8 and 12, we're going to have a Godzilla, a kaiju marathon. One, my ass is going to go. Yep. Number one. Number two is like, I'm sure Toho would be the type of company like, go ahead here, here, do it,
You'd be
go ahead, do it.
surprised.
But I'm just using them for an example. But you have other companies that would be like, oh, fuck no. We ain't doing that. Or they're be like, okay, we want X amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of it being, like, to use what you're leaning to, like, Toho might charge. Instead of it, like, Toho might say, okay, give us, I'm lowballing. I'm going to lowball it. Give us $2,000. Whereas a company like Disney might say, for a bunch of movies, give us $50,000. If you can understand the point I'm trying to make here. Whereas like a theater like Berkeley, like, you know what, we're not going to deal with Disney and have them say that. We'll deal with, Toho, because if we lose money, we're only out whatever audience we're going to bring in. It's only $1,000 or it's only $2,000. It's not like we're going to be out $50,000 or $100,000. It's only two. We can make that up with
as we go.
A blockbuster, you know.
But like with Toho, for example, I mean, it was a bad example because I don't know if you've ever read up much on how they license out the characters. It is a
no. I just wanted to use them as
example. Yeah, I know.
The characters themselves. I mean, the movies.
But this is something that I've always found interesting with Toho. I'm quite sure you remember the Godzilla cartoon from like the 70s into the 80s.
Yeah, I remember that.
Godzilla and Godzuki. You ever notice how there's no other Toho monsters in it?
Mm-mm.
They license every Toho monster, be it your Mothra, your King Ghidorah, as independent from Godzilla. So if you make a Godzilla show and you only buy the license for Godzilla, don't expect to get Mothra and everybody else unless you're paying for each one of those licenses. Which is what's so interesting with Legendary doing their Godzilla films, like with King of Monsters. After they saw the success of the first Godzilla in 2014, like of the new series, and King Kong Skull Island, they actually had the money to say, hey, let's get the rights for King Ghidorah and everything else. And that was their biggest expenditure, just trying to get the rights to all the monsters they wanted to feature. Because Toho's going to charge you for each one. I will be surprised in G versus K if we have any other monsters out of Godzilla and Kong. I will be surprised. Because that's how it works. Especially when you're dealing with Toho. They will license each monster out because they feel that each monster has its own price.
Yeah.
And again, just so you're aware.
Stop me.
I see him. I'm already on it.
I should be in chat looking at stuff, but I am window shop. I'm geek window shopping. I shouldn't be geek window shopping. Somebody stop me.
Hey, I already geek window shop. I just bought a Bluetooth keyboard for my computer, so I just window shop. So I spent more than I really should have because I bought an $1,800 camera. So at least my Rode microphone was packaged QA station by last name Liu, L-I-U, which is my last name, so I got a good microphone.
Well, as I was saying earlier, they have microphones pretty cheap at Walmart. That's the one I'm using right now.
Cool. I'm not using a microphone. I'm using what's internal on my computer. And it's like, well, after setting up my dad's computer earlier, I'm like, I computer it out. I just need to do something.
As a geek, I tend to be I have real expensive tastes.
You do?
Real expensive. Yeah. George, have you ever held a $10,000 piece of art in your hands before?
Well, I have held I don't know if it's $10,000, but I held a piece of artwork that was scribbled on a napkin by Andy Warhol in a frame, and he wanted $10,000 for it, signed and autographed. Yeah, so I can say I have. I wanted it, but I couldn't afford it, and I couldn't have it.
I
The reason
think
why I said that is because one particular year I was at Baltimore Comic Con and Michael Turner was there, rest his soul, and one of the books that they were selling his art there because he was the guest of honor, and he had I had to look and I had the money at that particular time, so I was thinking of buying a page. One of the books that I had to open up, and it was showing every page, and the person's like, dude, every page in there is no less than 10 grand. I was like, no, the guy came off as rude because it was like, I was going, how much is this one? Oh, that one's 15 grand. How about this one? Oh, that's 10 grand. Oh, by the way, just to let you know, nothing in that book is less than 10 grand. I was like, oh, ow.
Yeah.
So, and turns out, later that day when I went back to actually buy one of the cheaper stuff that I had money for, Michael pretty much ignored me. His handler pretty much ignored the hell out of me. I was like, you know what? Screw you two. I look up, I see Billy Tushy's sitting at his booth, no one at it. I walked over there, got a piece of art off of him for a decent price, and he was like, dude, I'm going to buy you dinner if you're here later.
Billy Tucci is nice. My friend Britt met him at the con, and she was working for the Wikipedia booth at the time, and she's like, dude, if you draw something, I'll trade you one of my sketch cards for your sketch card. And he's like, I don't think I've ever done a sketch card. Here. And she handed him a blank sketch card. It's like, make me something. And he's like, okay, if you make me something in return. And now they talk to each other a lot online. And I'm just like, that's what artists should be like. Not like the one you explained, because that sounds like a real dick.
Yeah. Let me put it like this. When I saw him in person back in 2019, I hadn't seen him in years. Even though I'm friends with him on Facebook, I haven't seen him in years. He just looked up and went, "Hi, Chris." I was like,
yeah.
Billy knows my name, man. It was like, dude. And I hadn't seen him personally in years. And for him to say something like that, I was like, dude, that is awesome. So, granted, Chris is a popular name, but still, for him to recognize me and actually know my name and that's awesome. That's a great experience. And if I had my camera up or was screen, Sasha has the ability to stream everything else. Right behind me is the Wonder Woman litho that I picked up at that year that he did. Initially, it was like a Kickstarter promo piece that he did. And it was like, and I missed out on it. And it was like, when I saw it at his booth, I was like, hey, Billy, how much is the Wonder Woman litho that you got there? And he's like, oh, that's $20. I'm like, I got $20. Yeah. He's like, let me sign that for you. And he signed it. And I'm like, awesome.
I think the only rude artist I've met was my idol, who I grew up with, because I grew up in, when I was in high school, I would get the Washington Post daily because I needed to read Liberty Meadows. Liberty Meadows was created by the Frank Cho. And he was the reason why I went to become a comic artist, because I just loved Frank Cho. Well, I met him in person. We went to Frank Cho. We specifically went to Baltimore Comic Con, and all I really wanted was to see Frank Cho and get some things signed. Well, I got some things signed. He's like, but I want to ask some questions. I just wanted to say, hi, it's nice to meet you. And he's just there. He comes 20 minutes late, and he's like, okay, sign. He looks at my newspaper. What's this? He changes from Sharpie to a ballpoint pen. He signs it. That's free. Whatever. I was like, he really didn't care. I was like, yeah, okay. You're one of my favorite artists, and okay, all right, you don't care.
In essence, dismissed me like nothing. you know, I get it. And it's like, there have been times I've went to Baltimore. I forgot the artist's name. I forgot who he was working on. He was one of, at the time, it's like, he just walked, you know, I was just wandering by, and he said, come here. I'm like, what? He's like, how's your day going, man? And we had like a 30-minute conversation about cosplayers. You know, just shooting the shit. You know, we call over, come here, tell us about your outfit. You know, it was just a blast. It's like, he didn't have to call me over to chit-chat. He just wanted somebody to talk to for about 15, 20 minutes.
Yep.
You know, that's awesome. And I got something signed from him. It's like, let me get something, fuck it, I'll get something off your table. You know, like, dude, that's a way to hustle.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'll admit, Sasha doesn't like Brian, doesn't like Bob Camp. I completely understand why. But when I was at, what was that? I was it was the first year selling at Ocean City Comic Con. And I literally walked by Bob Camp. He looks over and in the back here, I'm hearing that Don't Piss on the Electrical Fence song being sung. I was like, Ren and Stimpy. And I look over, and there's this guy, and there's Bob Camp. And it's like, hey, I guess you like my singing. I was like, that's Ren and Stimpy. And it's like, yeah, I actually did Ren and Stimpy. I did the art for Ren and Stimpy. I was like, really? So then for the next 25 minutes, when I should have been in at my booth, I was talking with Bob Camp about reminiscing over Ren and Stimpy, and he was telling me about the Christmas episode and Stimpy trying to find his lost tooth. And it's like, okay, yeah, all of that time, and he was sitting there drawing and making me a powder toast man sketch card, and I was like, that was cool. You know, it's about people that actually care and listen and want to, you know, interact with the fans, like instead of just being completely blasphemous and rude and they're like, I could give a care. I'm just gonna sign here. It was just like I met the voice actor who did Pinky and the Brain. He actually created Pinky and the Brain. He looks like the Brain, and he basically says he had a bunch of pictures off the side to sign. It's like, would you like an autograph? Here. He just hands one, and it's already signed. Have a nice day. And it's like, you got paid to be here, but he doesn't really want to be here. He could care less.
Yep.
That's one of the tales I tell a lot of folks, and is regards to what happened with me at AwesomeCon a few years ago. And it was an event where they had the voice, one of which is the voice actor who did Pinky, I think Pinky. He's also one of the people that voiced one of the original Ninja Turtles.
Yep.
And I got myself signed by him and a bunch of the other voice actors that were there, and they all kept telling me the same thing. Go to Brian T's booth, get signed by him, because he's going to be playing the live-action Shredder in the sequel.
Yeah.
And I was kind of hesitant about it, not because of who he was, just that, you know, the live-action sequel, you know, one of those type of things.
Mm-hmm.
But as I walked by, it's like, well, his booth is going to be right next to, you know, the guy that I'm going to be seeing anyway to get an autograph. I'll see how much he's asking for autographs. And turns out Brian T was about $50 for his autograph. I checked my pocket. It's like, I wonder how much I'm going to have left. $40. Like, you know what? I can't. You know, I'm going to be short 10. And his handler, Brian's handler, looks at me and is like, what's the matter? I'm like, I was considering Brian signing, you know, I pull up this out and I show it to her, having Brian sign it, but I'm $10 short. And she's like, dude, that's awesome. She kind of taps Brian on the shoulder to get his attention because he was talking to somebody. And he said, she goes, Brian, look what he would have had you sign. He looks at, he's like, show him. I showed him, and he's like, his eyes went big. Like, he looked at me and went, I want to sign that. And I'm like, dude, I'm $10 short, you know. I don't have the money for it. And he's like, I don't care. I want to sign that. And he turns to his handler. He's like, you're not $10 because I want to sign that. But there was a minute there where I think it's part of, because he's of Japanese heritage. There is that aspect of respect.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And I wanted to respect him. He's like, listen, I don't want to do you dirty in any way, shape, or form. And him being of his upbringing, was trying to show me respect at the same time. And it was like that clash of niceness and politeness, And eventually he won out. I'm like, oh, okay, you get to sign this. But it was still an awesome experience, And he was a real nice guy. And he was something like, I want to sign that. Give me that. I want to sign that now. So.
Well, the fact that you had that back and forth was enough to meet not only your honor code, but his. The fact so much that, hey, I'm interested in doing this, but I don't have enough money, and him saying, yeah, but I'm going to supersede that. It's the philosophy, and I can't remember what we called it back in the day, but if you offer, if something's offered to you, and you decline because of this, but they still offer, it's more rude not to accept than it is to accept. And it sounds like you shut down the first offer, no, I don't really have that money. But when the second offer came up, and he's like, no, I really honestly want to sign that as mutual respect to each other, you did the right thing.
Yeah.
So don't feel bad about it. From that culture and that background and having some experience, you did the right thing, Chris.
You did the right thing.
Right. It's like I wanted to show him respect, It was like a little bit. He understood that I was being polite and respectful, and I understood where he was coming from. It's like overall, walking away understanding a little bit. It's like, wait a minute, it's like, I know it sounds wrong, but it's like, his upbringing and later coming to realize that he was probably going through something similar, that he wanted to be respectful and through his being polite and everything else, while I was trying to be the same thing on my end and not really insult him or everything else. So it turned out to be either way, it turned out to be a wonderful experience.
You honored each other, and that's the biggest takeaway from that type of thing, is when you have honor for each other. You guys acted and behaved in a way that made you classy.
Yeah.
Where you weren't trying to lord over each other, but were being respectful of each other. And that culture, especially if he's from Japanese descent, that is a big deal to them. It doesn't matter if he is a police officer and you're a janitor, you still give the same respect to each other. And it sounds like you did, and that's what matters the most. If that makes sense. I hope I'm using the right words.
Mm-hmm. You are. I mean, it kind of proves, if we want to talk about something like that locally, let's talk about Ken Hunt. Ken Hunt is just, I actually was at the Lincoln in Gettysburg, which you definitely need to check out sometime. They're going to probably do it again this year. But Lincoln, I was selling next door to him. I did something. I forget what it was. I did something for someone. And he was with his wife. And I've never actually sat and talked to Ken Hunt before then. And after that, Les Blake borrowed something too. And then after that, she comes back and says, I want to thank you guys for letting me borrow this. And you did a really nice thing for that young girl. So in response, I want you to come over and pick any print from Ken Hunt that you wish. I was like, wow, this is just a thank you because you did such a good job. I was like, wow, it's just showing that respect. I learned a lot from Ken Hunt because whenever there's a little girl or someone walks over and it's like, it's like maybe 5 or 6, like, go ahead, you can pick whichever print you want from Ken, and Ken will sign it for you. Don't worry about cost. I'm thinking, I take that same respect. My respect for Ken just went so much higher after that,
Yeah, and I mean, I love Ken Hunt. I love Dan Noakes for the same reason. We both get along with Ken and Dan pretty well. Because they're very respectful people.
Yeah.
They're real artists. In fact, I got a very lovely email from Ken the other day because I love the artwork of Bernie Wrightson. Like, it is my favorite artwork.
Yeah.
And I told him, because he was working on some pencils for a horror thing, and I don't know if it was like a Frankenstein or a vampire that he was working on. It was a post a while back. And I wrote him this really detailed, because granted, yes, my vision's shitty these days. Really shitty. But I was able to say, hey, well, with this line work and this reminded me really of a lot of Bernie Wrightson, and your artwork is way better than the way that you're presenting itself. And I said, I wish that there were still horror comics out there, like to the day that Bernie used to do horror comics or illustrated classics, because if it were up to me, I would have you as my artist if I had that kind of money. And I had got like a full page response where I've never had anybody tell me something like that. You were very detailed. You know, you literally said that you don't come from a place of art, but you seriously have an eye for it. And he's just like, thank you so much. He's like, I have never gotten a compliment like that. And the fact that you bring up old school horror comics and Swamp Thing and Hellblazer, he's like, a lot of people don't talk about that stuff towards me. And he's like, I really have an interest in it, and I hope we can maintain a friendship. And I'm like, 100%. You know what I mean? Because that's right up my alley. And it just really meant a lot off the compliment for that.
I got a similar reaction out of John Cassidy one day when I saw. This was again a good number of years ago when I saw him. What I mean by that is maybe I want to say close to almost 9 years ago when he was at Baltimore again, and because I have it's not up now on the wall, but I had it up at the time. I got a decent piece of his page art for a good many years, and part of it was like the character was looking through a telescope and he saw stars, and I always wondered how he managed to do the stars in that scene. Mm-hmm. And I figured if I ever saw him again, I'd ask him how he did the stars, from an artist. And I approached, had a couple of things I wanted to sign. We signed them. He said, because part of it that I use as a catch-all for signings is a sketchbook. He's like, I'm not really doing anything sketches like that. I said, John, that's not what I'm here for. If you sign, that's all I'm here for. But I do have a question for you. He's like, what's the question? I said, John, I'm one of the lucky few that owns one of your pages. And I said, the page I own is from this particular, issue and comic and issue, and it shows the character looking through a telescope at stars. I was wondering how you managed to do the stars. And his eyes, one of those reactions, like no one actually asked him how he drew something or how he actually did that. Wow. And it was like something like finally somebody who appreciates the artwork. He's like, the body language, like, finally somebody asked me about, my art, the process. He's like, it was one of those things like you could tell that he wanted to answer that, and he was looking for someone to ask a question like that. He's like, yeah. Oh, basically it was white paint on a toothbrush. I was like, a toothbrush? And it was just like this big grin on his face, like, yeah, toothbrush. Who knew? Wow. But it was that aspect of like it was something that it was like a secret that he wanted to tell somebody, and it was his body's like, yeah, somebody asking me, about how I drew something, the process, and
well, what you do is,
even though I can't draw with a damn, it's like I'm curious of how this was done, how, the process of, the who, what, when, where, and how.
You dip the tip of the toothbrush in the white paint, and what you do is you take your thumb and you move back and just let the bristles fly, and it splatters against the canvas. That way it makes stars.
Huh. I mean, that's pretty cool. I would never thought of doing that.
That's how they used to do it before, like, those little tiny airbrushes were really cheap.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Chris. I just wanted to explain, because it sounded like George was like, whoa, wait, a toothbrush? How? And I wanted to explain, because I've seen it done before.
No. You explained it perfectly well, and then my art mind just went like an explosion. I was like, dude, now I want to try that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that aspect. It's like toothbrush. Even though again I'm not an artist in any way, shape, or form, it's like a toothbrush. Really? He's like, yeah, a toothbrush. Who knew? It's just something that kind of that smile and something that even someone like Ken Hunt might say is like, yeah, a toothbrush. Who knew, right? You wouldn't think of a toothbrush, did you? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Yeah.
That it was a playful. There was no accusations. Like something that, yeah, here's somebody that wants to talk to me about not. I can't believe it. You drew this character like this, and well, he's supposed to look like that, and like. But here's somebody that's like, how did you draw it? What? What did you use? And meaning it's like, yeah, I used a toothbrush and white paint. Toothbrush. Yeah. Mind blown. It just. I'm going to start telling people, think about it. Stars, toothbrush, white paint. And
Yeah.
even you, George, were like, toothbrush. Wow.
Well, I kind of knew the paintbrush technique, because that's a technique I learned from, I believe, not Bob Ross. You take the paint on the paintbrush, and then what you do is you can flick it onto the canvas, and it gives you the aspect of like rain. I learned that from Bob Ross. But toothbrush. I mean, that's like mind blown.
Right. It a lot of times that's what a lot of the artists want to be asked.
Mm-hmm. He engaged me other than your art is cool, I like Batman, bye. And he's like, no, here you are talking about something that's up my alley that I wish still existed. And I said, well, not all of us are fans too. I said, some of us enjoy some of the things you like, and we can talk and relate to you on a deeper, more meaningful level. And I said, I'm glad to be able to provide that, and I'm sorry you've never had that before.
Oh, wow. It's like, what was that? I mentioned something out of blue to Shane. I was like, I bet you won't have DC's The Bewitching Hour. And he looked at me and said, I have Bewitching Hour. You should have asked me. It was like, no one, when you talk about horror, it's like Bewitching Hour. It's like, I love the Bewitching Hour about DC Comics, and I used to collect it. I still do. But I only collect from 1970 and before. I refuse to read any of that newer stuff from 70 on into the 80s. I just like the old ones. They're like the two witches on the broom flying through the sky and stuff like that. I don't know. There's something about it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, just don't get me started on Shane again. He still has my butter toasted at the moment.
I just like it as butter toasted.
It's just, it's like seriously, you're a local punk band. It's great that you went to go record in New Jersey. Ooh, do you know how many punk bands I hang out with that aren't as pretentious, that actually have record deals and things of that nature? And you want to headline with a 30-minute set. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way, buddy. Sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. Mm-hmm. The ego alone is just... It's like, I'm sorry.
All of us that's right now in this chat agree on one thing, that we're all excited for Harrisburg Comic-Con, Poppin' Comic-Con, only because when Andrew announced it, I was like, finally, they're getting back all of the guests. But I like to say, take this moment of solitude. Let's see, to say there's going to be one guest that will not be there. That was the voice of Goku, who passed away this past year due to, what was it? I think it was due to COVID-19.
Yeah.
He passed away. And I was sad to hear that, because I really wanted to meet him, and it's just like, well, he's gonna get everyone else returning except the voice of Goku,
Well, what trips me out is here it is, not even April yet, and they're already announcing guests for, 6 months out?
Mm-hmm.
That is how you do a con.
Yeah.
That is how you do a con.
Yeah. That's the guy thing, that Kirby Morrow. Kirby Morrow. Yeah.
Wait, that was the Ocean dub.
Mm-hmm.
The Ocean dub was horrible.
Yeah. But Kirby Morrow was Kirby Morrow, and he was a good voice actor, and I kind of liked the as a voice actor. I mean, besides in Dragon Ball Z, I mean, he also played Cyclops in the X-Men Evolution series.
To me, because you all grew up with Goku in Z, I'm more used to Goku in OG Dragon Ball, who is the same voice as Gohan.
I grew up with the original Dragon Ball. I grew up with Master Roshi, nerdy perverted Master Roshi.
But the chick who did Gohan's voice has also passed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm going to leave it to you guys for a second. I've got to use the latrine Reno, and I'll be right back. So chat away, please.
All right. Let's check with the chat here while she's going away. So, seems like the topic in the chat is WWE wrestling. Are you ready for this Sunday night when WWE champ John Cena defends his title in the WWE Super Slam?
Super Slam. Oh yeah. There was a pay-per-view like last week. I didn't care. I was in one of those moods. I didn't care.
I didn't realize John Cena was still wrestling. I thought he retired.
Yes, I'll have to probably check out whatever the pay-per-view is this week or whatever.
Yeah.
Friday I'll re-up with my Paramount Plus subscription. Apparently it tried to ding my account and it didn't re-up, or the fact that it switched from CBS All Access to Paramount. Therefore, I have an account but don't have an account. Therefore, I can't watch a damn thing. So,
well, one thing you should watch, just because I say you should watch, is the new SpongeBob Camp Coral. Just so you can get that. What do you call it? Relive your childhood in a way, but not in a good way, because from what I get with Camp Coral is here we got Sandy Cheeks in the series, because I like being hypocritical with cartoons. In the series, she is a scientist that has been approved by her work to go down under the sea into this little habitat dome and do some sciencey things as an adult. Well, in Camp Coral, they're kids, and they're Sandy Cheeks. I'm like, but this makes no sense.
It's one of those. I think what. I've seen that particular. I've seen at least one episode.
Yeah.
So I'll say it like that. I think it was the first episode. It was like, I was like, I get it. I understand it. I think the main reason is the person behind the original SpongeBob. He passed away. Rest his soul. But the aspect is, I think Nickelodeon wanted to continue the series where he ended it, or what happened, or revamp everything, and they figured that the fans will not be happy unless everybody's a part of it, and therefore they did it like that. Just yet you're going to have fans like you, me, like no, we're not going to. But it's what you got to figure. It's for the kids. It's legitimately for kids. Yeah, we watch it. We don't care. To me, SpongeBob and Very Odd Parents are guilty pleasures. I like the days I have to be up I have to be up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not in the mood to watch Hellraiser 3, while I'm getting ready for work. It's SpongeBob SquarePants. I'll have that playing on the background.
Hellraiser 3 is good.
Well, see, it's like I love SpongeBob. I love where they're going. I'll have to admit, because with this series, it was actually signed off and given permission from Steve before he passed away. So this was one that he actually wrote off on, saying it's okay. Yeah, go ahead and do this. I gave you permission. I'm gonna sit in the background and watch as you produce it. So it's perfectly fine with me.
Now, what probably happened was they probably went up to him prior to his passing, said, "All right, this is what we're going to do: A, B, C, D, and E." And he went, "You know what? That sounds good. I approve." He signs off of it. He gets whatever paycheck or what's promised. He passes away, and Nickelodeon goes, "He did sign off of it, did he?" "Yes." "Cool. He's gone now. He can't nitpick in regards to what we're doing. So let's now do W, X, Y, and Z." So, therefore, that's what they do. That's what they probably did do.
I'll have to admit, the one thing that I did enjoy out of all of this was the fact that one thing, which was there's one scene in the episode where SpongeBob and the campers are trying to sneak into a nudist camp. And the way that they did it was just so tastefully, just like the episode of SpongeBob where all of the fish get blown away by this radioactive sun and they become real fish again. Well, it's kind of the same way. So once the clothes come off, they're real fish. They're naked, real fish and sea critters. I'm like, okay, I like that.
Yeah, you gotta do it again, I understand it. Nick has to do something for the kids. They can't do anything that's adult oriented or something for teens. So they have.
They used to.
He used to. But or Sasha I could point out to Sasha, Thundercats first episode.
Naked kitty porn.
Because each one of the Thundercats were in essence nude in the first episode.
Yep.
But so in essence, since this was career for kids, showing real fish, you can't fault them for that.
No, you can't fault it. No. For me, I just thought it was ingenious. I thought it was funny, and
from a joke standpoint,
I had a good joke as an adult. I was like, way to go! This is hilarious.
It's like, even it's like the setup, punchline. Oh, bravo! That I like it. I'm not the best joke in the world, but I gotta give credit where credit's due. But one of the fun things I tell folks is like many years ago. Now this was I'll say more than 10 years ago. I went to a house show in Manchester. I'm at the bar having a beer. The bartender looks at me and says, "You know what? Even if I change the channel, I don't want to watch X Games. I don't want to see skateboarding." I'm like, "Hey, your TV." And as she's scrolling through the on-screen guide, I see Very Odd Parents just gradually go from the bottom of the screen on up. And from behind me, what can be best described as a bunch of mean-ass, biker-looking dudes that, you don't want to mess with. As soon as that Very Odd Parents starts to get to the screen, they notice that it's starting to go up, and I hear chanting, "Very Odd Parents, Very Odd Parents, Very Odd Parents, Very Odd." I'm like, oh my god. And all of a sudden the screen just changes from skateboarding to Very Odd Parents. I'm like, no one's going to believe me that a bunch of biker-looking ass dudes want to watch Very Odd Parents in a bar. No one.
I believe
and I'm like, at least I did not ask for this. They did. This is the equivalent of asking for milk at a bar, and thank God it wasn't me.
Well, speaking of Paramount Plus, I've already gone through a lot of things. Wow, this is kind of like one-on-one for tomorrow night when I interview you. How about that? But seriously, it's like I noticed they don't have a lot of Nickelodeon shows on there. Like they're missing like Hey Dude, Adventures of Pete and Pete, and stuff that I grew up with. But the way they said it is because of licensing issues. But that's classic Nickelodeon. That stuff I grew up. I mean, they have Double Dare and they have Carissa Explains It All, but why can't they have the other ones? You know,
That's my issue with that I was going to bring up with Sasha.
But do they have Nick Arcade
system to create this? And it was groundbreaking.
That's all.
At the time. That was a groundbreaking show.
My aspect is that what I wanted to bring up with Sasha was that the Sci-Fi Channel app is like a lot of the shows that should be on that app are not there. Like, where's Eureka? Where's Farscape? Where's, like, heck, where's even Stargate Atlantis and Stargate SG-1? These shows were sci-fi, in essence, for the longest while.
Yeah.
Sci-fi originals.
Tremors
These should be on there. They had a whole mess of, shows on there. On the station that, heck, where was Warehouse 13? Mm-hmm. These shows should be on the app. No. Again, as you said, these, there could be, quote unquote, licensing issues.
It's like for years, I've been trying to get Nickelodeon to bring back, I don't know if you remember it was in the 90s. It was on Nick Jr. It was a show called Eureka's Castle.
Mm-hmm.
It's like trying to find a streaming that doesn't exist, and then finding it on DVD, it doesn't exist. But it's kind of like, I think it's more like a licensing issue. Yes.
George, do you know who owns the rights to Eureka's Castle? Who was involved with producing that?
Isn't that Jim Henson?
Yep, and who owns Jim Henson right now?
Disney.
And
that's right, okay.
Being a Paramount show.
Mm-hmm.
You see the problem?
Yeah, I got it. Alright, that makes perfect sense.
Do you need it?
Well, we don't need it, but we want it.
I'm not asking about we in that proverbial sense. I'm asking about you. Do you want it?
Yeah, of course I want it.
Of course I want it. We'll find it.
That's my childhood.
There are ways. It exists. The ways might have an interesting price attached, but it's not always monetary.
For a minute there, it's like an interesting price attached. It's monetary. It's like, wait, are you asking for favors?
Well, I'm not the mafia one here.
I think we need to be in a back alley for that.
I'm not the mafioso one here. There might be a contract involved.
Hey! Keep my innocent mind out of this, please.
But there might be contracts involved and sold.
On your own time in a back alley is not my concern.
No, I'm just saying it's available, but your sense of legality and morality might have to look the other way.
Yeah.
I'm basically calling.
You can say for that show, but like shows like The Adventures of Pete and Pete, that was completely Nickelodeon. I don't think it's attached to any other company.
And again, I ask you, do you want it?
I have most of it on DVD, so it's not a problem. It's just more of a. It's like you would think that these streaming companies people would subscribe just to Paramount Plus if they brought all these shows back.
It's a supply and demand. For it, there's really no market in it. Look at Warner Brothers Archive. How many films do Warner Brothers own? How many do they really offer for sale?
That's true.
And you have to figure this as well. If you look at I don't want to say probably the best example would be if you listen to the commentary for UHF. They even bring it up. They bring up the aspect of, for the longest time, the rights for the movie was owned by, like, the Ukraine army or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Ukraine military. Yeah, it was like they own, like, a government military, European military owned it for a little while.
Wow.
They acquired it, because to kind of say it the way Weird Al says it, Orion was bankrupt. they had to sell a lot of their shit. So apparently, one of the people that's had the rights for a little while, or bought the rights for a little while, was a military, government military. They had it, they owned it, and it took a while before whoever acquired the rights back, bought the rights to, say, hey, we want to put it on DVD and get the cast in to do a commentary and then put it out. But
I did not know that. Now I'm looking this up because now I'm quite curious. That was
it might not be on the IMDb Who Knew page, but best thing to do is if I had the DVD available, I'd be happy to lend it to you so you could hear it. But I don't know exactly where that DVD is.
That's amazing. I think I have a copy of the DVD somewhere. It's somewhere with my original Planet of the Apes and next to Swamp Thing. Weird combination, yeah, I know. You seem...
Go ahead.
I was like, you seem preoccupied over there, Miss Sasha.
You got me on a mission now. The prices aren't cheap, I'm going to tell you that much, but it does exist.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like right now it's going at about $40 a disc.
Well, is that per episode?
You figure a DVD disc would have, again, a decent quality, again, ballpark figure, about 4 or 5 episodes.
Okay. Because I have a VHS from the 90s I had as a kid with like 1 or 2 episodes on it, and it was released by Nickelodeon. And no, it's not orange. Nickelodeon did not release orange VHS until about the early 2000s. Nope.
So yeah, it's out there. It's just a matter of piecing a complete set together. So there may be cost involved.
Well, once money comes in, then cost won't be an issue. Because, I mean, I do have my stimulus, my refund check from last year. It finally came in. It's funny. It's supposed to be submitted electronically to my bank account. But then I get the check, and then within the check, the same message that your refund check will be sent to you by mail. The government works in funny ways.
Oh yeah, it happens. It'll be seconds. The net's lagging, so we got a black screen, but it'll be back.
All right. So as you were saying, Chris.
Right now, I'm just a little bit miffed that Voodoo does not have Cemetery Man.
Really?
Yes. I like that movie. A buddy of mine lent me. I have the DVD that says Cemetery Man, but I guess he had the European version of it,
the
original title. Yeah, and I enjoyed it, and I picked up a copy when it came here, when I saw it in the stores. Talking about stuff on right now, it's like, I wonder if Voodoo has Cemetery Man. Nope. Like, you bastards.
Well, it's just like Disney not having your favorite movie from the 80s, Sasha.
Mm-hmm.
What movie is that?
Let's see here. Let's see if I can find it. It's in Tom Hanks. I watched it. It's one of my favorites. It's basically one of the. Basically, Disney calls it a dark movie, but
Black Cauldron. The Dark Cauldron.
Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Oh yeah, that one too.
Oh, that.
1983.
It's a good one.
It is. I love that movie, but I guess Disney thinks it's too dark to put on Disney Plus.
Do you need it?
I own it on VHS.
Okay. I own it on DVD and Blu-ray. Do you need it?
No, I got a VHS. So. back when it still had Disney actually released it, had like the little Disney logo in the corner. I was like, yeah.
I about died laughing because they're making available the Ewoks movies.
As long as Disney does not release the Star Wars Christmas special,
That will never happen.
It, that was just hideous. That just needs to pretend it never happens.
No, I'll agree with George in regards to that, but for a different reason. That Christmas special has found a home on the back end of cons as bootlegs and everything else. It should stay as a bootleg for the sake of tradition.
And for making George Lucas mad.
Right.
I mean, how often do you get to see Chewie's whole family?
And his granddad watch porn.
Yes. Yeah.
And again, once again, Voodoo, screw you.
So to
my science project is not on Voodoo.
So to loop back around with some of the topics I had chosen for this evening, The Last of Us. It's getting a TV series, obviously, with, Pedro Pascal? As Joel, and then that young girl from Love and Monsters as Ellie. And so there's a big hubbub online that, adapting this to TV, there's going to be some changes. And it's like, okay, well, taking a game where you can finish it in 6 or 7 hours, I kind of expect them to change some things. You know what I mean? So what are your thoughts about the big hubbub that they're going to change things around?
Chris?
In regards to Last of Us?
Yes.
Never really got in the game into the game, so I can't really say one way or another in regards to whether or not I might actually give it a watch, but I can't come from a fan aspect of whether or not it's going to suck or it's going to rock. But
yeah,
I mean the thing that gets me is they mention they may deviate greatly from the game in parts, but they don't say what parts they're going to deviate away from. But then again, it's Pedro Pascal who's playing Joel, so of course I'll watch it because I do like Pedro Pascal. I mean, he's a great actor, but at least give us an idea about which parts you're going to deviate greatly from.
Exactly.
So we can be prepared.
Well, you don't want to give away too much, and personally, I think in order to stretch it out a couple seasons, they may add to it, which I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Traveling by horseback, there's enough cutaways and fadeaways where we have days of content that we're missing on that travel. Between Joel and between Ellie. Which is kind of upsetting, because we didn't get that. And it may just be boring conversational drama stuff. They might have ran into a clicker, and it was no big deal. But it is an area where they can build upon it. And then you have everything, spoilers, up until, before Joel's daughter dies, the outbreak itself. And then after Joel's daughters died, before he met Ellie, because that was, 5 or 6 years in between? And to me, it's like you have enough there where you have a couple seasons right in just that. And you can get a little creative. Does it have to be 100% to the game? No. In fact, somebody I'm going to review Matango with is currently watching game footage. I got them a movie of the game, so to speak. And I'm like, there's still game footage in here, but that's only to convey what's going on with the plot. It's essentially a movie with the cutscenes and slight gameplay elements, just so you can get the story elements that you're missing. And he's watching that 5-hour stretch, and that is the shortest video I could find that covers all the story beats, so he can compare it to Matango, because we're going to get ready to review Matango.
Let me just say it like this. even though from a non-fan aspect of things, you'll have, I'm curious, because of what happened with The Last of Us, when came out? Last year?
Last of Us 2 came out last year.
Yeah. When that came out and what the, from a third-party standpoint, the shit show that it seemed to be, you might have the same, depending on how well or how bad it is received, you might have another shit show.
Okay, I know you haven't played the game, Chris. So how much in spoiler territory can I go?
I don't care. Personally, I don't care. But I know that in regards to the folks that might be watching later, the shit show I'm referring to is because a lot of people were talking about the game and they got hit with copyright strikes and the creators of the game going after them for a lot of different reasons when they were just trying to talk about the game, or they were being critical about the game neutrally, and the creators, people behind the game were like, we're striking your channel, or putting copyright claims because you gave it a negative review. And some of these folks were just, they weren't in any way, shape, or form.
It wasn't so much a negative review, because they were departing from gameplay mechanics. In fact, a lot of these people got advanced copies of the game, and they're already dropping spoilers. In fact, some people even went as far, and I hate to say it, I was one of them. I didn't say anything about the game, but I was one of them who did this, where you can use a VPN and switch over to Australia and get the game early. I did that. So I knew a lot of the big plot points before it happened, that a lot of people were angry about. Me, as a writer and a creative, I get it, because it was the story they wanted to tell. Nobody wanted to see Joel die within the first hour. But that, my friends, is the emotional gut punch. Nobody wanted to relate to his murder midway through the playthrough of the game. But you had to, because it was a story about vengeance, and how when you go out seeking vengeance, you better dig 2 graves. One for yourself, as well as one for the victim. Because it never washes clean. Because Ellie finds out Joel killed her dad in cold blood. And there's a line. And yes, people were mad that they made Abby this buff chick. She's not a trans character. A lot of people assume that there was, but there is a trans character in the game. But it's not Abby. And people got mad because it was this buff, badass chick. Well, she wants vengeance against the person who killed her dad. Are you going to stay a little timid, small thing when somebody killed your dad when you know this guy's a survivor? No. You're going to become just as badass as that guy, and hardcore. And Ellie kind of went in the same direction, because her father figure was killed. And it deals with how do you deal with not only the grief of losing someone, but trying to see it from the opposite side in that type of situation. And I don't think people reacted well to that kind of storytelling, especially the end is a gut punch, because Ellie loses something even more important to her. But does she if you're really paying attention? Ellie might have lost her humanity in a couple fingers, but there's a lot more deeper elements at play. And I think because they told a poignant story, they were more upset about the fact that you guys are leaking this stuff and you guys really haven't taken the time to examine what they're saying. Me, coming from the type of background as a creative, I'm able to examine that and go, wow, that's really deep. And I think in years to come, people are going to be able to do the same thing. Is it still a hot topic? Yes. Mm-hmm. But is it a game worth looking at later for the story and the elements and the beats as a character study? Oh my god, yes. And that's where the creators came in. Here's people who got the game early, either as a reviewer or by switching their VPN over, and they're dropping spoilers and didn't have all the real facts. They were just gut reacting. So I get where, the guys who created the game came from. I honestly do. Because instead of it being the same game as the first game, they wanted to tell a different story set in the same universe with the same characters. Which, what a sequel should be. A sequel shouldn't be the same thing. It should be a new story in that world, and we get to see the characters grow. And a lot of people expected the same stuff, not to see Joel beaten to death into a bloody pulp within the first hour to 2 hours of gameplay.
I will say that I'll admit to this. Folks, I don't have a VPN, but I did switch my Xbox One console to, I think, Australia for a few hours and played Borderlands 3 a few hours early.
Yep. And the thing of it is if you would have reviewed that before anybody else had played it, I could see where someplace like 2K or Gearbox could get upset about it.
Yep. Mind you, I didn't, review anything. I was just want to play, get a head start on the game for a little bit.
Right.
Just,
But imagine if you did. Well, that's just my 2 cents, Because here you have people not picking up the game based on those reviews. And yeah, it's only a couple hours difference. But in reality, that can translate into hundreds and thousands, millions of dollars for that particular game seller. They're not trying to dupe anyone. They just want people to analyze it without a gut reaction right away. Just me. Just my point of view. I'm not trying to side with big creators, but when it comes to those guys, especially if you pay attention to the story, and you really don't want to like Abby when you play midway through the game as Abby, you don't want to like her, and you feel uncomfortable actually liking her and her story and character progression. And that is how you're supposed to feel. Because in situations like that, you're going to try to demonize your enemy and those who did you harm. But to see them as a human being really wakes you up. And I think that's the story they were trying to tell. Basically, vengeance is a very deadly street, and 2 wrongs don't make it right. Because at some point, like Doctor Who says, you all need to sit down and just talk. And I hate to say it, like 90% of both of those games, if people would have just sat down and talked, shit would not have went as bad as it did. Not saying, just saying. I recommend them both.
Awesome.
So, we addressed Last of Us 2, and we get that there's going to be some changes in the film. What do you guys feel about director's cuts in general? Because we touched on Justice League a little bit, but we didn't talk about, director's cut and changes cuts. Ridley Scott does it frequently. Look at Blade Runner. How many different versions of Blade Runner exist? How do you guys feel about those?
Chris?
It depends. I don't really care about the 50 versions of Blade Runner. Yes, I'm over-exaggerating, sue me. But I will say this. As someone who's seen... recently I've seen the Donner cut. I think I have the Donner cut on my Voodoo. I enjoyed the Donner cut. I like the Donner cut. I could see why it's a little bit better and why other people like the Donner cut better than the original version. It's less campy. And it addresses more things than the original does. It fills a lot of holes, but there's still 1 or 2 other holes present in the film. Meaning, in the Donner cut, he goes back to the diner. And, that seems, it brings up more questions than it kind of leaves, that answers, because where the original theatrical movie kind of answered why he went back to the diner. This one, that particular aspect doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of the movie.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, I should say, as someone who, I want to say, officially marked my journey back into horror, or in certain aspects was Nightbreed. I love that. That's my favorite. One of my favorite horror movies of all time is Nightbreed, and I was skeptical about the director's cut that came out a good number of years ago, and I think I either bought it or rented that particular movie, and I enjoyed it. I love it as much as the original. They did it justice, and I like both versions just as equally. And I know there's another version coming out, and that particular version, I'm hoping to the fates that it either improves things or keeps things at the same level. Because if it ruins the movie, I'll be pissed. Because I enjoy and I really love how both the original and director's cut are of that movie, and it's like I love it. It's a very, I think for a lot of folks that original, that I don't know why, but I think at some level, Nightbreed spoke to me, so that's just me. But as for other cuts or additional cuts, it all depends. Sometimes it's a gimmick, because you see that, especially on some platforms, you'll have a director's cut or you'll have a extended cut. It's a gimmick a lot of times, but a lot of times, like the Snyder cut or the Donner cut, it's going to happen. I'm curious sometimes, or it all depends on who has a hand in putting things together and how it's presented. That's what I guess, because the original folks behind, let's say again, using Nightbreed as a wonderful example. At least to me, you have the original people looking at it, it's like, okay, we want to make this as close to, if not better, than the original. You have the original people looking at it and making the changes, instead of, they don't want to take it too far that it just goes off the cliff and ruins it. If you know what I'm making reference to. But you have some people that do it, and it's going to come around again. I think I spoke to Sasha in regards to this, that there are cycles in Hollywood and in theater aspects. Case in point, in the 80s, I want to say early to mid 80s, 3D was a big thing. It was huge. Really huge. Like almost every other movie had to be in 3D.
Yeah.
What happened in the early 2000s? Every movie had to be in 3D again. To the point that we had 3D TVs, 3D DVDs, 3D. Everything was 3D. It's going to be the next big thing in home entertainment. And what happened? It died off. Again. So it might always see a cycle, or right now we're seeing a cycle of the extended cuts, the Snyder cuts, the Donner cuts again, and that aspect. So we might have that cycle come through again, as much as we don't like it, but a lot of the younger generations don't understand that, where me and Sasha, and maybe even you too a little bit, George, understand. It's like, hey, don't we have 3D a couple of years ago?
Yeah, we did.
And I don't mean recently, but I mean back in the 80s, but the younger generation, like, oh my God, 3D, and yet the three of us would go, yeah, 3D. 3D and push the dish in front of somebody's eyes or something like that.
Well, you see, I remember, I believe it was the 90s, when the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie came out. I could be wrong. I do remember vaguely as a kid going in and they gave you the stereoscopical 3D glasses. One side was blue, one side was red. Go in and watch a movie. And I said, oh, this is great. I was enamored. I thought this was the best thing ever. And then they upped it a bit and said, we're going to give you real 3D glasses. I was like, okay. Now things are popping at you. And then they added Dolby Digital sound. I was like, oh, this is the best thing. And then everyone's like, well, let's have all that and put it into what you call an iMovie or what you call it. Forget. Yeah, and make it bigger. And make it screen. The only place you can see it or say it, like at science centers and major places like that. I remember I saw Batman.
I would say they don't understand. It's like they think it's the biggest thing ever, and it just fades away because where you, me, and Sasha might say it's gonna fade out. Granted, this time around it lasted a few years longer than the original.
Yeah.
And granted, you didn't have again the same cheesy effects like they did back in the 80s. I.e., a dish being handed straight to the camera, so to speak. But it just is not bad, and a lot of times they're not. It's just a goofy sort of thing. But right now, you might have it. Heck, if we were doing the whole aspect of Snyder cuts and Donner cuts and the whole aspect, I wanted to see what the original Star Solo film would have been before OP took it over. I want to see that version.
Well, they are talking about doing the last Star Wars movie that came out? They're talking about doing a director's cut, which will be a 4-hour director's cut of just that one film of the Skywalker saga. Just that last film. I'm like, I don't know what to think about that.
My feed then will be bombarded of all the Star Wars reviews again. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, my thing is with director's cuts or extended versions is the only time I enjoy it is when, for example, like there's studio interference, like something is gone from the film or it was so chopped to fit ratings or things of that nature. Like the original version of Little Shop of Horrors. I mean, I hate to go back to that, but like that is brilliant. And because test audiences hated it and they wanted to see a more upbeat ending, it changed. But the different ending is awesome, and I'm glad that it's finally been restored. And keep in mind, a lot of movies, people weren't saving stuff for special editions for a rainy day. Like, if it got chopped, it was gone. It was gone. A lot of people, weren't saving that.
Case in point. Well, perfect case in point would be Event Horizon.
Yeah, I was getting to that. Event Horizon has a ton of effects that wound up on the chopping floor. I still want to see an extended cut, but based on when it came out and the time, there's no guarantee that those elements even still exist. Maybe there's a print somewhere. It might not be the best quality print. Could it be fixed up and viewed? Maybe, but there's no guarantee. When stuff got televised, for example, and a lot of people don't know this, I brought it up in my Halloween review, so if you watch my reviews, by all means, please check them out. But in Halloween, I reviewed the extended cut of Halloween, and a lot of people don't know that there's an extended cut of Halloween, because when they brought Halloween to air on TV, and they were in the process of making Halloween 2, they shot additional footage for Halloween to make it more cohesive with Halloween 2, and also because the TV, like TV versions of Halloween, there's a lot of stuff pulled out, and they're like, well, we still want that big run time. We don't want to lose time, but there's also things we can't do on television. So as a result, what happens is that they were like, well, we're already filming part 2. We have all the actors and actresses. We can slap a wig on so-and-so and do what we need to do. that is the original instance where it was brought up that Michael and Laurie are siblings. It did not show up in the original theatrical version. It was mentioned in the sequel, but there was no material in between, so they actually had Jared Carpenter come in and add those scenes to expand the original Halloween experience, and it was only seen on TV. And that was a lost thing until, I want to say, about early 2000s, when somebody found, like, the TV masters for the extended version of Halloween, and then took it with the theatrical masters and kind of Frankensteined them together. And they look pretty good. But you rarely ever see that extended cut.
Sasha, I brought up this, and we talked about it before. There's TV cuts of Blazing Saddles and Born in East LA that have scenes in them, extended scenes that on the home, like the DVDs, and like I have Blazing Saddles on my Vudu. Those scenes that I've seen on TV are not on that version. They're not on the DVD version. They're not on the VHS version. There's an extended Sheriff versus Mongo cut that I've seen on TV. There's an extended Fake Village cut, leading up to the final ending. That's not on any version I've ever seen, especially in Born in East LA. There's more of a chase scene at the end of that. There's more of an explanation in regards to what happens to the main character in Born in East LA. But you won't see it on the VHS or DVD version. But it's on, it's like, I've seen it. Where did you see it? I've seen it on not just broadcast, but HBO. It's like, I want that version. I want to watch that version. And it's like, wait a minute. 15, 20 minutes has been cut out of the version I've got, and I enjoy. Even though I like Blazing Saddles, and I enjoyed Born in East LA, I thought it was hysterical. I don't have Born in East LA digitally, but it's like, I still want to see what I remember seeing. But it's a TV cut, not a movie cut.
And sometimes we get both of those cuts at some point. It just takes time. It's like, for example, and again, some people might say that this is a vague memory, but The Thing actually had an extended cut on TV, which showed another dog leave the camp, showing that, hey, despite the fact that maybe Childs and McCready froze to death, The Thing endured. And there's a lot of people who talk about that. In fact, there was a whole scene that was shot that was shown in the studios that show McCready being rescued and doing the whole blood transfusion test and being okay. But then you see that shot of the dog leaving the camp, and there's a lot of people who wonder if that still exists somewhere. And it probably does, because people claim that it was on TV. It's just a matter of finding it. There are all kinds of cuts like that. For example, one more recent one, not that recent, but recent enough, but in, I want to say it was either 98 or 99, they put Jurassic World, Jurassic Park, The Lost World on TV. All of the edited scenes put back in. You have the Roland Timbo bar fight, where he fights somebody in this African bar with a hand tied behind his back. Which kind of gets more into him wanting to hunt a T-Rex and him liking a challenge. You have them literally breaking the baby T-Rex's leg so they can lure in the adults. Hence why you see later in the film why the leg's broken, but you don't get an explanation as to why. No, it's purposely broken because they want it to cry out for help. It has a bunch of scenes, and it was only ever aired once on TV and NBC. I've seen it. I have a rough VHS copy of it. As much as I love VHS, a VHS copy from TV is crap. Especially when they had added footage plus commercials and I had to record it EP. It's going to look like shit. But nobody really has that extended cut outside of Universal. And it's like, release it. We want to see it. We clearly know it exists, but outside of all the DVD and Blu-ray releases of the Jurassic Park movie series, the trilogy, before we get to Lost World, you never see that as an addition. You might see a deleted scene here or there, but it was televised. showing those scenes. In fact, there's a whole scene
I know.
with Ian Malcolm getting confronted on the subway about his experiences.
Well, here's the thing, because you said Universal. Because keep in mind, back in 2008, they had a big fire at Universal in the studio lots. We don't know the extent of what was in that fire, movie-related, originals. Maybe it could have been some of that, what you're talking about, maybe some of that was in the fire, you know? So, we don't know, because they're not being truthful. They said, oh, Nirvana here, I Love Lucy there, this and that. But, you know, we just don't know the full extent.
Or, the thing is, I'm going to put a tinfoil hat on in regards to this.
Okay.
So please bear with me if I sound a little like Jonesy. So who's laughing, George?
Yeah.
I get that.
So a lot of the movies, especially the classics, are protected. They're in vaults that are good chance, fireproof, and everything else. How much you want to bet it's just one of these? We don't have it. It got lost in the fire. Yeah, that's the ticket. And just to go have the fans go, oh man, and just shut the hell up about it.
Mm-hmm.
And another 10 or so years ago, like later, they'll go, oh, guess what? Remember when we thought this was gone and lost in a fire? And all the fans are like, yeah. Guess what? We found a copy somewhere. Somebody had it protected in a basement. And therefore, instead of selling 50 copies, yes, I know, or 5,000 copies, they're selling 5 million copies because of extra hype. And yes, I'm using air quotes and being an audio aspect.
But here's something to consider. Outside of more recent occurrences, outside of like 2000, pre-2000, like we're talking about the 80s and the 90s, like there was legitimate earthquakes and fires in Hollywood where stuff was just lost. There used to be a big rabid collector, Bob something or other, because he used to do this thing called Bob's Basement back in the day. I don't know if he's still alive or not. But he would literally go to studios and look to see what they've thrown out and keep whatever he can keep, be it film reels, be it special effects. The dude literally had the alien queen herself from Aliens because somebody just tossed it into a dumpster. He salvaged that. In fact, they had to go see him and pay him a licensing rate to use the alien queen effect in Alien Resurrection. Because he saved the queen from the trash pile. Because people weren't worried about video archiving back then. Further back, again, like I said, you have the...
Yeah, I'll say that's a valid point, because that's how a lot of production cells for animation made it into the, I won't say public domain, but into a lot of collectors' hands. Because the studio's like, why do we need to keep this? You know, they tossed it out.
Yep.
And you had a lot of people like I can't believe my kids will love this, or I want to hold on to this. Plus, you have the aspect of, on a different note and a more logical note, not Alex Jonesy sort of thing, is that if you look at Doctor Who, the history of Doctor Who, and the BBC, a lot of the older episodes were lost because the BBC just recorded, erased the tapes and recorded over those tapes. And so a lot of episodes were lost. A lot of seasons were lost due to the fact of BBC just recording, erasing the tapes and recording everything instead of archiving the stuff. So folks, we're just trying to give both ends of the stick.
Well, it was just like BBC. It was a while back with Doctor Who. They realized this, and they said there was a lost episode. We had the script. We kind of remember from the actors how it went. So let's just refilm it for a modern era. Yeah. And that's basically what they did, keeping all the same aspects. I'm glad someone at BBC had to come out and say, well, this is gone. Let's just refilm it so it looks exactly as it did, so people can relive that memory.
Or they could animate it, or they could, that aspect, which is wonderful. Or turn it into a book or a comic or something like that. That's wonderful. That's a brilliant idea. Or getting voice actors to work on it and do a whole radio, quote unquote, like podcast or radio show in regards to it. That's the beauty of that aspect.
Or the Lost Kong scene. Because, when Peter Jackson did the remake of Kong, he actually refilmed the Spider Pit scene with Deliverance meets Saul before either of those things were a thing, involving a bunch of doctors who decided to go up to a camping trip in the middle of nowhere, dropped off by plane to go camping, and they're besieged by these war vet hillbillies that were disfigured after the war by bad doctors. And they set bear traps in the middle of the river and everything else, and it's such a great movie, but few people know about it because outside of VHS rental, nobody thought to preserve that film. And that is a big thing, like preservation of films and music and movies, and even now, video games.
Like what I used to... Go ahead, George.
I was just thinking, because you mentioned a good point. There's trash, and you mentioned a good point, too, with stuff, Chris. But, one thing I learned from watching Antique Roadshow a bunch of times is people will bring in original artwork by costume designers. What happens with the artwork once costume designers are done and the film's done? It goes in the trash. So, you have all of these lovely artworks for, costume design for Star Wars, Star Trek, all these horror films. They have to draw it out first in visual aspects in hand with pencil, and that's what they go off to make the actual costume. You toss in the trash. And you get people to go in and salvage these, and these are by famous costume designers and artists who sign them, and then they go back and see them later when they're making other content. You have this? This was tossed in the trash. Where did this come from?
Now, I'll give you...
mind blow.
A side point, if I will, and this is something maybe George will be familiar with. I'm not so sure about you, Chris, but up here near the state line, there used to be a building called Phoenix Color as you were heading into the Hagerstown area. It was off of 81. Phoenix Color does a lot of print ads for major newspaper, things of that nature. When episode 1 was coming out, a lot of the employees were all put underneath NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. Nobody knew why. I knew why, but nobody knew why, and that's because they were printing a lot of the Star Wars books there for episode 1, which had artwork, other elements, things of that nature that was going to be printed into the books that were getting ready to come out to coincide with the film's release. And obviously they had to sign NDAs, much like they do with Black Friday ads, because they didn't want anybody talking about it until it was on bookshelves. And we're talking about years before the film came out. So there's a lot of...
I know the place you're talking about. I put an application in there many years ago.
Yep.
And they pretty much, you since you're close by, you'll more than likely have the job. And it turns out I never heard a call back from them, no matter what.
They were used to doing that. They're not there anymore. But, yeah, a lot of stuff leaked out from there, and it was such a huge ordeal. But because stuff leaked, we actually have an archive of it now. So you kind of, it's kind of the flip side of the coin, because people weren't doing exactly scrupulous things. There's stuff that survived that maybe wouldn't have had it not been for piracy and breaking the rules.
I'll say, I was going to correlate with what George said in regards to Antiques Roadshow. There was when I had TV, cable TV or dish, there was a show similar to Antique Roadshow. It was a combination of, it was like it but not. It was out of the UK. Pretty much they went to homes that wanted revamp or remodeling, and they would go through antiques and try to auction them off to raise money for the remodel or whatever. And one person had the original spells or stuff that was used to do Paddington Bear, and they had to her husband or her father or uncle or somebody just saw the stuff in the trash, and they had to go to in essence, the creator, who was still, I think, alive at the time, and say, is she allowed to have this? And he said, yeah, it was thrown out. We didn't think, he said, as far as he's concerned, she's more than welcome to have it, but from his standpoint, he was shocked that it was there. It was, in essence, somebody had the stuff, and in essence had the original production stuff, and he pretty much granted her full access and gave her something official that she could sell it, saying that she has all the right to have this and it's authentic. And that being said, again, 10 years, not even, it's going on 10 years ago. I went to Baltimore. A buddy of mine brought me to Baltimore Comic-Con. I paid his way. He had a good time. It's one of the reasons why every now and again I see a sexy-looking cosplayer, I go, God bless America. Because he kept saying that all day long, seeing a scantily clad cosplayer walk by. God bless America. We had fun, and one of the things I picked up was because I collect page art, I picked up strip art, which is pretty much for like a cartoon strip. And I paid $40 for it. Literally paid $40. The best $40 I spent, because I wanted one in my collection. Yeah. I used it when Martinsburg had their pop culture show. I decided they needed stuff for their case. So I'm like, all right, here's some stuff, but I want it back. It's on loan. One of the librarians looked at that strip and she went, how the hell do you have this production strip? Oh, I got it at Baltimore for $40. She went, you paid $40 for this? I went, yeah. You do. She looked at me and was like, you do realize they're trying to archive this, right? No one knows, no one has this. No one, it's like, you should try to get this copied and archived, because this is a rare strip. Literally a rare, no one, the strip's not made anymore. So I'm like, whoa, I have, granted, I picked it up because I wanted, I liked it and it was interesting. I didn't know how, I guess the creator didn't really care. She's like, I got a bunch of it. It's an easy way for me to make money out of the show. And obviously there's probably a market. I'm not going to resell it. It's in my collection. It's mine. But it's nice to hear that from somebody that it knows a little bit more, saying, hey, it's probably worth I'm not going to upsell it, but to hear that makes it sound like it should have been like $200-$300, but I paid, chump change for it.
Right. But yeah, like there's all kinds of stuff that just goes into the trash, and people think it's trash, but it's not always the case,
You're talking to someone that used to dumpster dive back when he was in college. It's like Dunkin' Donuts. At the end of the day, they toss all their old donuts in the trash. They don't give it away. It is still fresh. It's like, so, you get bread from Panera did the same thing. And especially, I went to University of Arts, and then those kids, someone tossed away a D3300 camera right in the trash can. You want to know why? Because there was a scratch on the lens and a scratch on the back. And Mommy and Daddy can buy me a new one.
Yeah,
I used to walk away when I worked for the mall. I worked for a mall down in Florida, and I used to walk away from that job almost nightly with bags full of pretzels from Pretzel Time, because the guy that worked there is like, we're going to throw this out. You want pretzels? Like, okay. And my mom would be like, how do you have a bag full of pretzels? Dude next to the information desk was going to toss them out. He gave the bag to me. So.
Interesting.
The upside of it is we're still streaming to PlayStation Network, but I'm going to give this like another 10 more minutes and we're probably going to wrap it up, guys, so.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Alright,
and then I'll be in contact with you tomorrow, Chris, about our thing, but...
Okay. Cool. Y'all got a thing. That's neat.
Yeah, I'm putting them on my show for Sunday.
Oh.
You guys should check it out.
Yeah, tomorrow night, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I pre-film early, so everything will be done and ready, hopefully by Friday, and it'll be uploaded, and then the show will be on Sunday.
Hey, I'm going to work on that logo later as well. If you think you can help me just convert it into a ping where everything's just a background, like it's an empty background where I can drag and drop it anywhere, that would be awesome.
I just like how you said ping. I just like how you used the word ping. It's PNG.
Yeah,
I can do it. Yeah.
But I'm not done. I'm still playing with it. I want to add that black element into the one set of words so it's all cohesive. And then from there, I just want the logo, the words, and then everything else just empty so it can just be dragged and dropped as one PNG. If that makes sense.
To George, him being the graphic designer of the three of us.
Okay.
So, like I said, I'm going to fault it to him due to that because I don't want you to go to where I would go to, and it accidentally fuck up. So, I'm going to fault to George because he could do it better, or actually include what you need to have done instead of everything else.
Yeah, I just hope graphically it works for t-shirts and mugs and whatnot, what I'm trying to do. So, I'll play with it. I just want to see what I want to do with it first. And then I got to work on the Army of Darkness logo. But great that you guys are on a show together tomorrow, so that's awesome. Definitely link me. Any other projects coming up from either of you two that you want to bring up, or speak now or hold your pieces?
Well, I mean, I have Chris on Sunday, and I have a list. Eventually, I'm going to have Jesse Green on my show.
Okay.
I'm excited to have Jesse Green, because I'm actually working with him, with Mortician, and he plays a drunk on Mortician, which is great. I had to stop myself from saying The Mortician, because the movie's called The Mortician. The Mortician is actually a movie that's copyrighted. It's called Mortician. But it's going to be fun with Jesse Green, and I have a few other people. Everyone just started coming out of the woodwork. I was like, I just talk to my friends on Facebook. Anyone want to be on the show? And then boom, 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 boom. And there's Jesse Green halfway through, and I was like, the Jesse Green, the Captain Mango, okay.
Yeah, he'll be on. He loves that type of stuff. And Jesse's a cool cat.
I would talk to him all about his trip to Key West this past weekend. And just ask him, no matter where he goes, dressing up as a pirate, he somehow gets all of the women, young and old, surrounding him in scandalous clothing, and be like, oh, it's a pirate, let's get a photo with Jesse Green.
I brought it up to Jesse I think it was a few years ago. It's like, dude, I know you don't remember me, but I remember meeting, in essence, I didn't know who you were, but I remember meeting you like 3 years, 4 years prior. He was like, really? Where? I said, well, you were dressed up as your Captain Mango aspect at one of the bars down here in Martinsburg. Yeah, for Captain Morgan night. He's like, you were there? Yeah, you were there with a few ladies at the time. It was promotional event. There was a Captain Morgan, and he's like, yeah, I don't remember that, but yeah, I probably more than likely it was me. It's like, yeah, it was you. Great guy. It's like, you had a blast. He said, good chant. Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
So, Chris, what projects do you have coming up here soon?
I have to get off my lazy ass and edit a few videos to get together, or edit a few things. I have the video with George to do tomorrow, plus probably Sunday night if I'm not balls to the wall tired. Back the bus up and kind of rehash what I spoke about tonight and let everybody know, kind of forewarn everybody in regards to what's happening on the 10th. But no new projects. Not to mention on Thursday I got D&D night, maybe again.
Cool.
So,
yay, D&D. D&D is always good.
As much as I would love to stream that stuff, one of the people has a government position.
Yep.
And she doesn't. She's kind of skeptical. It'll probably be no harm, no foul. Something that she could probably get away with.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't really. She's not. She'd rather err on the side of caution than go through. Get in trouble. So
that makes the most sense. That's the best way to be. You'd rather err on the side of caution than you would not, especially with government jobs and wanting to maintain your employment.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I can 100% see the logic of that. So,
because
Chris,
it's something like
since you're a new D&D newbie, have you seen Mazes and Monsters yet?
I don't think so.
Early Tom Hanks made-for-TV movie made during the 80s when they were trying to make... Yeah, have you seen it yet?
Wasn't that the film everybody kind of pointed to in regards to Dungeons and Dragons is evil?
Yes. It's so terribly bad.
I haven't watched it, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Maybe we'll have to work on a review once you get your feet a little bit more wet with D&D.
I do know that come this December, I'll probably be getting like all three of my fundraisers will probably come in that I donated to.
Mm-hmm.
One of which is Mortician. The other one is I'm getting the signed poster for that.
Actually, since I'm in you're getting the signed poster, that's great. But I'll see I'll see what I can do once the DVD comes out or something. I'll see if I can't get you one your way.
Don't. If not, no worries. I'm not worried about it. Like I said, I got the signed poster for that. I sponsored a project from another independent filmmaker. His name's David Kerr. Getting the signed I think his project that he has up is Go Away, and I'm getting the signed poster off of that from that. And the third thing I put funds in is for a 400-page Dungeons and Dragons book. It's a bunch of like additional quests and all that you campaigns you could run. I'm like, for 40, a big thick campaign book, why not? I'll add it to my game pack. So.
And not to sound a little down, but I just found out that actor George Siegel just died.
Oh.
He was 87. He played in the Goldberg more recently, but yeah, he was funny.
Yeah, people were getting up there and passing left and right. Like, what was it this past weekend that Yaphet Couture had passed from Alien?
Yeah, I saw that. But the day television and movie dies is the day Betty White passes away. She is like 98, 99, and she's still kicking, and she's still filming, and she's still acting. Man, I wish I could still do that at that age.
It happens to us all at some point, and it'll happen. It's just one of those things. It's unfortunate, but it will come to pass at some point. At least she's still living and living her life to the fullest, and that's really honestly what matters.
She cares. I mean, she says, watching a documentary, she handwrites every fan letter she receives. She writes them back all by hand. And she can still do that at 98. That's amazing. And she still go visits her friend Jack Hanna and her favorite animals. That makes her happy. That makes her happy.
I think the reason why she still looks so young, for her age, because she looks way younger than she does, is because let's go with the whole fun theory. She's a Highlander. We all know it. We all know it.
Yeah.
She's the one that killed what's his name? New Year's Rockin' Eve. She's the one that actually won that fight.
Connor frickin' McLeod.
She's Connor McLeod with the Clan McLeods.
But yeah, I mean, eventually that'll happen. I mean, we've lost a lot of greats in the last couple of years. I never would have thought in my time I'd see David Bowie pass, let alone, Prince on top of it and countless others. But it happens, Once you hit a certain age, your heroes do become ghosts, and the sooner you come to grasp with that, better. Because there could be a lot worse things that they become instead of becoming ghosts. You could find out they were complete trash. Which I think is a hell of a lot worse than them fading into history. But anyways, that's a good point to leave it off on tonight. This has been Sasha After Dark. Thank you for joining the podcast to Darkness, to George and Maddie, and of course Chris. And you can always check us out here on the YouTube channel, which of course is Sasha the Princess of Darkness. You can go down below to help support my channel, like at shop.spreadshirt.com/Sasha the Princess of Darkness, or OnlyFans.com.
And donate to our OnlyFans.
To OnlyFans.com/Sasha Princess of Darkness. You skip the. For whatever reason on PlayStation it removes the CESSO, and I don't know if that's some sort of slur or swear from some other country, but maybe. But it is what it is. Alright, so guys, check out George there at Live with Rocky Red Panda, P&D Studios. They're on YouTube, and also check out good old Christopher Lumser, also known as Reverend Godfather, here at the Long Coat Mafia podcast, which you can find on here and YouTube as well as Podbean and other applicable places. And frequently on here.
Just search for the Long Coat Mafia podcast. You'll find us, and a lot of the links are in the descriptions of my videos. So.
Yeah, and those two will be on a channel together.
P&D Studios in the search engine. Yep. YouTube, you'll find me.
Yep, and those two will be together on a show.
Don't forget, while you're there, like, comment, and subscribe.
Like, comment, subscribe, and obey. Alright, guys, have a good night.
Peace out.
Sleep well.
Yep.